when you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of mode. Keep your focus, feet below. Your hoe is an enemy, so keep yourself cautious. Never see me strike like that. Y'all never ever been hit like that. I'm built like that, Hakeem like that. I'll never ever lose, I've been like that.
I was born to be at the pinnacle. I can't go back down, gotta win it all. Let everybody know I'm invincible. Not afraid, baby. We're for you. No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side. Every second that I breathe is going down in history. We are victorious, can't stop me. Maybe today we'll fight our battles. I'll show you the way if you can handle it. You follow me. For you, no matter the circumstance, no, I won't back down. No matter how they show up to lose.
Yo, I'm back with my squad, fight for my squad, chasing that high glory, trying to make a story, never been the one to own it, now's the chance to show it, PUBG Mobile, striving to be a mogul, get your hopes up, number uno, not so far from you, so move on.
No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not afraid. I'm here and I ain't going nowhere till I reach the finish line. Won't give up, no, I will keep on fighting, winning right here by your side.
Don't ever know, don't wait it, worm it, frozen. God ever know, don't send my love.
Just when you thought it was over, better keep goals on different types of mode. Keep your focus, feet below. Your hoe is an enemy, so keep yourself cautious. Never see me strike like that. Y'all never ever been hit like that. I'm built like that, Hakeem like that. I'll never ever lose, I've been like that.
I was born to be at the pinnacle. I can't go back down, gotta win it all. Let everybody know I'm invincible. Not afraid, baby. We're for you. No matter what, I won't back down. I'm not
scared of nothing, I'm going all in. It's my time, I know that it's my calling. Coming at 'em, they ain't even see it coming.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Place 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final fight. The grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك. بالتاكيد يعني احنا ابطال بي ام اس ال عربي مينا ريجن من افضل الريجنات في العالم.
Chúng tôi khá là tự tin ạ, tại vì chúng tôi là đương kim vô địch C nên chúng tôi không sợ. Chúng tôi đã đạt được 1 top 1 trong một ngày thì chúng tôi đến đây mục tiêu phá kỷ lục chúng tôi sẽ cố gắng sẽ được 6 top 1 trong một ngày.
I think we will qualify straight to the final.
اذا انت بطل بي ام اس ال ممكن تكون محظوظ بجيم جيمين، اما انك تكون محظوظ انك تفوز بطولة هذا الشيء مستحيل.
Bên Milan tại vì họ là một đội mới nên họ sẽ có những tâm lý khá là bất thường.
büyük ihtimal Wolves derdi.
I think probably Virtus Pro just looks like that.
Нельзя, блядь, сказать, что они удачи, что они нормально сыграли. Там нет неудачных, те, кто на удачу выиграл. Я посмотрел, типа, фавориты своих регионов выиграли.
Wolves Esports. They have Coops. Best player in the world in my opinion.
Đội VP ạ, tại vì bên khu vực đấy khá là căng thẳng và họ chứng minh bản thân mình từ những ngày đầu tiên.
İyiler, kötü değiller ama heyecanlı oynuyorlar.
Я считаю, что из всех победителей PMSL мы являемся самой сильной командой.
Pro çok iyi oynadı. DX zaten bu PUBG Mobile oynadığımdan beri hiç sevmiyorum oyun tarzlarını. Kendilerini seviyorum ama oyun tarzlarını hiç sevmiyorum. Yani bölgeleri güçsüz olduğu için ben MENA bölgesi demek istiyorum. Oradaki takımları biraz daha vurmak kolay diyebilirim. Main fight hariç.
I don't think any PMSL champion teams are stronger than us.
Я думаю, для нашей команды будет легче всего зарабатывать поинты на плюсах из Америки.
ممكن اقول لرؤوف طور لعبك لانه حبي احنا جايين ندمرك.
Em muốn gửi một lời nhắc đến đội đương kim vô địch BMSL Milan là cách chơi của họ có thể là khá là ổn ở bên khu vực đấy, nhưng ra đây chúng tôi chưa chắc các bạn đã làm được.
Yes, I think we have a lower experience than the other teams, but I think this is benefits us. It's in our advantage because the teams don't know how we're really going to play.
Puanla kaybetmemiz gerçekten şok oldum yani o anda. Üzülmüştüm biraz da.
Pô, acho que o sentimento é de decepção. A gente não entregou o que a gente é acostumado a fazer, que é brigar pelo topo.
За 24 оны дэлхийн аваргын одоо үзүүлсэн амжилт ерөнхийдөө маш доогоор байсан. Тэгээд
Yani bizim için çok gurur verici bir şey. Burada yurt dışında ülkemizi temsil etmek bizim için çok... Bom, acho que esse PMGC é o capítulo final da história. Acabou a brincadeira, não tem mais essa de top 2, top 3, sei lá que top. O negócio é ser campeão.
Bu sene intikamını alacağız ya. İnanıyorum yani. Regnum Karya'yı herkesin şöyle hatırlamasını isteyebilirim. Sadece kazanmak isteyen, böyle intikam peşinde koşan avcılar gibi bir şey olabilir yani.
Çok agresif bir takım olarak görmelerini istiyorum yani. Öyle de görüyorlardır büyük ihtimal. Türkiye'de de globalde de çok agresif bir takımız. Yani logomuzda olduğu gibi bizi vahşi bir kurt olarak görebilirler. Bence bizden korkmalılar.
За энэ тэмцээнд ерөнхийдөө бүх багууд яг авраг аавна гэсэн зорилготой ирж байгаа. Манай багийн хувьд бол бид яг өөрсдийнхөө хийдгээ хийгээд тоглолгоороо тоглоод тэгээ энэ тэмцээнийг онцгонаа.
É a nossa sexta vez aqui e a gente trabalhou muito para isso. A gente sabe que tem capacidade para ser campeão.
Ben özellikle bir efsane olarak hatırlanmak istiyorum.
Bizi küçük gören takımlar için beklemede kalsınlar. Sizi tek tek avlayacağız.
Good luck, have fun.
Cacete? Ah, oh, pelo amor de Deus, né? Oh. Onları 3. sıraya koyuyor.
Herkese merhabalar, ben Saylas.
Ben Wolf.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Lamborghini đến từ Dingo Saga. Xin chào mọi người, mình là Paladin đến từ Dingo Saga.
Salve rapaziada, eu sou o Revo.
Eu sou o Guizão.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Top байна.
Дөөхгүй. Бид хоёр PMGC 2025-ын Gauntlet stage-ийн prediction хийж байна.
E bora ver aí o que vai estar tendo pra nós aí. Vou começar aqui, DRX. O que você acha, irmão?
Top 3.
Top 3? Assim de cara? Então vai, manda bala.
İlk 5'e koyayım yani.
Cara, çok kötüler yani. Konuşmaya hiç gerek yok.
Bir tane daha Türk geldi. Çok severim kendilerini.
Acho que passa, coloca em sétimo aí.
Cách chơi cũng được đấy, nhưng là hơi khó. Thôi, tôi dọn ra thứ 6 đi.
Sonuncu alırlar büyük ihtimalle ya. Şuraya da koyalım yani.
Takip ettik.
Pega, passa, top 2 pai. Yani biz daha kötüyüz onlardan. O yüzden kendimizden 6 sıra koyuyoruz. GS, I'm sorry. Eu acho que passa também, mas não queria colocar aqui, mas alguém tem que ficar aqui. Geek. Passa também, coloca em sexto.
APG bence lobinin en güçlü takımlardan bir tanesi. Böyle koymak istiyorum.
Ээж тэгээд ойлгох гэжтэй дөө. Ба ингээ оноод байгаа. Тоглож байгаа.
Biz nas correndo.
Então coloca o LF em 11º aí. Não acho que passa da...
No VP em sétimo?
Evet. Virtus Pro özellikle koşumuzun Apokalip'in çok beğendiği bir takım. Kendi bölgelerinde de çok iyi oynadılar. Onları 3. sıraya koyuyorum.
Cho anh top 3 đi.
Cacete? Ah, oh, pelo amor de Deus, né? Oh.
Rồi, full luôn rồi.
İlk 7'ye gireceklerini düşünüyorum. O yüzden 6'ya koydum.
Bence 4'e koymam lazım.
Ben 6'ya koydum.
Ben 4 diyorum. Wolves Panther. Ben 4 diyorum. Wolf 6 diyor.
Cho top 9 đi. Nine. Nice.
Hoje. Passa. Passa também, ele vai passar.
Còn anh Trung Quốc nữa. Cho hạng cao nhất còn lại.
Si. DX'in aim power'ı çok güçlü. Ve bence bu fark edecek lobide. O yüzden 4'e koyuyorum ben.
Theo em đánh giá APG trong cái vòng Gauntlet này thì có thể gọi là ổn định nhất trong tất cả các team này, cho nên là tụi em đánh giá APG sẽ là vô địch vòng này.
Colocamos 8 aqui porque a gente acha que o 8 vai passar. Tô brincando, acho que todo mundo tem chance de passar aqui.
Ya birinci olacağız ya da sonuncu olacağız. O yüzden kendimizi sona koydum. Diğer Türk takımların da yanlış anlamasınlar. Hepsi iyi.
Манайхаар 16 дээр бас жоохон наах гэж жоохон тогтохгүй байгаа тийм би 15 дээр. Next чих юм уу? Голтон дээр чих юм уу?
Bu bizim sıralamamız.
İzlediğiniz için teşekkür ederiz.
É nóis galera, desiste só para nós aí. Boa 7, go Brasil. Xin chào mọi người hãy ủng hộ bọn mình trong các giải sắp tới nhé.
За тэгээ бид хоёртай хамт байсан баярлалаа.
Баярлалаа.
The world converges. The race to be the one begins. The 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship will be held in Bangkok, Thailand from November 24 to December 14. The ultimate stage where legends are forged and champions are crowned. Let's dive into this year's updated format. The journey starts with the Gauntlet, a high-stakes 3-day stage where momentum and pressure peak from day one. The top 7 advance directly to the grand finals. Teams ranked 8 through 16 head to the group stage. Also new, Rondo replaces Sandhawk in the map rotation, starting each match day. After the Gauntlet, the PMGC continues with Group Green from November 28th to the 30th and Group Red from December 2nd to the 4th. 32 teams are split into 2 groups of 16. In the group stage, the mission is simple. Finish in the top 3 of your group to secure a spot in the grand finals. Place 4 through 11 and you get one last chance to stay in the fight. Land in the bottom 5 and you're eliminated. Once the groups are over, the final 2 grand final spots are determined in the last chance stage. 16 teams compete over 2 days on December 6th and 7th with no room for error. Only the top 2 keep their dream alive. After the PMGC League concludes, it's time for the final 5, the grand finals, the best of the best. 16 PUBG Mobile teams, including the host country, invite. Prove they are the one. The epic conclusion takes place from December 12th to the 14th. Who will rise on the road to glory, claim the crown, and take the lion's share of $3 million prize pool? Who will write their names in history? The journey to greatness begins here. Welcome to the 2025 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Muito bem, Carrillo, muito bem. Boa search today. Today, we will be sending the top 7 teams directly to the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, Day 3 of the Gauntlet. I have Revo here with me. Revo, you guys are currently 9 points ahead of 8th place. After 2 days finished from the Gauntlet, what have you guys learned to make sure you maintain yourself within the top 7?
I think we learned a lot. We made a lot of mistakes on day 1 and on day 2. But it's everything fixed now, and we are ready for day 3, and we're going to qualify.
A lot of people in Brazil are hoping that you're going to qualify, not just Brazil, Americas in general. Out of all these teams here, do you have a rivalry with any of the squads?
I think all the teams are some rival. All the teams here are too good, but we know the first rival is us, ourselves. But we are ready to do whatever it takes to go to the grand finals.
Okay, well, hopefully that will be the case. Obrigado, mano, because ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, that squad is just barely ahead when we're talking about the top 7 in the 8th place. I mean, all those squads are just so tight together, but this squad that I'm going to be going in front of, behind of now, APG, they are a bunch of points behind 7th place. I have Seal here with me. Seal, Day 1, you guys didn't end up winning your hot drops. Yesterday, day 2, it seems like you guys adjusted. Going into day 3, what are you expecting? And do you want to send out a message maybe to OG with that hot drop you guys have been having in Chumacera?
За, зөвл танабагийн хувьд эхний өдрөө ерөөсөө буултан дээрээ аваргалж гарч иж чадаагүй ч гэсэн хоёр дахь өдөр зөгцөн наашаа гарч ирээд арай дээр тоглол үзүүлж чадсан. Өнөөдрийн үед танабагийн төсөөлч нь юу байна? Тэгээд магадгүй өвжи багт хандж хэлэх үг.
За өнөөдрийн хувьд гэвэл миний хувьд бол бодсон юм алга маань ажил мэдж байгаах. Тэгээд өвжигийн хувьд гэвэл байлдвал байлдээ бид бэлэн.
For me today, I don't have any thoughts or nervousness at all. I'm just gonna play as how I usually do. And towards OG, if you guys want to fight, we're always welcome for you.
Expected, by the way, no nervousness from a previous champion of PMGC and MVP as well. And you know what? Talking about champions, talking about MVPs, we got to talk about Regnum Karya, ladies and gentlemen, because this squad is also not in the top 7. They're just 8 points behind top 7. The main thing, though, is performances have been there. Consistency just hasn't been quite there for you guys. What are you looking to do to make sure you get a consistent style here for the next 6 games to make it to the top 7?
Takımda oynarken artık iyi anlarınız oldu ama maçlarda biraz dengeyi tutturamadınız. Bu dengeyi tutturmak için neyi değiştirirsiniz?
Açıkçası bizim oynadığımız oyun tarzı 4 kişinin hayatta kaldığı bir oyun tarzı ve bu oyun tarzını yaparken basit hatalarla oyuncu kaybettiğimizde oyunun devamlılığını getiremiyoruz. Bugün bu hataları yapmayacağız, daha dikkatli oynayacağız, odaklanacağız ve tam gücümüzü göstereceğiz.
So our gameplay is based on our 4 players staying alive, but with few small mistakes that we lose our players. So we try to more focus and try to don't do that mistake, and we will show our power this day.
With 8 points, with how tight everything is, you cannot allow yourself to have any mistakes because, ladies and gentlemen, this is day 3 of the Gauntlet.
That's right. The time for mistakes is over. The time to perform is now. The final day of the Gauntlet. We are here. I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and Neptura. Guys, if you've missed the first 2 days, I'll tell you what, it has been absolutely crazy, Maxman. How are you feeling going into the final day?
I'm feeling bloody spectacular, Hot Jukes. Now, I'm genuinely so bloody excited here to get into this 3rd day of the Gauntlet. Top 7 will be going into the grand finals. They can skip the group stage, skip the entirety of the last chance. So again, you cannot afford to fail here today. If you're still not in the top 7, you got to go super hard today to make sure you can qualify directly to the biggest stage here of 2025.
Yeah, for the folks that don't make it to that top 7 today, Neptura, right, they're going to go ahead and go to the group stage. Maybe that's why Alpha Gaming is like, you know what? We're not too nervous. We're just going to have fun with it because maybe we'll perform then. But I think that's kind of hard to say because I think we're pretty surprised with just how far behind they are here into the final day of this gauntlet.
I mean, I don't think anybody expected for them to be exactly where they are right now. Are they going to be able to come back? I mean, Zul certainly seemed confident in that interview, right, Jukes? I mean, we're looking at them maybe going, hey, third day, nothing to lose, let's just go for it. Maybe they just wanted to take all pressure off themselves, but I feel like as a world-round team, come on, guys, we can do better than that. But you know what? No use crying over spilt milk. We're back. Let's try again. Day 3. Let's go.
Yeah.
I believe.
I mean, technically, they're only 29 points away from being in a top 7 position, right? So 29 points, especially when you're starting your day off with a Rondo game here, definitely a lot of potential for them to come back. But APG prank, can we stop it, please? Please, IPG, step up. What's going on? 15th place, Hot Jukes. It's so weird to see them down there. Really,
it's crazy. All right, I'm gonna say something right now that I thought I was never gonna say, right? And that is how crazy Kara performed, right? So much, as a matter of fact, that in just the amount of eliminations that they had yesterday, that more than doubled the performance of what Alpha Gaming has done in the first 2 days, right? So an absolute crazy performance. They ended up getting 85 points in total, Neptura, right? That is so far the best performance we have seen, right? Thunder Talk on day 1 had 77 points, right? So for Kara to clutch it up so big, I mean, just how impactful was that performance?
It's great. I love seeing that from them. It was so nice. Because they went back to the old strat. I keep saying this. I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. Okay? This team thought they could switch it up. They thought hey, let's do something different. It's PMGC. It didn't work. They immediately went back and went, actually, no. We had it right the first time. Let's do it. And as you can see here in this recap, they just went to town on all these teams. And frankly, the other teams could do nothing about it. So I'm not surprised we see as much of a point jump as we saw from them.
Maybe they realized, actually, we were quite good before. How about we just do it again?
We go back, yeah.
And you know what? It actually works in PMGC. Really happy with it. But no, Kara have been doing absolutely amazing stuff here in these matches. You can look at like some of their replays in these matches, of course, getting a back-to-back chicken dinner. Not only then, of course, Thunder Talk did do the same as they ended day 1 with a win, started off day 2 with a win, but respectively, here, Kara have stepped up. And it's so intriguing in particular to see them outperform their Turkish brethren, right? In particular, Regnum Kara, that so far has struggled to do anything. And Kara currently are the big dogs of this massive region that is Turkey in PUBG Mobile eSport.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to kind of see, like, how they're playing differently and how that's working out for them. But I'm a little bit hopeful, I think, for Regnum, because they did have that big win closing off day 2, that we are going to see them jump up now. Same thing with DRX, right? They got the win, then they went all in, and they're probably going to qualify now. But we see the overall rankings here, and it's looking so close. I mean, 75-76 between A7 and Dick Xavier. VP and Wolves 1 point away from qualification for Wolves. So I think we're looking at a very cool day here.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you what, we're looking right now at the top because of just how well they perform. Big ups to them. Kara's with performance has been so good that we got to hear from them, right? So, Seven, if you could do us a big favor, get us a nice little interview with Kara and see what they have to say going into today.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by Poster from Kara Esports. This team had an outstanding performance in day 2, getting 85 points, and then you had CEO securing that MVP. What was the major shift you were able to do from day 1 to day 2, whether it was mentally or tactically?
Şimdi birinci günden ve ikinci günden neyi değiştiniz? Mental olarak veya oyun tarzı olarak?
Mental olarak bir şey değiştirmedik. Mentalimiz zaten yerindeydi. Potansiyelimizi biliyorduk. Sadece birazcık özgüvenimizin yerine gelmesine ihtiyacımız vardı. O ilk Erancıl maçından sonra da yerine geldi ve lobiye neler yapabileceğimizi biraz olsun gösterdik.
Well, we didn't touch that much. We know that we had the mentality for it, but after we got the first the points from the Erangel match, we got our confidence back that we show our performance to all the players.
Oh, okay. And just one quick last one. With that performance that you had, now with that confidence, is there any team out here that you want to send a message to?
Bu özgüvenle bu turnuvadaki hangi takıma bir şey demek istersin?
sadece bir takıma değil hepsine söylemek istiyorum. Biz kupayı almaya geldik. Onun için de savaşıyoruz. Herkes ayağını denk alsın.
So it's just not for one team, for all of the team that we will came here to get the trophy. So I want everybody to be prepared for it.
I like that confidence. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Back to you because I'm hyped.
Woo! I'll tell you what, man. Seeing right now, Kara, right? Just to give you an example of just how crazy their performance was. Day 1, 7 placement points. Day 2, 20 elimination points. On day 2, they more than tripled the amount of placement points they had and tripled the amount of eliminations as well, Max, man. So you heard it from them, right? They putting the whole lobby on notice. And do you think they can replicate what they did yesterday?
I really believe they can do it again here because, again, they said during that interview they built more confidence after the initial win they had versus the likes of, well, it wasn't really a win. They did get himself just so many eliminations. It felt like a chicken dinner versus the likes of R8 and then, of course, DRX in that Erangel game. So it's really good to see that momentum built. Is that going to transfer into today? I definitely do hope so, because right now, looking at this head-to-head, Niptura, they are currently matching the results of Thundertor Gaming without 2 wins extra, by the way. 1 win went to Kara, 3 over to Thundertalk, and yet despite not getting those 3 wins, they still have 78 eliminations, out-fragging the #1 squad in this lobby. This is absolute madness from Kara. Again, this is a massive Cinderella story so far, and I really hope it's going to continue in day 3.
Oh, me too. It would be so nice to see and give everybody, I think, some really great storylines to look forward to coming into finals as well, right? Because obviously they are going to qualify. We will be seeing them directly go directly to finals. So I think it's going to be really cool, and it just goes to show you the strength that can come from controlling a zone, farming points around the edge, just making sure teams can't play their own game. It's such a fun way to play, and it gets those results as well.
There you go. Well, you know what? I do agree. I think that they have pretty much locked their position, right? Going all the way into the grand finals, but we still got a lot of slots that are still available. So now I want to shift our focus to that lower side of the leaderboards, right? Because we need to see some crazy performances like we saw yesterday from Kara, right? One team in particular, right? We heard from Revel right there. Alpha 7 did not have the performance they were looking for day 1 and day 2, Max, right? So what do you think they need to adjust here, especially going into Rondo, where they could have another big hot drop with R8?
Well, I mean, I forgot about the Rondo hot drop. You're right. That was such an issue. I was going to go on straight into the Erangels and Miramar, but no, actually, Rondo is a big issue. And they've never been able to do really great in terms of eliminations because, sure, I think day 1 they got, a 2nd place with 3 elims. But Rondo, Hot Jukes, it's all about the eliminations because you have the recall system. You need to capitalize. You need to catch up. And they have 76 points generally here, Hot Jukes. If they get a good Rondo right out of the gates, chances are they could already secure their top 7 slot. But Alpha 7, on Rondo, it's been a tough one.
Yeah, you know what? They actually ended up beating R8 out on the 2nd day, right? For the early one, Neptura, right? The question is, right, with how many eliminations they need to do, I mean, I think they have to take that risk, right? Once again, what do you think?
Oh, absolutely. You especially going into Rondo, you can't be passive on a Rondo. You got to take that hot drop if it's coming your way. You need to get as many points as possible. You need to build that momentum. Rondo 100% is the map to do that, and it sets the tone for the rest of the map, the rest of the games rather. So it really is so important, I think, for them to take this hot drop in particular.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at also teams still in top 7 that have been falling. Virtus Pro. Stellar first day. Chickened in on the first match on Rondo, right? Getting himself 11 eliminations. And ever since then, Hot Jukes, to be honest, they disappeared. We have not seen any strong presence from Virtus Pro, despite them dominating back in the CSA region, one of the toughest regions to perform into when it comes to regional PMSLs. So Virtus Pro, if they keep slipping, they just might not even be in top 7 after this next Rondo game. So Virtus Pro, I need to see more presence because as of right now, nothing of value happened for them on this 2nd day.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, man, we got DRX right there, only 3 points away from 7th place. We know they're going to perform here at Neptura, right? Who else on the leaderboard do you want to see get a chicken dinner right here in Rondo?
I think Regnum have a great chance of doing that. Orangutan as well. Both of those teams definitely need to have a really good first game, and I think Rondo's going to be the perfect one for them.
Well, you know what? You said those two names, and I got to agree with you. I got to go with the Wolves. It's time they step up. They had a rough day number 2. Can they clutch it up here in the final day? That is what I hope to see, Max, man. Who do you think can get this last chicken dinner?
I mean, first.
First
I was
one.
like, wait,
That's right.
The day went by already? Wait, I missed everything. No. I still want to say Ulf, but you know what? I'm going to give up on Ulf. I'm sorry. For me, they had time to adapt and bring up their top tier gameplay that we know they can do, but they're just hyper passive. A win is just not in the cards for me when it comes to Ulf. I'm going to go on the bottom teams that are going to get a bit desperate. I'm going to go E-Arena. I mean, they have Mormon, a very experienced player here. They're currently in 14th position, 45 points. Definitely can reach top 7 if they have a good game. Again, I know I said Rondo a lot here, that it's very important, but it really is in terms of how many potential limbs you can get in a good game. I want E-Arena Hot Jukes here. For me, this is the team that, again, for SCA might have one of the highest chances alongside Deke Xavier to represent the region in the finals. We need to see more from this squad.
Okay, all right. I think E-Arena definitely need to pop off, right? Them, pretty much, you know, Alpha Gaming, Ulf. I think if they want to make it into that top 7, yeah, it's chicken dinner time right here, right now, Neptura. So since we got a little bit of extra time, right, to talk about some stuff before we get into the first match, I kind of want to talk about something that we were talking about in the pre-show, right, before this whole thing started. That was when it comes to Rondo strategies, okay? We've noticed, right, a lot of teams are doing this 3-1 split, right? They're sending 3 players out to engage on another team and sending 1 to a recall tower to kind of hold that position just in case that team fails that push, okay? What do you think about some of the squads in this time trying to take advantage of that and pushing as a 4-man?
I mean, normally I'm like, okay, cool. Maybe that's an interesting strat. You take them by surprise a little bit. I think it would only work if they're not expecting a hot drop. But usually if you're doing the 3-1 split, you are expecting a hot drop. I don't know how much I like it when it's the last day, when so much is riding on you guys doing well. I think maybe for Rondo, where there's so much potential to zone for the rest of the day, I think that might be a little bit too risky for my taste.
What do you think, Max?
I'm thinking we're going to see something very particular coming out here, which is because you have Rondo recall, I think you're going to see teams hot dropping heavily here. This is my speculation. I'm looking at APG in particular, right? They're Yulin. Normally they drop as a 4-man. And no, Orangutan would not be a good idea. But I'm looking at teams that are currently comfortable at the top. You send 3 players and you just try and ruin it for them. And if you're lucky, you win that 3v4. Otherwise, you get maybe a few points. They get a few points. Even Steven, nothing really comes out of it. And you don't take a major risk by fighting and hot dropping in the 3-1 on a full squad. So I would like to see APG get targeted. And I say that like I'm not saying in a way I don't want APG to qualify. I would like to see them in the finals. But they are a threat. We know that. This is one of the best teams out there, usually. Not right now, but usually they are. If you want to try and get rid of them early and force them in the group stage and last chance, that we know as a fact Niptro is going to be way harder to qualify through for the finals.
Yeah.
Maybe this is your time to wound APG early on in day 3.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, that could be a strategy for sure, especially if, you know, you are a team that has a similar playstyle to APG. Maybe your rotations cross the same sort of paths. You know, you fear them in a way of just kind of ruining your gameplay day in, day out. Maybe your wrangle strategy is very similar, something like that. I could see that being probably a good thing to do, just in case, right? Just in case you do go to finals and they are there, or you go to the next stage and they're also there, and it's like, oh, okay, hang on, we're now going home because of them.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead and get this first match going, guys. It's the final day of the Gauntlet. We're heading into Rondo. Hot drop action is going to be at the absolute maximum. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen and Blake to get us started here.
All right, we're going into Rondo once more for another round here. Match 13, kicking off the final day of the Gauntlet. It is, as Hot Juke said, going to be messy. That's what we're expecting here. The hot drops have not been favorable for quite a few teams, but we've seen some big earners. Maybe it's time to make your move on the tables here and now, Blank. Maybe you can bid for freedom towards the finals directly.
I think hot dropping over towards APG, Personally, I don't think it's the greatest idea. I think they're a team with nothing to lose right now and everything to gain. So I think dropping on that team is a little bit risky. I think if you are secured, though, like Max says, like Thunder Talk, he could easily drop over towards APG and try and take out some of their players. And from there, you suddenly get a big lead. But again, this is the thing I was concerned about, is that I don't think APG is going to be dropping together at all. I think they'll be dropping spread across the map, which they already are. One player heading down towards the south side. You get a couple players over towards Meiran, around 2 of the players from Thunder Talk. This is what Thunder Talk did yesterday as well. They went for a 2-2 split. It didn't quite work out for them there because the circle didn't head up this way, but it does give them a ton of pressure on this side of the map. But already things are cracking on here in day 3 as we get our first knock of the tournament.
Yeah, Thunder Talk do have that hot drop. That is interesting, especially around that test track as well. We've got, looks like 3 or 4 teams maybe trying to find some points. I'm looking at the off angles as well coming on through. Arena, who are in this fight, actually have Mormon down all the way south by Tinlong Garden. Really very far away. That's about 4 kilometers away from this one, maybe 3. I haven't quite got my ruler out just yet. Oh, that's unfortunate on the elimination feed there. Over towards that Meiran fight, but there's so much popping off right now. Let's tune in with Coops on Wolves, who is one of these teams around the test track area, around that Neox factory. You've got that northwest point for Regnum Kaya as well. You can see Zedwolf on that mini-map. So for potential for 3 teams to get stuck in here.
I do enjoy that Singh got so scared of APG that he panicked and ran himself over. You don't see that every day. Still shows that APG's got somewhat of a commanding presence. Eagles attempts to move up, takes a heavy lick of damage though, and at this early stage of the game, not like to get too healed up too quickly. 20k though, very low. Similarly, does not have any meds on board, but quite a lot of nades here coming through for the Wolves at only 2 minutes into the match. E-Arena, I think that there was a lot of talk about how this team is incredibly strong. Very frightening team to go up against over in SEA, but here in the Gauntlet, they just really have not been displaying all that much for us. And that's the big lineup for the Wolves. 10k cannot find the initial shot.
But NC2 can on the cross, playing off his teammate. Turnike goes down though on the flip side as Baton able to connect. Another spray forces him out wide, and now Regnum Kaya are going to have that third-party angle, but they're not even going to need to because Doran's there with the M249. That is 2 players down, but they've got those recalls down on the south side, so Arena will ride again. In the meantime, Orangutan have got Kara and R8 on their doorstep. Blank, it looks like Orangutan have managed to find an elimination so far, and they get the res onto AKOP.
The difficulty here, though, is that it's 4 players basically on the same spot, because already one went down. So for OG, if this is a full squad wipe, then it is done for. Luckily, Atanki has a slick off angle on the side. Will take down Ida. And now OG get 2 points on the game already, which they desperately needed from yesterday, dropping down quite a bit. That's a nice start for them. But they are up against Marth, who is a pretty mean fella. He's all on his lonesome.
I mean, he's on his own right now, but this is what I was saying. CEO just lines him up and knocks him down like a bowling ball to Skittles. They fly and they're immediately flushed away. Orangutan do have an outpost in Aru for those recalls, so they will be able to get those recalls in. It's up to now a 2v2, or rather a 1v1 for Orangutan and R8 on the inside here. They're off angles, looking to get those recalls going. Kara, they sidle on into the fight and they show that terrifying presence that we've seen from them yesterday.
Well, the tanky goes down. Prestige already sending away for R8 to get the res beacon off. But I thought there was only 3 players there for OG. It's showing us 3 on the leaderboard, but okay.
I was really low HP on one of the health bars. It always gets me too. But yeah, they're not going to be there anymore. They do get the recalls, and actually not too far away, so there's potential to re-engage if they want. I would caution against that. I don't think you want to get back into this fight. Doc's here as well, by the way, for APG.
Yeah. Actually, for APG, it's a super tactical maneuver, which is to basically commit Sudoku over on that building. But in all realness, it does immediately get them res into Yulin. I think they'd rather go down as quick as possible so they get the immediate res beacon over towards where Top's playing right now so they can fend off versus VP. And it works out. So, yeah. I mean, I think that is just Reefus, to be honest with you.
What is going on? Top and Ziola there too.
Yeah.
I think they might have just dropped out. Goodness me. Okay,
That's what I'm saying.
Pro.
I mean, they immediately died, right? And then got rezzed on top of. So this is why I think it was somewhat tactical. It looked terrible. But it was somewhat tactical because I think Top needed help immediately. So he just gets the boys in with the parachutes, and they're able to take down VP. So yeah, it's a little bit tight, but they make it work.
Lemon putting a sour taste in Jafar's mouth there with a little shot down on the position. But again, these recall beacons just so game changing. And it's really what's allowing things to happen here. The benefit for the teams who have already moved is that everybody else is busy fighting, earning a couple points. And central positions are up for grabs. It's Stadium with Ulf and Thundertalk as well, who moved very early on from Mayran.
And for the Wolves, like, let's be real right now, 70 points is pretty good. I mean, they have been stutter stepping throughout this Gauntlet stage in terms of the points gain, but they are on 70. I think they're keeping up. And as a North American team, again, there's not been much pride in the North America scene in the international format in a while, but I think you could be very proud of these guys right now if you're a North American fan. 70 points is great. Obviously, you also have Alpha 7 at 79, but I think that Alpha 7 is sort of a given, right? And I think it's nice to see another candidate here.
A little pick up on Takara.
From Americas, at least, for Alpha 7.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, that's... everybody else sort of lives in Brazil's shadow when it comes to the Americas region.
Yeah, exactly.
Still. So, yeah, I think that's fair to say. I was crunching some numbers before the broadcast, and I took a look at several of the regions that played an 18-match set on this same map rotation, which includes Rondo, crucially. And in general, 7th place averaged out to just over 113 points blank. So that's really where we're looking at in terms of where we're thinking that bubble will be. We had around 110 before, and that seems to back that up. So we'll see just where these teams are going to end up. Anything over 120, you're looking fairly solid. But that's going to be pretty tricky actually today to make that up from a 70. So maybe we'll see that go a little bit lower.
Ulf taking down Sighting. So the big hitter on the team down for Thundertalk. Kara gets a recall off. The miss ball is down towards the south side. OG consistently rotating west away from one of the players from Kara. Marso keeps trying to get ahead of them to take shots, but they keep heading west. More concerned with getting in the circle here at this point in time. Circle moves it towards the northwest side. So this is the first time we've really seen this portion of the map in quite a while here for Rondo. A bit of a different playstyle for some of our teams.
These recalls still coming through thick and fast. Only one player down, and that is Sighting, who we saw just get eliminated. King wants to pull him back up because he's all the way away. Not in this fight at all. It's all up to AJ and Xing if they want to try and find some revenge here. And Scarface nearly goes down to the nade on the corner. AJ with another pop at it. Scarface relocates to the left corner here. And now plays back around the door frames. Third parties potential as Alpha 7 come on in from that north side. Look at Revo. Look at what he could do to Thundertalk here if they don't make a move now. AJ knows about it, and this is go time. He's immediately breaking out, and he's being picked up. That's what I was worried about. For Alpha 7 to come on through. Tries to steal the point away for Scarface, but he's putting himself in the firing line of Alpha 7 as well as they sidle on in yet again. Trying to make their presence felt on this fight. Scarface, Molotov on the door. That's going to force the fight to slow just a little bit, but no, it was good. And it's into the sightlines.
Yeah, very, very good pickup there. I mean, a little bit of prediction gameplay going on from Scarface in terms of the run out, so good understanding of the map as well. And now he gets to look over towards Regnum Kai is currently playing alongside with Ulf on this scenic view. The mountainside. Mad Bull's playing this game really quite slowly, though, on the northeast. Still waiting to make their move. And Kara continues to harass over towards OG. It's not really working out for either team on this one. I think OG just wants to disengage from this, but Kara is really not giving up at all. It's only 2 of their players. I think that both the players down towards the southeast side are just waiting for the recall beacon to come through. I don't know why Kara, as a 2-man, is chasing down the 4-man squad from OG. It's very interesting.
I mean, they've got the recalls coming through, so see if they can keep this one going down. We'll have to wait and see how that pans out for them. Kara, they've spotted 1, they've spotted 2. Uh-oh, CEO. I mean, he did them dirty earlier. It looks like they want to do it again here. You said you wondered why they were chasing them down. Maybe they smelt blood in the water. And those flushes come through thick and fast. CEO are going to be able to pick up the loot. Still, the recall beacons are here, though, Blank, and it's still possible for Orangutan to get their team back up. But it's a bit of a mission now. The recall beacon's much less accessible as the zones start to shrink. We're into stage 2, so they can break out to a blue zone recall. I think that's what WizGod's going for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a bold play from Kara. And I think OG just didn't understand that it was just 2 players. And then consistently moving away from them. Again, I think for Kara, fair enough. You're really feeling it off of yesterday. So you're just happy to take the 2v4. But the fact there's no turnaround was a bit odd, in my opinion.
Yeah, well.
Either way, OG's... Yeah, I mean, they get themselves back up to speed, and they're moving back through the circle again, over towards that north side. It's not terrible. They get to the backside of Jiaotin as well, so there is possibility to move through here undetected and survive towards the late game.
The circle moves a little bit closer to that north side of Jiaotin that you were talking about, Orangutan being currently the only occupants of that stadium concourse. The road up to the stadium is also a major feature, Blank. The buildings that overlook it, really, really important. Very difficult to maneuver, I think, with Regnum Kaya's position. For the Wolves right now, I'm looking at the middle of the map. Regnum Kaya hold the buildings to the south of that concourse, of that main strip down to the stadium. And the Wolves currently sit on that road. And that is going to be pretty difficult to maneuver, but they're safe for the time being.
7 on the northwest edge. I actually quite like this spot from them. They get to control a lot of area down towards the south side. A lot of open ground, a lot of good sight lines for them. Equally, moving across from that east side is a little bit difficult versus Alpha 7. So it's not a terrible spot. Obviously, it's not direct center in the circle, but it's a possibility to play off the back of this one and get some presence on the northwest side. 2 shots from Levi's over towards Virtus Pro. I don't think he realizes that there is a whole assault squad coming through with the MG3, no less, on Aragon.
Spray downs for Nate, not going to connect for another. Virtus Pro able to get some points earned as they trek on into the west side of the blue zone. Although they have had their fair share of strife. The recall beacon starting to become a little bit further from available. Paragin has to stand up against the entirety of R8, but they want to run him down, and they're not going to waste any time. Paragin is out for DX Xavier. That's going to leave them on 1 player alive. That's Lambor, completely separate from this fight. He's nowhere to be seen, and the recall beacon's definitely not going to be possible for him, surely.
I think for DX Xavier, they do get a recall.
Found it. Oh, they found it. He's on top
Fair
of
enough.
one.
Yeah, he's good to go. Aragon looking to hold his own versus R8 right now and doing not a terrible job of it, but Amori moves around the side. We'll get a quick finish on 1 player. Now Voston as well as Malloy move up, but Prestige immediately backs up the team. Marth is down, so this is a bit of a test for the rest of the players here as the blue continues to envelop.
Test passed, flying colors there. Virtus Pro cannot find the opening, and they will go down. Our first full squad wipe comes through. Virtus Pro no longer playing. APG, in the meantime, up against Regnum Kaya. A knock seen towards APG. They're all bunched up in and amongst those crates. You can see a lot of knocks sent their way, and Zedwolf has brilliant angle, but Zjol, a huge nade over towards Regnum Kaya. 2 of them immediately go down. A rescue mission necessary now. Silas and Zedwolf need to have their teammates' backs, and Zjol gets across. A sliver of HP, healing can be done, and Wild and Loxy are not long for it. That allowed crossing has meant that Regnum Kaya cut in half. A big opener for Zjol.
I mean, this is what allows APG to make these sort of plays, and I think that the best way to describe it is being quite disrespectful to a lot of angles, to a lot of teams. I mean, making that cross there is most of the time a death sentence, right? So the fact that he even goes for that is a bit wild. But I think APG, more than anyone right now, understands they need massive games. And they're already up to 7 eliminations. They can push this further from the position they're in. But I think at this point in time, you're probably more concerned with keeping players alive now. And I think that at 7 elims now, you can sort of slow the game down a little bit, get maybe 3 or 6 more elims on the game, and that's great. You know, that's going to put you in a position for the rest of the day to catch up. I said at the end of yesterday that APG needed a massive game on Rondo for me to even consider them having a chance getting into the top 7.
Yeah, it is a very, very treacherous road for them. Thunder Talk, we talked about it yesterday, right? They did so much on day 1. They were able to keep things going on day 2 with, again, a solid performance, but not as bombastic. That limelight was stolen by Kara. But Thunder Talk up to 120 points. It's very likely that they're going to be okay here on the bubble. It's pretty unthinkable that they would drop down low enough, fast enough, or rather the other teams around them. Hang on a minute. Tune back in with this fight. APG and Orangutan on multiple fronts here. Doc having a crack at it. Oh dear, that's not gone well for Orangutan. Both of their 1v1s do fall by the wayside. Now Kara, they're still ever present in these engagements. Move up, Poser wants to find Doc, not landing the spray. All right.
Oh my god, this guy's the Matrix, man. I swear, it's Neo. Moves on side, he's still taking shots, gets a good chunk over towards Poser, and he is peeking up and down, left and right. A nade finally does the trick. Marceau from the sidelines will put the final nail in the coffin there for Doc. Another nade through over towards Top as Top consistently tries to nade out a Tanky.
Last player for OG, and another nade connects. He's still got more. He's very, very focused on this one. I think Kara have smelt something there. They know, why aren't they nading us? What's going on? Must be a guy in that corner house, but CEO doesn't mind. He'll take a point. Doesn't matter who it comes from. Again, Kara just racking up these elim. 8 already blank. They are level now with Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I mean, for Kara, they should have that info. And you are absolutely right there that for Kara, they should assume that if they're nading that building, there's got to be a player inside of it. So Marceau is quick on the uptake, will send a nade across himself. He gets a little bit of chip damage. It's really good. Yeah, now he reveals a player's inside that building, and Kara can focus on removing him. Considering he's on the north side as well, it's a good idea to get him out of the picture quickly. Here's E-Arena, though, getting far into this game. I mean, Max might want to see a chicken dinner out of these guys. It's going to be a little bit difficult. I think I'm more focused over towards Wolves right now on the south end of the stadium. This could be a fantastic game for them to solidify a position up towards the top of the tables in that top 7.
Absolutely. It would be brilliant to be able to jump on up there. As you say, 7th place bubble right now is a dead heat. It is the tiebreaker that decides it, and Virtus Pro at the moment are winning it. Those placements are going to come through. Mad Bulls, though, pushing into the north side over the Wolves. That is going to be a big challenge over on that area. Those buildings about to get hot over on the east side. Burning out with the Molotov, though. Alpha 7's making it plenty hot for Geeke.
I mean, Geeke is struggling massively. A Tanky actually takes shots and will pick up 1 elim over towards Paragin. Just great news for the point score total for OG. You know, grab those points where you absolutely can. Alpha 7 up to 4 elims now, just making some mad sprays through the smokes as Geeke groups up together. Tries to provide that healing, a real medic station on this side of things, but Guizao wants to send in the nade.
Looks go long, but it does get the re-knock onto Kevin. Now just the one player for Alpha 7 to roll down, and he goes straight through the smoke. Blind as a bat, but on with the senses. Hearing with echolocation on that one. Able to run them through. Alpha 7 pick up a squad wipe. And another team goes down. Ooh, Tanky just diverts in time for the nade to not connect. I wonder if Kara spotted that run out. Yes, they did.
Yeah, I think they... Well, it's Ulf actually who sees it. That will be OG going down here in 9th. Quite a few teams underneath them as well looking to chase. You got Ulf, GS, E-Arena, Regnum Kaya, but they're only on 2 players. They had a fairly strong position, but Ulf was able to pretty much dismount them off that earlier on. That and the fact that APG took down 2 of their players with, like I said, very disrespectful play from them. But I think that APG is one of the teams that actually gets away with that type of thing more often than not.
Bulls moving in on the north side. 2 players have gone down. The Wolves, they've been here for a while. You can't just move in and expect to take a building from them. No way, no how, but they still have to deal with Flip, who's doing a lot against them. Will find nearly 2. Doran goes very, very low, but can't quite get the rest of the distance. No more recall beacons as well. They have been shut off a little bit earlier. That's brilliant for the Wolves to stay as 4, and now they're up to 7 elims.
Yeah, I think for Wolves that was a big test, right? Versus Mad Bulls, and it's gone very well. They tried to assault the building, sure, so they had the defender's advantage, but still, I think for Wolves, that's a very, very nice thing to see. And again, I think for a team like Wolves, who maybe worries about their performance, and I think particularly those types of teams from North America do get a little bit stressed at the start of the day. Getting that motivation, getting that clear vision at the beginning of things as you head into those final 6 matches is actually a massive positive marker for them, and I think for Wolves this could be a huge deal getting in towards the top 7.
Absolutely, they are champing at the bit for that opportunity. A direct qualification spot would be monumental for well, to be honest, it's the least North American team that exists, and they are doing the best.
Stop! But no, stop it now.
You know, it's fine. It's fine.
Look, the flag is North American.
That is true. That is true. That's undeniable. Silas seems to be pretty undeniable on his hold here, but Marceau's going to give it a good go. Stepped up. Yeah, okay. Put the pin back in the nade. Silas, what are you doing? There's a man in your face, and you're preoccupied with getting a flush. I don't know what that was about. He needs to pull himself together because Zedwolf now has to bear the brunt of it. And he's alone atop the mountain here, trying to play up against Kara on his own.
Then Wolf sends the Molotov down, tries to burn out a player underneath him. Right now, things are getting hairy. I think that, Ulf, high ground, these two things go hand in hand a lot of times. So I think for Ulf, particularly in a rondo like this, I would probably predict them getting the chicken dinner off this game, if I'm quite honest. I really do like their prospects, and they've shown in the past they can make this work as well. It does feel like a lot of specific things have to line up for Ulf, though. In the meantime, we have these nades barreling towards Kara, creating small craters in the ground as GS attempt to assault this position. They're desperate to get out of the blue here, John.
Zedwolf, solo hold against Kara. He's got that immediate smoke pop, got the shotgun around the corner, but can't quite land it. Steps a little bit funny on the rock, twists an ankle, can't connect. Second chance, maybe, but now there's 2 of them, and there's the backlines to deal with as well. Zedwolf sent dizzy there as Kara mount to the summit of the hill and look to try and challenge Ulf across the way.
In first place now with 123 points. You thought Kara were done yesterday? It's not the case. 11 elims on this game, 123 points. Thunder Talk need to reclaim their position at the top of the tables here, John. But the Wolves are struggling now. They would have loved to have gone a little bit further. GS disengages with Kara whilst they're preoccupied with Zedwolf. Doesn't matter. Marcel's not done with you yet.
Oh my goodness me. 13 elims found for Kara. It is just, it's not stopping. And there's 10 elims for Ulf. The 2 Wolf logos from Turkey. Look at her try and go head to head, mountain to mountain. Who will be the king of the hill at the end of it, though? Ulf far more central. Alpha 7 with a decent run up, but they're playing as 3, and it's open ground towards Ulf.
It's honestly, I think that the biggest threat here is Alpha 7. And the fact that they could backstab on this one, because I think Ulf's going to be very preoccupied with Kara. But this is where I want to see the follow-through. I need to see the follow-through come through from Ulf here. I really do like this team. I think in the past I was very disappointed with them because I think Scarface is an awesome player, one of the best long-range specialists in the entire game. Aaron's such a cool up-and-comer, very, very skilled. Ketch was MVP multiple times in the past, and you got Solus, who's just been around for donkey's years at this point, all the way back on Digital Athletics. So I think for Ulf, I want to see some follow-through here because I think they found some renewed invigoration over towards PMSL EU. Let's see that continue here.
That's what we're looking for. More survival for Sighting. He is hiding down low behind the bumper of that vehicle.
Surprised he's still here.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but Oh, I don't imagine he's getting too much further. I wonder if people know about his position, though. That's what I'm worried about for teams not thinking about a solo on this angle.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of hiding from Thunder Talk over the past day, I would say. It felt like there was a sudden change in performance on the Erangel versus OG, where they started just roaming around. The OG were able to take them out. So I'm not sure. I think Thunder Talk, they kind of felt like they'd done enough, and then the gameplay has faltered from there. Coops is able to find sighting on that angle, though, and we'll take him down. Now, Alpha 7 is moving up at the same time, whilst Kara sends grenades over towards Ulf. So this is a very, very difficult hold for Ulf right now. A battle on two fronts.
7 have made the crash, actually, up towards this hilltop. A difficult approach, but it's been allowed to go through. Nice opener, but they're still playing as 3. Ulf do have Kara to worry about, though. A potential for that one to get a little bit more messy. This south side needs to conclude as well, as nades from Kara make Ulf's life harder on this hold. Revel and Guizhao already up, but Obscure is playing anchor. Scarface wants to stop him from doing just that. There he goes with the blue zone at his back, needs to win that spray trade, forces Scarface off the angle, and can't go down to the blue here. Alpha 7 can't afford to lose it, but they do have their side angle taken out, and now it's just the two of them playing in the rocks, looking for something, but no, one of them pulls, the next not coming through, and the shotgun starts to rain hell from above. Guizhao not done just yet. He drops for a second, but Soulless on the drop spray is able to find it. Ulf lose one in the process, but they take away a major competitor.
It's a quick finish as well. I mean, they needed that over towards Alpha 7. Yes, they lose one player, but they set up the smokes nicely. Ketch has been waiting for this push for the longest of time, but they just had to do it with 3 on that side versus Alpha 7. It was imperative that they finish that fight as quick as possible. But now Wolves have a massive amount of space to play with on this eastern side. They continue to push this in. Obviously, this position on the hillside is very, very strong and will remain strong for the next minute or so. But I do think for Ulf, there needs to be consideration of dealing with Kara soon. I like that Kara have this outpost in Poser as well. Pretty much a large high ground, just looking over to where Wolves is playing. What Kara likes to do a lot here, what we've seen a lot of times with them, is get an initial knock onto the other team inside the lobby and then full push on their opponents whilst they know the other team's preoccupied. It's quite a smart maneuver, and it requires you to be very confident in your own gameplay. But Kara right now, that's what they are.
I'm just looking at the utility at the top of the screen there, Blank, and just see how stacked the Wolves are on it. The question is, can they hold out against this high ground for long enough? The high ground will still be in just a little bit. There we go with Batten, finding that opening knock. Playing up on the wall, though, that should be reservable by Coops. I mean, look at the number of smokes they've got. They should be able to play that one. As Marceau does take a tick of damage. Here goes the off angle for Wolves yet again. Trying to strike, but the blue zone will push him off fairly soon.
I think Ulf also understands now there is one player down, potentially time to try and get rid of this thorn in their side. But Kara actually takes a 2-2 on this one. They know they can play this one out slightly slower. The circle is going to pull down over towards Wolves, and I think realistically, if all the players headed over towards this, would be a lot nicer. Yes, they'd have less, but they need many when it's teams coming off from the hillside. You really Wolves 3, it's still doable.
Kara stepping back into the blue and taking a lot of damage for it. CEO and Poser's position now very, very tenuous. Getting around the back of the rock, going to be very, very tricky. They might just have to go for a full crash. They don't have any smoke to cover them either. It's all in the Wolves' pockets. And Ulf as well, just fighting for that second place. It's unfortunate, but we'll see what they can do. Rock's now starting to become a bit of a prison for our teams as the circle closes. It'll go dead center, Blank, and that's just on the roadside, right in front of the wall doorstep.
Nice
and that's
shots.
what you're looking for. The spray down, Coops and Doran open up the cannons, and there is the backup as well. CEO flushed away, and now it's 2 players for Kara. Looking for Soulless, looking for Aaron, looking to try and stop them from getting anything more done, but no, Kara denied, as it is going to be just 1 player. He hits the deck. Marceau under pressure.
Doran will take down Marceau, and that will leave us down into just the 2 teams. But a great shot from Ketch over towards Doran. The headshot is strong. Now it's just 2 players here, all in the same location. If Ulf can get the smokes down, get up with some utility, potentially there's some good to be done, but only 1 more smoke left in the pocket. No more utility remaining. They have to do it dry here, John.
And they're going to be walking into a wall of grenades as well as bullets as they go on in for the fight. They need to beat, and they are playing house right now. The Wolves construct a compound for themselves with those emergency cover flares, and there is just nothing that they could do about it. The Wolves, the Battle of the Wolves at the end as well. All of the logos repping the dogs, but it is the US champions to come on through at the end of the match. What a close down for this game.
I mean, actually, the first time we've seen emergency flares being used quite well there in terms of the emergency cover. I don't think we see it used very well a lot of times, but right there, that actually was good. You know, it gave them a lot of angles to play off the back of. I think North America is going to be very happy with the way that one played out. But yeah, really, really well played. I think for the Wolves, there was that slight mistake of taking that off angle on the side. I don't think that was as necessary as they thought it was, particularly with where the circle was ending up. But again, it's hindsight is 2020 in those situations. Still for Kara and Ulf, despite both those teams going down in second and third place, I think they both had like high double-digit games on the elims. So everybody profited there. Everybody profited.
Yeah, those two high grounds were impeccably placed to farm points from the lobby. A brilliant result for the Wolves, and NA hopes alive, maybe.
Yep, okay. Emergency cover flares finally being used as they should.
And somewhere out there, a bald eagle sheds a tear of joy, baby. The Wolves get a chicken dinner right when they needed it the most. That was probably one of the best rondos we have seen all tournament long here, Max.
Finally, a non-Eastern rondo finish. Yes,
right?
Finally. And a near stadium finish too, which is always very fun to see. Wolves, very, very early fights they took in Neox Factory, right? Able to hold off that position away from E Arena and actually winning that fight early on. They're moving behind on the eastern side into the city portion of stadium. And as Blank said at the end of that casting there, Niptura, finally using good emergency cover flares, which is so rare to see, it feels like. Finally, salvation is real. The cover flare meta is now real. Let's go.
Yes, it took them a little bit of time to kind of figure out how to best use them, but it really felt like they got their own. They got into the mojo of things right with this game. Really, really nice cover flares coming on through from lots of different teams as well. So very excited, but man, Wolves finally. We've been wanting to see it all 3 days. We finally see it now, just when they needed it. And honestly, it was a really well played. I mean, okay, it was a little bit messy. In fact, it was a little messy, just slightly at the very end there. But the way they held off, the way they were able to just control, and go forward was great.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, right? Especially because of how great Kara did in this game. With that performance, Max, they gotta top the leaderboards, right?
Kara, genuinely, it's not just their team that's great at team fighting at this point, Hot Jukes. The way they execute fights and rotate to initiate those fights is a thing of absolute beauty. Not what APG did in those replays. That was horrible. That was a horror movie right there. But Kara genuinely have such a good idea of how teams adapt to certain scenarios, and they just try and find the perfect counter to it, especially in that fight versus, I think it was Orangutan and Alpha Gaming fighting in that little container compound. And they just understand instantly the weakness, right, Niptura, of that position, which is, well, you're all going to be very spread if you want to hold down the containers. So guess what? We're just going to fight all your players one by one, use all of the man advantage to successfully take the fight while taking very minimal risk, exactly in the replays here. Kara, this is 10 out of 10 gameplay we've witnessed yesterday and now already in this Rondo game.
Yeah, because we've seen them win games and do really, really well with their edge play strategy, but now we got to see a glimpse of them in their CQC. When they actually try and push somebody, when they try and third party somebody that isn't on the edge, we actually saw what their team synergy is like, and it's really, really good. So it's really nice to see that side of them come to light here in Rondo, and it just works so well in their favor.
And all the Wolves fans, right? All the Wolves fans for a second, right? They became Kara fans, right? Because Xavier started to push on them, and Kara ended up taking them out, saved them, And then immediately after, we're like, okay, Kara, stop, calm down, right? And look at the hype, man. Oh, I love seeing that reaction because, I mean, you couldn't have asked for it at a better moment in time. 24 points on the board, but look how stacked this is. You got Ulf with 20, Kara pull up 19, Alpha 7 with 13. This was a wild game, Max.
Yeah, I want to talk about Ulf. Finally, some presence, not just in terms of, oh, we get Central Hilltop and we just wait and get easy top 3, only placement points, no eliminations. No! 6 placement points, 14 bloody eliminations on board for Ulf. This is making me so happy, Niptro, because you said it for Kara, right? You wanted to see them play like they were playing in the past. I wanted the same thing for Ulf, and they finally delivered here on the first game of the day. And it's not too late. Top 7 with games like this is definitely still doable for this squad.
100%, and I feel like they really learned a little bit of a lesson from yesterday's rondo, right? Because they had the high ground, they got sandwiched between 2 different teams, and they went the full-on passive approach. This time, they were not passive at all. They found themselves in the same situation, and they did what they needed to do. So really, really well done to them. As we can also congratulate Doran, because 5 elims, he's going to be the MVP of this match. Love this for him.
We need to let Hodrix pop off here with an MVP of Doran. Go for it, Hodrix.
MVP, let's go, baby. I'll take that all day long. Let's take a look at the leaderboards, though. Kara have now passed up Thunder Talk here, so they are just on a tear at this point. Looking down later on the leaderboards, though, look at that. Ulf right behind the Xavier now after that performance. Man.
Yeah, I was going to say Ulf from 13th position up to 8th again, but we said it multiple times, Hodrix, on a pre-show. It is still so close between these bottom teams and the 7th place rank, right? And now, one good game like this from Ulf. Don't even need the win, just a high elimination match. Of course, it's going to be a bit buffed up because it was a rondo game with a recall system, but that was enough to put them back in the conversation. Though a team that's still dropping, I have to bring it up once more. Virtus Pro, man, they had such a stellar first day, and it's just been dwindling from there on out. Virtus Pro, we know they have the potential. They need to capitalize because now everyone else is stepping up to the plate except for Virtus Pro. They need to do something literally this next game, or otherwise they might be out of the conversation at the halfway point of today.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally possible. By the way, you know, you saw the Wolves, right? They were in 8th place. They jumped all the way to 5th right there, knocking some teams down. And that's the crazy thing about this, Neptura, right? Is how stacked this lobby is. Everybody is hunting down one of those 7 slots. It's going to get tighter and tighter as it gets closer to the end of the day here for that last position, right? With Wolves passing up so many teams. We got Virtus Pro knocked down. DRX, right? I want to talk about this team. Because when it comes to emergency cover flare usage, these guys put like a 3-bedroom, 2-bath on the market in this last game. It was wild to see.
Yeah, Dick Xavier really just deciding to go all in. Wait, Dick Xavier, was it DRX? Which
DRX.
One? DRX? Yeah. Okay, so DRX coming on through here. I mean, they did what they need to do, really. I mean, we were so concentrating on all the chaos going on that zone was actually really tough. You had one massive high ground, you have one city held by wolves, and the rest was pretty open. So DRX did exactly what they needed to do. They had one shack and went, well, we can't fit us all in here, so let's build, let's construct, let's get some cover flares going. And it worked really, really well. It actually helped them survive a lot longer than they normally would have, and that's exactly what those cover flares are for.
It was a shack until they put down like 6 emergency flares. Then it became a mansion. Okay, very comfortable. They had a garage and everything. Okay, they parked the car. They were having a great time in that shed. But unfortunately, as you said, it was a shed. So it really kind of made it really hard for them to transition outside of that area later on in the game. But as you said, it kept them to survive a little bit deeper in this game, get a few more placement points. But it is still not the DRX I want to see. Even though they got a win yesterday, I was still not sold. I'm like, DRX still a little bit inconsistent. Not what you want to see from that South Korean team that we know can do great stuff, especially during BMIC where they just dominated that tournament from start to finish. DRX still need to see a little bit more presence. But by the way, looking at these top 4 gunslinger stats, 2 players over 1,000 damage. You don't see that very often, but here it's coming out from Scarface and Eren, the rising star of Turkey. We keep calling him that, and it's for a reason, because this guy can put up numbers on the biggest stage here in PUBG Mobile eSport.
Yeah, beautifully done right here. I love to see just such a little bit of point sponges and big shakers on the leaderboards, right? You know, speaking of, you're talking about inconsistent, Max, right? I just gotta mention it. It's gotta be Alpha Gaming, okay? They put up 8 eliminations in this one. And the big thing that I noticed, right, was that hot drop onto Thunder Talk. What do you think about that?
I mean, Thunder Talk did not want a hot drop. They just like, no, we're not dealing with this. We're getting the hell out of here. Which I like from Thunder Talk. They're like, we don't want to risk our first position, which I do respect to some extent. But no, here they instantly, as you said, sent it onto Thunder Talk, keeping top split away from the team going into Yulin. And then they were like, oh, this hot drop didn't happen right, Niptra. So what they did instead is chase down another hot drop, which was, I believe it was Kara versus Orangutan versus R8. And that actually did reward them a few early eliminations. So that definitely did work out for them.
Yeah, they did, and then they went straight over to VP as well. Remember when they actually got the rate call, and then VP were there suddenly, and they got a few points onto VP as well. So I really liked how they were playing, and I love the energy we're seeing from them. They just got cut short there. A couple of weird plays coming through just meant that they weren't able to survive probably as long as they wanted to. But I like the energy we're seeing from them. They're like being very, very aggressive straight out the gate, just running around trying to farm points, and that's what they really need to do if they want to be still top 7 at the end of the day.
I would have to say, tell me if you guys agree or not, but we were saying APG prank. They're so sweaty right now in game. I don't think they're pranking anymore. I think this is APG serious mode, and it's just not working.
No, stop that talk, Max. Yesterday, you said they were washed, and now they're performing good. Don't go back. Stay with that energy,
bro.
You know what I'm saying? Keep that energy, bro.
Wait, are they playing good? I wouldn't say this was great. I wasn't sold.
It's better.
Okay, okay, I hate APG. Okay, no, I'm not gonna. That's maybe a bit too much there, but yeah, for me, it's still not the Rondo I wanted to see from APG. Even though they were trying, like the mindset was there, but the execution was a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
And Orangutan are like, Chumacera is ours. That's gonna be interesting. The Miramars, you want to stick around for those because that's gonna be pure cinema later on today.
Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to see these matches coming up. We got Erangel up next, though, right? And you know what? I will say, when it comes to Alpha Gaming, they're at a stage where they need a big match, right? It's not going to happen with a chicken dinner and just a couple eliminations. They need a double-digit elimination chicken here, especially considering just how well some of these other teams are doing, right? They can pop off so big. So I'm going to ask you this, Niptura, right? We saw them try to go for Thunder Talk. What do you think Alpha Game is going to do here? They're going to go for their tried and true, location in military, or you think they're going to mix it up at all?
Oh, that's a great question. Honestly, the way they're playing, I could see them doing either of those things, to be completely honest, because they went for it in Rondo, and maybe they just went for it because you do have that recall system in place. There's that little bit of buffer. Erangel is a little bit more serious, a little bit more, one shot only. So I feel like they're probably, okay, you know what? I've got it. They're going to go for their original drop. They're going to still do that, but they're going to rotate so quickly. They're not going to linger as long. They're going to try and get into the match as soon as possible. That's my take.
What do you think, Max? It's going to be that. I agree.
I was looking at numbers. Which team we're talking about?
We're talking about Alpha Gaming.
Okay, Alpha Gaming. No, I think they're going to go for the original drop then. Play C block. Oh, of course, that's dependent. The thing that annoys me with Alpha Gaming on Erangel is that they only drop in military base, like C block in particular. If we have a northern plane path, it really ruins them. I've seen them so many times in CSA hot jukes where they would just try and stretch their drop. And here we have Wolves on the western bridge, right? Or Thunder Talk on the eastern bridge. And you're gonna have to pass them if you want to make it to your drop location. I think a secondary drop for them would just literally fix 99% of their problems, and they're just unwilling to do so. So unfortunately, they're gonna keep going there. They might not clash with GS because GS, they've clearly shown that this is not worth their time. They're focused on top 7. Yeah, unfortunately, no APG. I would like to see that, but it's just never going to happen.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, it might not. When we see them mix up a drop spot in Rondo, you got to bring up the topic, right? Especially considering that these guys have 31 points they have to cross in order to get into that 7th place position, right? That ain't going to happen by just doing the same thing you've been doing, right? So it's going to be a crazy, like an absolute Cinderella story if Alpha Gaming do somehow make it. I'm going to say it right now. If they don't get a chicken dinner, double-digit limbs this game, we're going to see them in the group stage. What do you think, guys?
I agree.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing to add to that. We need to see a win from Alpha Gaming. Like, genuinely. Not just Alpha Gaming. You know what? We're going to call out a few. Still Arena. I said I wanted to see a win. Unfortunately, hot dropping Wolves in Neox. There's their drop location by default. A bit of a weird call right there. Ulf definitely showing some potential, but Regnum Karia too. You know what? Still waiting to see though that win, like a confident win. They did do decently well this game with that position west of Stadium. I want to see a big win where they actually put a lot of effort on their macro side of things and they're going for big breaches. That Miramar of yesterday was a little bit given to them. So Regnum Kari have not sold me yet on that potential that we know they have, Niptro. Because again, when you look at the power rankings, they're the #1 team in the world right now. But for me, the caliber of play we've seen is not #1 level just yet.
No, not quite, but I am hopeful after yesterday's win that we're going to be able to see a DRX all over again, right? DRX got a win that was kind of handed to them, then they came out in the final fight to take the win. Cool. Then they used that momentum into the rest of the matches, and I'm just waiting to see that from Regnum. They got the win. We know what they can do. Surely that's put them in the mood to win some more, and maybe today we'll just see that from them.
Yeah, I feel like we're being very negative on this segment, but like the thing is, Hodrix, this lobby is so stacked, right? We want every team to make it to the finals, but you only have 7 slots, so we're going to be critical because all these teams have potential to perform on the global stage. So it's a tough one, man. It really is.
It really is, and it's especially tough for EA and Alpha Gaming. You got to get a chicken dinner right here, right now, or it's pretty much all over. Let's get Eric Gale started and send it on over to Blank and John Allen.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's get stuck into Erangel. Put those recall beacons to bed. No more recalls in the Gauntlet stage. It's time for our middle meat of the sandwich. It is the 3 Erangel stretch that sits ahead of our teams now as we head in from North George down towards Novo. We're cutting straight across the middle of the island. Nice and easy for all our teams.
A big profiteering off that game 1, which is always great to see for a lot of our squads, particularly for Wolves. They were able to put up a big scoreline there, which should really assist them in the rest of the day in terms of getting over towards that top 7. And for a North American team, will be a hell of a result to go straight towards those finals. Like Max was saying, APG dropping down towards Millie base in C block. It is tough. I mean, any team that plays Millie base always does struggle. I mean, we remember way back in the day with Stalwart, who played Nova at Noya a lot, and that sort of worked because the playstyle of the game was very edge focused, as opposed to teams challenging for those central spots. So from Nova at Noya, Stalwart was just so much better than everyone else that they could effectively play edge play. It's not really the case anymore, and I think that APG does definitely get cut out a lot of the time, especially because they're not winning a lot of these fights either. So it is a tough position to be in. There's been a lot of ego challenges already on Rondo from APG, and I think Max is absolutely right in terms of them sweating. But it makes sense. They have to do it right now if they want to catch up. Geek on the other hand, I think that they are really struggling right now, and it's more likely they're heading over to, I think it's less more likely, it's definite that they're going to be heading over towards those group stages. But it's so packed towards the middle of the tables. I mean, you can see the points totals here. It's absolutely crazy the way things are lining up, with there only being 11 point difference. 9-point difference, sorry, between OG as well as DX. So it's a bit crazy. I was right the first time. It's a second guess myself.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you're getting those number differences on and into the mix. At the moment, we're still looking at the high 100 orts for the cutoff point, somewhere in that around 110 range. The more stacked the lobby gets, this is something that you were saying before, Blank, the more stacked the lobby gets, especially in the middle, generally you see that bubble start to get a little bit lower down, but it's really difficult to predict in the middle of a lobby. It's very, very volatile.
Yeah, I think that, again, and it happened over in PMSL EU, where because the lobby was so strong, it was hard to predict where that cutoff was going to be, just because there were so many teams vying for it. And the same could be said here. I think there's only really one team right now that's really massively lagging behind, and that is Geek down in 16. I think everyone else is really trying to pump those numbers up towards that top side. I guess you could say E-Arena and APG as well have fallen behind quite a bit. They have some big work the next 5 games to make up the difference. But realistically, for E-Arena and APG, it is a chicken dinner, right? It is a chicken dinner to get back up towards that middle of the pack. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, because right now anyone can make it back in towards that top 7. I think round about that 3rd game of the day is where things are going to start to solidify a little bit more.
And we are Hopefully going to see that from them, but I'm not holding my breath, to be honest. At the moment, Wolves riding high off of their victory in the last match. Hopefully, they can keep things going. We caught up with them over on the stage. Seven, what have you got for us?
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by the USA, because Wolves just got a win. Igor, earlier we were talking about the changes that you were going to be implementing into Wolves. You were saying you guys got to be playing more together. It worked out wonders. What are you going to be looking to do to continue on this performance? Right now, you're 15 points ahead of 8th place.
Yeah, we just need to keep it up, the energy. Like our communication was good this match. Like you said, we played together, like a block, you know. So it worked so well in this match. I think we're gonna stick to it to the 5 more matches.
Oh, I'm hoping it happens because I want to see an NA team in the finals, baby. Back to y'all.
There we go, keeping that energy up. It's exactly what they need. But over a 6-match day for the remainder of this tournament, Blank, that is a tall order to keep the energy flowing the entire time.
Yeah, I enjoy what they say. You know, play like a block. I was like, yeah, you guys did. You absolutely played like a block there. Rules squared out team, squared away. Thunder Talk here versus E Arena. Early engagement for them. Already finding one pick off over towards E Arena as well, which is very bad for their prospects.
Nade over. Not going to find anything. Yes, Naya currently stilled slightly, but there is tension in there. I'm sure it'll be tricky. This is a replay of the elimination. Yeah, Thunder Talk, they found one player. Did give it a good go. A good crack, actually a really good crack around the staircase there. Getting those two, getting that knock and doing a lot of damage. But yeah, if you're isolated at a building with 4 players from Thunder Talk, it's not likely you're walking out of there.
Yeah, it's always a case where, I mean, in that situation, it's very clear to me what Thunder Talk's strengths are as well, which is the fact that they're able to work together as a team so well. And I mean, you do see a lot of times players will just run up those stairs solo and give multiple 1v1s, but that's not the case. You have one player peek close and then one player jump far, and it's almost guaranteed that you're going to get that elim as long as you are keeping things, you know, tight and coordinated. So I think for Thunder Talk, that's nice to see. I think that's the big difference between right now Thunder Talk and Kara, is that Kara has good teamwork, but they also have a lot of firepower to back that up as well. And that's the thing that Thunder Talk is going to definitely struggle with over in those finals, is whether they can increase that firepower a little bit more. I think it's almost funny where Thunder Talk has played such a good game, but I think that Thunder Talk actually would have loved to go through to group stages and last chance just to get more experience, right? I think that is the benefit from playing those stages. It is way more stressful, but you get a lot more practice on the big stage.
It is always important to go into the finals with as much confidence as you can find, and I mean, maybe that's the way to do it, maybe not. APG looking to try and farm some points here. Nerzed stays peaked for a little bit too long, but the wall just about saves him as he gets the bead onto top. And top has to divert away here. APG, though, very solidly in control of the bridge, and they'll give it up. And they don't want the points from Geeke. They're going to head on into the zone, get a little bit closer to center, not waste any more time on the south.
Yeah, kind of a strange engagement there where Nerzed and Top were just kind of looking at each other menacingly that entire time. It was about 3 seconds before shots were even fired. Like they were both like, "Are you? That's a guy, right? I'm pretty sure that's a guy." But I think giving up the ghost on that one's not a terrible idea for APG. They know that what they're struggling with right now is getting towards center circle. It's almost as if they're listening to Max as well on the analysis desk. So getting there nice and early is a great idea for them. Regnum Kaya in the way right now of OG, who have tried to get center on this one, and proud of them for that. It has been quite a few games right now where they've been struggling and playing on the edge. So seeing them get towards the center here nice and early is definitely going to be useful for them.
Regnum Kaya having that bit of a lack of performance here in the Gauntlet stages. They are the champions coming from their region. They have won plenty of global titles before, but it's just not being put together in the same way. That infusion of Zedwolf that we saw this season for them, moving into the roster to join up with the other 3. I mean, it went very well for them back in the Europe stages, but it's not really coming through in this Gauntlet stage. They haven't been able to find the fights they're looking for. It feels like they just aren't able to establish the same sorts of holds that they were doing before in the regional stages.
No, Reefus goes down again. Genuinely, this is the biggest problem with APG right now. It's just careless gameplay overall. DRX take a knock over towards Kaikse. Zedwolf will blow the vehicle and get the elim off the back of that. I think that for Regnum Kaya, the biggest thing for this team right now is I still don't think Zedwolf's quite found his place in the team. And I think that towards the end of PMSL EU is playing a really good off-angle play style, but then you're sort of taking that away from Silas. And genuinely, I do think that as good as Silas is, I think he might need to step back a little bit and allow Zedwolf to do that a little bit more. Because Silas is a great scout. He's a great IGL. He's a great fragger. He's a great off-angle player. And I think that delegation might be key for Silas at this point in time. Because just because he can do it all doesn't mean he has to do it all.
He is undeniably one of the all-time greats of PUBG Mobile. One of the most decorated players we've got in the scene. One of the longest-term faces. I'm sure if you've been watching international level PUBG Mobile for a while, you'll have seen him before, but you're right. It is not just about what he could do. It's about what the players around him are doing as well. And he needs to give some of that over potentially. R8, a little bit further north on the east side of Rozhok. As our circles close down to the south side. No shenanigans, no chicanery around the river. We are going to be fairly solid on this south side. The east edge currently mainly controlled by OG. You do have DXavier just across the road from them, which could be a problem if they need to move forwards.
Yeah, it's a pretty empty area that they're currently in right now. It's figuring out where they want to go next, but a lot of these positions on the north rotate as well as the south rotate are already taken up, so making those pushes is going to be a little bit difficult. Quite like Madball's position right now on the northeast side of Pachinki. This is a good spot to be playing in. A lot of options for them going forward, especially with a lot of teams not over towards their western side. Most rotated on the east, actually. So I think for Madballs, it's pretty free and clear for a lot of this game.
OG with an outpost on the south side, close to Aragon for Virtus Pro. With the buggy there, I mean, the runner is possible, but it's towards the opponent. If you get pressured, I feel like that buggy might just be a little bit of a bait to try and go for. Maybe a run out the back would be better. And yeah, I think this is a wise reposition coming through from WizGod. Already there are shots ringing out through it. Aragon gets spotted as well. A tank actually being borne down upon. No, Milky Way not going to go in for that fight.
Scarface finding Silas. In fact, that's from all through Des Central, and they will find the flush as well. Around school at the moment, both teams going toe-to-toe. Scarface up close and personal right now with them, but a good shot from Wild around the corner just clips him on the shoulder and will send him spinning. Will clear out school for now.
Teach him a little lesson for taking down their IGL, but now Zedwolf is going to have to be that off angle, so maybe we'll see him unleashed a little bit more. We can only hope. If you're a Regnum Kaya fan, watch on, see what they can do. Irina moving in to try and get the res, but they are still under pressure by DXavier and Tony K. He tries to take shots, but doesn't realize the threat is a lot closer to home.
Madball's taking out most of those elims, by the way. DXavier denied quite a bit there, actually. And they do continue to take shots from Geekay across the way. Maybe a little bit overzealous pushing in like that. OG smell blood in the water and will be sending across in the meantime. Get the rundown over towards Paragin. First vehicle elimination of the match. OG does find an entryway off the back of that third party.
Moving up, they are going to be moving towards Ulf if they want to go any further north. Ulf, remember, they lost a player early, so they are down one. Could potentially be an opening advantage. Actually, okay, they're darting straight across the road, straight between school and the compounds to the southwest. They're playing out in the open fields now, Blank. They're playing this ditch that, I mean, if you've played in these headshot hills for any amount of time, you're very familiar with them. That border that lies to the south side will protect them a little bit from Madballs. The question is how long and how tenable will it be as teams crunch in on the area?
Yeah, another quick rotate from them as well from the other two players. They got the anchor down, and then they pull the rest of the team across to them. I think that was a fairly decent play coming through from OG as well. I mean, they see that DXAV is under threat. They immediately roll over that way. They can see that a lot of that area has been taken. It was multiple teams going down, so they assume that area was fairly clear and free. So they just push across. So again, very nice play. I think for Mad Balls, they have the slightly better position here, and it looks like they're not willing to just give up this area for free either, as they send Lemon up front. Funnily enough, this is like one of Lemon's most famous areas of the map as well. Multiple insane grenades he's sent across in this location. So if you're OG, you're going to be slightly worried about those coming towards you.
And he's flexing out to that northeast side of things. Next circle popping in just a few seconds as well. We'll see where we're going to divert to. And actually, this favors the teams out on the north side and OG as well, with a really good look in on this circle with the position that they've got. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Mad Balls maybe try and push into the two buildings across the road, but for now, it might be better to bide their time, especially when they're being crashed on. The Wolves from the southeast side, they make a quick decision and move up to the compounds, and now Mad Balls have more fish to fry.
Yeah, it's a really good spot for OG now. One of the best spots, in fact. A lot of cover to be had. A little bit of smoke will have to be expended, but Wolves make a crash on towards the seaside, which is going to absolutely lock down the Mad Bulls. They won't be making that cross. They'll have to get rid of the Wolves early, so the expenditure of nades is needed. This is very fortuitous for OG now.
They're having a great time on the north side. Can they get a couple of those points as well if they can steal one or two away from the fight, or maybe even claim one for themselves? That'll be great news for their points tally. That fight around the bubble is really important. APG losing Ziol there on the off angle, not going to be able to win that challenge, and Virtus Pro will continue to move through. Leave them in the dust, let the blue zone do the work. The heavy lifting not necessary on their part, but Milky Way is down. I don't think they've got him in a vehicle. I think they've left him behind. Yeah, they're not going to be moving in with 4. So 3 players now for Virtus Pro.
I mean, it's pretty telltale, that situation of just like the dichotomy between Virtus Pro as well as APG is that when Virtus Pro is rotating there, when they're taking the fights, they're taking the fights with 3 or 4 players. And every time we saw APG fighting there, it was a solo, right? A solo trying to make a solo play, the hero play. And I think APG needs less of that. The teamwork just isn't quite there yet.
It's unfortunate. I mean, you kind of expect it to be though, right? Like this is a team of veterans for years and years, right? They should be playing better, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not good.
You do expect the solo plays from the man on your screen on the right, at least.
Yeah. Yeah, well, maybe they all want a little bit of limelight, and now nobody gets it. It's a not very illustrious performance from APG so far, and they've got GS just over the ridgeline to the front. It's difficult to crest over and take shots down. You expose yourself to so many angles. If you're GS, you can't risk going too far forwards. We'll see what more they can do. Mad Bulls, okay, they find a knock over towards Wolves, find a second as well. The Wolves crashed in. They've been okay for a while now, but now they're under a lot of pressure, and there's that first flush coming through.
Like I said, Lemon with the nades, man. In this area of the map, he is good with it. Now there's 1 player remaining in Coops. Nade does quite a bit of damage, and now they look to finish off the job. Mad Balls at 4 players, and what a jump out coming through from Lemon.
Oh, third party. Kara moving in. They're already on this roadside and blank. They might not have their full squad, but they're still going to be able to do damage, and the Mad Balls have to worry now more.
I mean, they do find Poser right off the rip there. OG, though, finding a little bit of damage over towards Pusher. Need to pick him back up off his feet. Bit of an awkward position to get into. Luckily, the vehicle's already burnt out, so won't be taking too much damage there. Ulf is slowly encroaching down towards the south side versus OG. But again, OG could pick up a lot of points off the back of this, but are struggling to find those eliminations.
It's been a tough time for them to do that, and you're right, with Ulf moving in to their route out into the open, that's going to make things harder, and it means they do need to commit a little bit more to clearing out their south side in order to get away from this one. Thunder Talk trying to cross the road in Rozhok. It's so difficult with DRX as well in the background. Alpha 7 feeling a little bit safer, but they have to move as well. right? Alpha 7 have to go a little bit further south. The move is easier for them, but it is definitely tougher for Thundertalk right now.
I mean, Alpha 7's first port call here is to get rid of Thundertalk on the crossing on the road, which is why they have this massive smoke train lined up. It's a great nade thrown down, but no massive value found off it in terms of the knock. But it is DRX, which is the true issue here for both teams.
Get across, but at what cost? Sighting the last player to stand, and the nade's going to sit him down. Back on King across the road, still has not made that dash. The smokes have started to run bare as the Revo picks up the point. DRX, though, the major profit makers there. Reckon Kaya as well. Hang on a minute, they're chiming in. They've got Wild and Zed Wolf on the flank. They've pushed them out of school up to the north with Loxy holding down the west cut. Let's see what they can do. Mad Bulls, they have to deal with Kara, but CEO, he's able to claim a point. Looks for more as well. With the auto shot, he pops the reload. Not going to find the nade on into Pusher as well as they turn the corner. And he gets one. Looks to try and find a little bit more. There's the flush of the Mad Bulls. They're leaking.
CEO once again, the big earner on the team. Looking to put more points on the table. Nade down the stairs. Already 2 found in a 1v4.
CEO, Chief Elimination Officer, Kara, have their front man. He's dropping down the stairs. He wants to take the fight in. No. Backing off. He's giving them the slip. Oh, he's playing this one pretty crazy. A DX Xavier have joined the party now, Blank. They've moved on in. You can see Levi's now up on the lineup. You've got Lambor as well on the south. They need to push through this. The circle sits on these buildings. The only respite is inside.
Oh, gee, the arbiters of this. Again, I feel at this point in time, you do want more points, and a lot of these points are just being siphoned by teams that keep rocking up towards this location. I think OG would much rather hold on to the warehouse here, it seems, rather than clearing out this position. Shots from the side down. That's Loxy. That's a very long-range shot coming through from Loxy there. But a good pickup from OG. They will steal away that elimination, which is what we were looking for.
CEO on the top floor. In the C-suite there. He is not having the greatest of times. I mean, Mad Bulls, 2 of them. He's already dealt with 2 of them, sure, but that just means that the Mad Bulls aren't going to present as many angles to them. Normally, if you're playing as 4 against 1, you are rushing up those stairs, you're turning those corners, maybe you accept a knock, maybe 2. But when you're playing as 2, it's much more cautious, which means that those openings just not going to be given in the same way.
Circle moves out into some horrid landscape, by the way. Moving away from the headshot hills into just the hills. Very open space around that area as well. It's going to be difficult to play. I think Regnum Kaya actually gets very lucky on this one. Despite them being all the way on the eastern side of the map, they still have a lot of school to play around with. And a lot of other teams are going to be in danger just purely because the amount of caution that's needed whilst rotating in towards the circle is very high. You can see that absolutely no team wants to play in the center of the map right now, and it makes massive sense why.
Nades coming through from Levi's to try and get a hurry up on that fight because they need to leave as well. Alpha 7 trying to crest the ridgeline. CEO, oh, we got 1, but he wasn't quite good enough for the full 4-piece, unfortunately. Zed Wolf is going to be swarmed on as DRX descend from the high ground as well. He's an outpost for Regnum Kaya. They aren't going to be able to pick him back up. That's Regnum Kaya down to 1 player. Try to extract value from this game and spread themselves too thin. R8 as well, moving into the hills. Alpha 7 making that dash. Everything is popping off now, Blank, as the Mad Bulls on the south are suffering the blue zone. Revo looks for Marth as he sends over the back of the buggy, hops straight back into the front seat, tries to get away, but there's too many Alpha 7 players littering around him.
Yeah, very concerned about that push from Marth there. I think he's getting a little bit too big for his boots. As APG also will chime in over towards R8 as they attempted to disengage away from Alpha 7. And I do think Alpha 7 is the big story here right now. The fact they were able to dismount DRX from that top side, DRX opts to head down towards school. Yes, it's a very strong spot and they do want it. But again, it is crazy to me that Alpha 7 was able to get away from all of this action and still maintain control on the north side. GK takes a knock from OG as we head over towards placement point territory.
I think, did GK take down Ulf in the middle of all of that? I think they might have done, because that's where Ulf was sitting. Geeke have 5 elims, and at the moment, that's an interesting turn-up. Getting rid of Ulf there, getting rid of DX Xavier as well on their 7th place bubble. With 4 players alive, OG on the south edge now have to make a move, but they haven't had to before. They've been held fairly strong in that center area, but they're right on the edge now, and they need to get across somehow. They need to figure their path.
Yeah, it's a tough rollout now to make from OG. They made themselves known over towards Geeke as well, weren't able to secure that full flush over towards them, so they know where they're coming from, and they are coming out from a small lip on the hillside into open area. APG still going strong with Doc and Top, though. This dynamic duo from the team. You know, the only 2 players that actually respect one another.
So it would seem, at the moment anyway, but they are right up to the edge of the zone now. Nobody playing the middle because nobody can. It is a death sentence to move out into the open. Alpha 7, probably the team with maybe the best shot taking this one. Them and OG, the 2 teams that are going to have a good time. I'm sort of counting Geeke out, despite the fact that they did roll up to Ulf and win a clean 4v4.
Yeah, I think the difficulty for OG right now is that although they play this game pretty well, it's coming out from that lip that's very difficult, right? You are going out to open ground. So, you know, OG could play this game really well and make a quick maneuver, but that's the only thing I do worry about for them at this point in time. DRX continues to send outposts forward. Revo goes down, so that's going to delay Alpha 7 quite a little bit.
Ooh, a nade in from Hyunbin and actually coming through from Geeke as well. Oh, this is nasty stuff. That ridgeline, that little valley that sits there. Oh, AKOP having to reposition. He knows he has to get in because those reses have to be happening fast now. 2 seconds, the zone's closing. They don't have the time to be picking up their teammates here. One of them's already fallen down. AKOP, I mean, committing to this res, I just don't think it's going to happen. WizGod, you have to give it up, brother.
Yeah, again, like I was saying, this is such a horrible rollout for OG. You really can't make it happen very well. And I think the fact they held out in this position for so long is already quite admirable. But yeah, as soon as you have to leave from this spot, it's just death.
Yeah, they transition there. Just not possible. Away from that area, and Geeke actually kind of taking command now. They moved Ragnarok out into the open. One of the very few teams that were in a position to maybe even allow that. They're serpentining in the rest of them as well as they make that crossing. Hyunbin doesn't quite manage to clip it. But OG looking to piece themselves back together. There's still one more dash in them, but they are trapped now under the watchful eyes of Obscure. The rest of Alpha 7, Geeke, everybody's going to be looking this way.
Still a 4th place. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. You get far into the game of this one. Get some placement points for your troubles. And I think they're able to pick up a couple of eliminations here and there over on the south side of the map. DRX trapped on the silver side. And this is what I'm talking about. The fact that Geeke's got here, I don't know how it's possible. OG's taken no shots their way. Understandably so, because they are struggling themselves at the moment. But yeah, you could. I don't think you can count. I don't think you can count Geeke out on this game. I think they had a pretty decent transition from where they were on the western side. Blue just stopped short of OG, of WizGod and AKOP. It is going to be those little underhand lobs though coming from Alpha 7, which will be treacherous for Geeke in the coming moments.
They've got literally nothing to play with on that south side. Let's see what they've got here. DRX as well. They don't have any nades, which is pretty important here. Means Geeke are a little bit safer. Alpha 7 wanting to try and channel their ordnance forwards. Nice. Nade over to Obscure. That is a big pickup. Geeke, they've taken down Ulf already this match. So they've got to be feeling themselves. Ragnarok potentially moving into danger there as Rio spots him. And it will be faded away from. The health bar's getting a little bit pink, but it'll be okay for the time being. The reposition is good, and the nade is even better. Carrillo able to land it, tracks the movement well, but there they go. OG standing up, and they spot Nerset. They go for the flush immediately and hit the deck once more, but they will pay the ultimate price for it. Maybe another point earned, but 4th place for Elims will be where they find themselves drawn to a close on the game. DRX moving into position as well. Hyunbin on the back flank to Alpha 7. Misao going down.
No
Carrillo,
way,
ever vigilant, finds Hyunbin, but over the top go Geeke. They look for more. Into the fold they go. Alpha 7 down to 1. The flank out from So Easy looks for a shot on the sidelines. It's not going to connect, and it's Geeke with 2 versus 1 from Alpha 7, and they shut it all down. Geeke from the bottom of the tables. Finally, a breath of life.
now they don't look so bad anymore. I think the main positive here is that they're kind of like an out on par with APG and E Arena. So I said at the beginning of the game that they were massively lagging behind everyone else, but you know, at least they can, if they end Gauntlet in top 7, it would be insane. But if they end top 7 out of it, at least they can say that they weren't the worst team by a mile.
I mean, this is really monumental, not just for their points tallies, but for confidence, right? It's like they can do it. We are able, we have that possibility. Alpha 7 denied as well. That was unfortunate. Felt like it kind of got away from them there. Not quite able to close down that high ground. But Geeky with a miraculous turnaround in the open field. A crash, a full 4v4 against Ulf, who we saw have that performance in that last game. And they were able to win it out. They transitioned into the open field when we thought it was impossible. But my goodness, what a close down.
Yeah, very well done. Let's see what the desk had to say about that game.
GK get the chicken dinner all the way from the bottom of the leaderboards. We're talking about how those teams at the bottom needed a chicken right here, right now, Max. The question is this just too little, too late?
Maybe it is, but I don't think it is. I think this is the light at the end of the tunnel here coming out from GK. A win when they desperately needed it and they finally secure it. And you know what? The plays here were so aggressive, so confident from GK, looking like a completely different squad, Nipsho, compared to what we saw in the first 2 days of the Gauntlet. But there's one play in particular I know you're very passionate about. That send on the ridge here was the big game-winning play from the entirety of GK.
It was so nice, and I want to point out they were not worried about OG behind them at all. Not at all, because they were looking at A7, back turned around. OG were nothing to them because A7, they knew that the moment that OG tried to take any shots onto Geeky, A7 would have their back because they would just shoot over the top. So it's a really well thought out play to actually go just send straight to the middle over to A7 rather. Yeah. And it worked out. I mean, SafG with 1,000 damage coming in here. The whole squad just really putting up those elims to back up that win. Great stuff.
It feels like the situation you're talking about, OG and Alpha 7, is the enemy of my enemy is my friend for now. But just for now. Later on we'll start fighting again, but for now you're going to help us out. And it was definitely a great game plan, perfectly executed. I even want to take it a bit earlier, right? That push onto Ulf, they knew how valuable that little dip position north of the orangutan warehouse was going to be. They take it very early on to make sure they don't get third-partied by any stragglers on the side. So happy with GK. Is this going to be a flash in the pan? That's a question we do have to ask because we've seen it for a few other teams, right? They get one big game and then kind of disappear. GK, this puts you back in a race. You can't afford to disappear. You need to stay present. We need to see more points coming out on board if you want to make it in the last final stretch here, Hot Jukes, in the top 7.
Yeah, I would say this, right? It's not the nail in the coffin for them, right? But I will say, with that win, you know, that hammer is still in the air. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you got to do a whole lot here if you want to make it into top 7. But, I mean, it couldn't have been at a better time for GK. The question is, though, right? You know, GK win this game. I got to talk about it, though. OG towards the end, right? They had that southern position, right, for so long. You know, what do you think they should have done? Do you think they did the right thing on just kind of holding that spot, or should they have made that push onto GK, Max?
I think they should have pushed on to GK a little bit early, actually. They were eventually going to be forced out of this warehouse position, which was very comfortable. Like, you can even see in these replays, right? Fighting Mad Balls, there's Wolves, there's even Deep Xavier, getting the easiest time to pick off those fights. But then they got a little bit too passive, a little bit too complacent in that position. I think if they send it on to GK, chances are this would have been an orangutan win, but this is the issue I do see with orangutan every once in a while. They're just a little bit too passive. Sometimes you got to take that gamble. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Orangutan, I want to see them take fights because we know, right, Nipchura, this is a team that can take big fights. AKOP, Aru, WizGod in particular, all had great moments. I want to see them use that fragging potential to at least try and claim these wins in big fashion.
Yeah, and what confuses me even more about this play from OG, like just the hesitancy to do something about Geeky, is that's totally against their own playstyle, against their own strategy. We see them time and time again, normally just being able to spread out and take all those fights, and they just weren't doing it. But now we see top 4. These rotations, they got to be something else, right? Like,
I mean, look
Geeky,
at
how did they
Novo.
win from there?
Exactly. I was waiting for this graphic. This is a Novo team. If whoever says in chat they got gifted circle, I'll find your address, okay? We're gonna have a little conversation, okay? Because these guys were rotating all over the place, entering the southern side, Milta going into farm, around Pachinki, and you can see the way they were going for, the positions they were aiming for every single circle shift. The scouting was so well executed, Nepturo. They were getting so much intel off the back of those little rotates, little leapfrogs into the circle, seeing what's valuable, where our team's position, and just time was the most impactful for them in these matches. Scouting, we keep saying it, it's so important, and Geeky in particular here really showed that it can win you games on its lonesome.
Absolutely, and DRX doing the exact same thing. They grabbed that high ground on the top of Roshawk there, and then swept down onto Regnum Karya with the school area, and then were just able to push in like that. It didn't get them the win, sure, but it definitely got them 14 eliminations. So again, love what we're seeing here from DRX. It's controlling, it's aggressive without going overboard. So it's really nice to see that from them too.
Man, that rotation from Alpha 7 too was wild. From North George all the way to Stallber, right? And then they make it on down the way. I love that graphic. Definitely breaks things down for us, just how crazy these rotations are, right? I will say though, with that school field finish, Maxman, how bad do you think these players were missing those emergency cover flares, huh?
I keep saying it, PUBG Mobile Esport, please, can we add emergency cover flares on all the maps? It would be literally so fun to see. But yeah, they would have loved it to bits, man. Imagine you give that to Alpha 7 and they can actually hold that little plateau with 2-3 emergency cover flares. Man, that would have been game-changing on this match. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be. And you know what was also not meant to be? E-Arena. I know I picked them at the start of the show. It's not working out. I'm sorry, E-Arena, but not seeing anything of value being brought to the table. And as of right now, they're falling even further behind. I think it might be GG for the top 7 here on the side of E-Arena.
Yeah, honestly, I said it. I said if they don't get a double-digit elimination chicken dinner right there, it's over. So for me personally, I'm gonna put the nail in the coffin for them. But when it comes to Geeky, right, they performed right when they needed to at the last second, Neptura. But I mean, this just has to be a start. Honestly, I think if they're gonna make it in top 7 here going on out, I mean, just look at them, right? They go up to 15th place with 47 points, but DRX is at that cutoff with 86. That's a huge hurdle to jump.
Oh, in just 4 more games, I think that's almost impossible. They would have to pull out a Kara-like performance today to try and do that. I think the way they've been playing, I don't think that's really in the cards. They might have a really good day. I'm not going to put it past them. You know, a win is sometimes what a team needs. We've seen it with DRX. We've seen it maybe with Regnum Karya as well. But 40-odd points, 40-plus points, that's a big ask.
I'm looking at these leaderboards, guys. I think we only have 2 slots left for top 7. I think it's Wolves DRX. I think Alpha 7 and above seem pretty locked in. Like, there's not 100%, but with the tendency we've been seeing so far from these teams, I think there's only 2 slots left. Maybe 2.5. Maybe Alpha 7 could slip off if they get a terrible day here, Hot Jukes. But no, in Alpha 7, I don't think that's going to happen. So, man, those slots for the grand finals are going down every single game.
I would normally agree with you here, but I think with just how crazy this lobby is, I'm going to go with 4, okay? That's just my opinion, right? I think R8 at 105 is that current cutoff. And the only reason being, Neptura, right, is just because of how crazy these pop-off games these teams can do, right? I mean, we could see Xavier get a 20-point game right here, right? Who knows? So we've definitely seen those leaderboards be really top-heavy by the team that's winning it.
Yeah, I think Ulf, you know, to name another team, Ulf had popped off in the last game. Not so much this game. They went out a little bit earlier, but they were still looking to have a good game. They just got cut off early. So, you know, there are a couple of teams here that I think are definitely trying to get to that spot. And I agree that maybe those 105, 103 points there, I think is just slightly still in the danger zone, but not by much.
Yeah, and the reason why it's not is because it's Alpha 7 and R8 that have it, right? We know they're going to put up some points for sure, but at the same time, it's like, hey, you can't let off the gas pedal just yet. Now, when it comes to Kara, right, and Thunder Talk, those guys are big chilling here, Max, man. So since they have such a big point buffer, okay, I don't think they're going to be doing any kind of crazy hot drops or hunting teams, but what they can do, Max, is when they get into a fight, they can choose to make sure that that team suffers, right? They could be in a fight in a blue zone and be like, you know what, who cares? We don't need to win this game, right? And that could definitely change the dynamic here, right? So you think that's a big possibility here in these last few matches?
I think so, actually. That's a very interesting strat you're bringing up, Hodrix, because you could take a little bit more risk to make sure to flush out your opponents. Like, oh, we might be a little bit too aggro on this particular fight, but we're going to confirm 2 players that we knocked and making sure that the team doesn't come out comfortably out of this fight. They're going to be fully wounded from that engagement. I think that's actually a very good strat. So yeah, Thundertalk, Kara in particular, have been doing it naturally throughout the entirety of the Gauntlet stage. So if you can, why the hell not? Kara, Thundertalk, go ham in these fights. Let's go. I want to see absolute pure madness unfold on these matches.
Hey, let it ride, man. And I'll tell you what, right? You saw Kara do that right off the bat here in the first game. We got the second Aaron Gale match coming up, Neptura. Okay. Yes. We need to see some big performances again. All right. I already put the nail in the coffin when it comes to EA. All right. Looking back at the leaderboards, honestly, Regnum Karia, I think, is in the danger zone here, right? What do you think these guys need to do different in order to possibly push themselves up here?
Win.
Yeah.
I think they had the right idea in this last Erangel. It was looking really good, but I think that the zone kind of messed them up. But if they just keep going how they have been going and maybe just be a little bit more aggressive towards DRX, you know, in that last game, if they had just been a little bit more proactive, they might have been able to do something a bit more there. So I'd just like to see a little bit more proactivity from them for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think that we need to see a lot of proactivity here, big time, from quite a few squads, right? Ulf did a pretty good, solid job in that first game of Rondo here, Max, man, you know?
Yes.
That's going to definitely give him a lot of confidence here going into this next match of Erangel, right? I think that momentum definitely pushes itself a little bit further, okay? But when it comes to Ulf, right, they have DRX. It's a 9-point difference. What kind of performance do you want to see from them here, right? I don't think they're desperate to go for a chicken dinner, but what do you want to see from them?
From which one? Ulf or DRX? Or both? I can go
or
both.
why not? Yeah, why not both? Yeah, honestly.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
No, for Ulf, I want to see an echo of what we saw in game 1, because they were not just playing a central position that we know that is the typical Ulf gameplay we've been witnessing the entirety of this Gauntlet stage, but it's more of like a zoning gameplay style, and that was great on Rondo. I want to see more kind of play style like that. Can you do it in that previous Erangel? Really, Hot Jukes? Unfortunately not, because headshot heals west of school is just so hard to execute. But if they do find himself in a similar situation compared to the Rondo or even the matches they had in day 1, day 2, I want to see that similar playstyle where they just start zoning everyone away and getting high elimination top 3 finishes. That would make me very happy to see it. And DRX, good on their side, I would say just start playing the way they've been doing so far today. I think they definitely leveled up significantly. They're playing a lot more aggressive, which I like to see. This is a team that needs to use that fragging potential to its full potential then. So I would say DRX just keep playing the same way, and I think they should be able to make it maybe barely, but surely in top 7.
I don't think that's a bad shout, for sure. I mean, I think that consistency is definitely going to be key here. The big threat, I think, Neptura, is the fact that any one of these teams can bust out 20 points, right? I think if we see some of the squads right below DRX, I'm going to be talking about the Xavier OG. I think if they get a chicken dinner here in this next game, DRX definitely going to start having to step things up. What do you think?
100%, because I think Xavier and OG, both of those teams, if they get a win under their belts, they're gonna run with it. We've seen it from them before. Xavier, they have bits and pieces, they have glimpses of the old Xavier we're used to seeing, and then they seem to go back into their shells again. And if they can just get a win, I feel like they would really be able to just shine. So for DRX, for Wolves as well, they've done well, but they just need to bring up like just another 10-20% if they want to keep up against those teams, if those teams get a win.
I want to see Xavier bring an extra 50%. And by that, I mean not have only 2 players alive in the late game, which we unfortunately has been a tendency we've been seeing throughout the entirety of today. That's really what's hurting Xavier, because I agree, Nitra. Xavier can get big wins. We saw in the past, especially during the SEA region for the summer season, they were just dominating that entire battlegrounds. But losing players early is a massive issue. Even just one player, Hodrick, I mean, we know you were a pro, right? You know losing one player, that's really going to hurt your chances of a potential chicken dinner. And it's the same for Alpha Gaming. Also losing players very, very early on in the matches. That's something you need to avoid. And currently, actually, I want to say a team that's been pretty decent at doing that is Orangutan. They keep players very early on alive, and then they get into the late game. Unfortunately, still, as we said, they got a bit more passive, but Orangutan have been doing that really well. So I want to see a bit more of that kind of playstyle from these teams that unfortunately do take very early casualties.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to OG, I'm gonna be a little bit more harsh. That last game, they needed to make that push, right? I think they're doing an excellent job of getting to those late games, right? But at a certain point, Neptura, you have to flip on that aggression switch, right? Do you think the reason why they haven't done that yet is because of nerves or something else?
I think it might be nerves. It's definitely not skill, because what they're doing is they have their full squad, but they're playing like they're a solo or a duo. And they can't do that. They've got to unlock that next level and just go, hey, we're here, we're full squad, let's go for it.
Well, one of those 7 slots is right there for the taking, OG. Are you going to be able to grasp it? Only a few matches left to go. Let's go ahead and take it on over to John Allen Blank for the next Erangel match.
We are ready and raring to go for our second Erangel. The open fields proved that Geeke does sometimes have what it takes. The question is, who else is going to be able to step up this match? Because at the moment, it's not looking likely that Geeke are going to be able to go the full distance, even if they have a fantastic 5-match there.
No, but it looks good, right?
Yeah,
It looks nice.
Good for the
nerves. You're not going to be feeling terrible going into the group stages, at least. But talking about the cutoff right now, because we are heading into the halfway point. Like I said, after this game, I think things will start to solidify a little bit more. I think the guys on the desk are absolutely right that we are starting to get to that point where people are getting locked in terms of not falling out, at least. We had the idea it's like 105 to 110 points is the cutoff. Already, some teams have achieved that. Some teams are nigh on achieving that. There is only a few teams left now where it's interchangeable.
So, going to get a little bit more clear. You're right, the mists will start to lift on these overall rankings as to who is going to be in with the chance of getting one of those spots. We've already got 2 or 3 teams who are looking pretty set to be able to get forwards. I'm talking about Kara, I'm talking about Thunder Talk, I'm talking about Mad Bulls as well after that game that they just saw. Jumping up over the 110-point boundary. More teams will start to move in. The east side circle comes on through on a west side plane path, so teams will need to migrate out to that east side.
It's a very far rotate as well for a lot of our squads, considering we are on that western plane path. So a lot of that eastern area should be a little bit more clear. But for teams that like to play those areas like Alpha 7, it's a difficult rotate to make. With Thunder Talk already in this position, Geeke taking up residence over towards Yasnaya, they'll have to do a little bit more cautious with it. Kara actually gets the most room to play with down towards Farm and Milta, so they can kind of have the pick of the litter of where they want to play on that one. Again, not always the most comfortable area of the map to play. I personally really don't enjoy playing Shelter at all. I think that it's such an uncomfortable area of the map to work with, and I think most players would agree with that. But again, most of these positions are difficult to work with. Again, I think it's going to be speed, alacrity required in these coming moments, just because if we do head over towards that northeast side, you're going to have Mansion, particularly a very, very strong position to play in. Also, you have Heaven that you can head over towards too. So those areas with this western plane path, you're going to be quick to get towards them. But you have a little bit of time now before we do hit stage 2.
Yeah, we are going to still be in with a couple of minutes before that boundary is crossed. Thunder Talk up in the north side all the way in Stalber. They have had a bit of a slowdown. We'll see if they can keep things up towards the finals, where we're very likely going to see them. OG, they had a good chance in that last game at the north side of their compound, right? It was unfortunate that Ulf broke that, and then Gike, in turn, stopped them from getting out. We heard from them a little bit before with 7 over on the stage.
Welcome to a quick report with the 7WG. I don't have any players with me, but I do have some information. Earlier in the day, I got to talk to Aro from OG, and I asked him, what is the expected benchmark that you have to hit every single match? He said between 6 to 7 points. So far, especially after the performance they just had, they're averaging 6 points. Let's see if they can keep it up and maybe get a little bit closer towards that top 7.
I mean, 6 or 7 points a match, that sounds like not a lot, right? But it is actually quite difficult to be able to get that. Very few teams in the lobby will be able to find that sort of a metric. To put that in context, 6 points a match gives you 108 points total on the set, blank, of 18 matches, which is, as you can see, pretty difficult to achieve. Not many teams have passed that boundary.
Yeah, and that's on the low end of the prediction as well, coming through from Aru. So yeah, it is difficult, but I think he's kind of on the money there with it as well. 67 points, and if that's the game plan right now for OG, they could still hit that, but not with those point scorings. They still need a bigger game. It's not a gigantic game they need, but they do need another large game for them today. They do get over towards Topovka very quickly, which is nice.
Yeah, this game is that chance, right? That big spread out, like you said, to that east side. They've got very, very central control. The question is the regroup. If they can make that work successfully, then they're going to be in a really good spot to try and convert into points this match. But they do still have to go for that regroup. And with teams like Regnum Kaya on your north, I mean, even though they are down in 12th place, right, they still have got some firepower to them. And we'll see just what they're able to do on that position out to the south of the Yas Fields.
Alpha 7 still playing on that northwest side right now, alongside with R8. Both teams, you know, neck and neck right now. A lot of times neck and neck in terms of the drop spots as well on the map. So finding some equal success on that side of things. It is kind of funny, like 2 teams that drop so close to one another multiple times with many similar rotations have ended up 2 points apart on the tables.
Yeah, it is really not ideal to be rotating directly next to your table competitor. It just adds to the nerves. I mean, logistically, it's the same as rotating next to another team, but it's got to feel a little bit more nerve-wracking when you know that one misstep on your part gives them points, takes your point potential away as well. And when you're neck and neck, that is not what you want to be seeing. DRX right now, they've kind of had their ups and downs over the course of this gauntlet so far, but they are in 7th place right now.
I think that when we look back on what the desk had to say, I think it's very, very clear why they chose both of these teams in 6th and 7th place, as saying they're the most interchangeable. It's purely because of the tendencies that they've brought to the table throughout the entirety of this tournament. And DRX, like you say, inconsistent. I would say Wolves is similar on that boat of inconsistent. Yes, they've put up big points here and there. A lot of those points did come through from Rondo just today. And I think that for both Wolves and DRX, it is not the similar case with R8 and Alpha 7, where both these teams are punching up those points every single game, right? There is a little bit here and there. They are consistently getting those numbers on the board. For DRX, it has felt like a bit of a struggle. For Wolves, it's felt like a bit of a struggle, right? Sometimes the pickaxe is just flinging off the rock and stone that they're trying to break through, whereas for R8 and Alpha 7, you know, there's steady hands. There's steady hands there.
It's time-tested. Nerves. You'd hope of steel. Steel actually cuts across Doran. Oh my goodness me. That's got to feel pretty nasty for the Wolves in 6th place. 91 points, more secure of the 2 volatility teams, but not losing a player that early to APG is not going to feel good. And they'll have to learn to deal with it, unfortunately, because there's nothing really they can do about it.
No, and I mean, that's the 2nd time in a row now we've seen here on Erangel. The Wolves lose 1 player super early in the match. Again, though, that's silenced and a 3xM4. At that distance, a bit of a bucking bronco in terms of a weapon. The fact that he hits those shots so cleanly is again a testament to Zol's experience in the game over the multiple years and the multiple achievements he's been able to garner. Yeah, well played, very well played. But for Wolves, that's got to stop. I mean, it's the same rotate again. It's the same positioning over towards gas station. You can't have that keep happening, especially if they want to stay in top 7.
Next circle coming on through in a couple of seconds as well, as our teams have moved central, but it just sends all the way back to the west side. We're looking to go to a not dissimilar part of the map, but around that east edge of Potato Hill, on those divots that currently we just saw Ulf taking up one of them right around that road junction. Is going to be a major feature moving forwards of this game. And Virtus Pro, probably one of the slower teams to be able to make it in. They're further away than most. We'll see what they can do. DRX, they were pretty quick on the trigger here, and actually they're happy to play all the way down south on this building.
You kind of want to take both sides of this, though, and I think DRX has enough time to do it in. So they are confirming on both positions, but the anchor point has been found. No players there, so DRX is like, well, sure, I guess we'll pick this up. They got OG over on their north side, though, who are trying to clear a similar area. You see Aru wrapping around the side. QXZ very close to him, but the shots aren't ringing out just yet.
Not for the time being. OG, I mean, not going to be able to do more than just send them down into the bunkers. Not for the time being. Regnum Kaya, this is a nice dip for them. I mean, Ulf were sort of holed up in this area, but they've moved on further south. Away from here, across the road. They've managed to find a little bit of a stronghold there. Sorry, not quite across the road, just a little bit short of it. A little bit further up in their next dip.
I mean, playing dip here is okay, right? It's a position to work with. It's slightly open. You will need smokes at some point, but at stage 2 of the game, absolutely fair place to play for Regnum Kaya. Gives them options going into the late game. And again, there's not a fantastical amount of insanely strong areas to play towards the center of this circle. So I think for Regnum Kaya, like, that is a good spot to be working with going forward. They just hope they don't have a GK situation from last game where they get rolled upon and just absolutely smoked. But in the meantime, I think most teams will be waiting for stage 3 to pop on this one. It does move away from shelter, so we are towards those winding roads. GK currently just playing it safe on that north side. Thunder Talk coming out from Yasnaya on that early end of things. I think that has been a bit of a problem for Thunder Talk over to both today's games and maybe even yesterday. Is a little bit of a slower approach on this north side. A lot of times they stop off in South Yas for a long time, and I think they're realizing it's not working anymore, so they push out much earlier across the fields.
I mean, the thing that we praised Thunder Talk for at the end of day 1 and towards the start of day 2 as well is that coordinated play. Their basics, their fundamentals were just better than everyone else in the lobby at that point. When you talk about team play, it seems like a few other teams have caught up, and at the moment they are flagging. So corrections now necessary for Thunder Talk. So it's good to see that they are making those adjustments, not just resting on their laurels, and moving in to try and make sure that they fully deserve their spot in the finals, which they are almost guaranteed to find here. Alpha 7 all the way out on the east, still just about skirting prison. Regnum Kaya actually making a move further up here. They don't want to stay in that dip. They want to get a little bit further down.
Yeah, I mean, being on that low ground now isn't effective. It was good as a stop-off point, and if the circle moved over towards the northeast side, fantastic. But at this point in time, you're quite close to the circle anyway. You should have had some scouting available to you, so they're just going to rotate during that time to get into a better spot here. Annoyingly for a lot of teams, that lovely compound that sits to the western hillside of Farm is cut out. So teams can't really play off the back of that one. E-Arena, though, is going to take control of Potato Hill, and Regnum Kaya is going to sit just underneath it.
Silas looks for the spray towards Prestige. Doesn't connect, but we'll give the info away. DRX playing close by as well on the entrance that we saw them being able to get to before. Nade over the top. Continue to bobble on in. Damage just ticking away on both of these teams, but no blood being spilt just yet. As Regnum Kaya seem to be solidifying now in their hold.
You get to a point here where I feel like both teams you don't really want to fight each other all that much. I mean, there's no reason to, because DRX doesn't want to give up that position. Regnum Kai doesn't want to give up theirs either. And both are relatively safe. Obviously, Regnum Kai is slightly more painful to play because it's a bit more open and DRX is going to have to expend smokes. But this is definitely a case, a bit of a more neighborly love from both squads.
Certainly might be favorable. The question is, will they be able to bear that pressure? Loxy flexing out wide in the middle of the circle for Regnum Kaya. As Alpha 7, they drew short onto one of the entrances to shelter. OG were surrounding it before. They divert, they want to get into the circle, and they will line that edge, trying to stop Alpha 7 from going through, but they will thrust the tip of the spear. Revo moves on in now. WizGod and a Tanky have to hold strong. They're playing around the hill, around the mouth here. The nades are good. WizGod, if they spot him, Carrillo knows about it now. We'll be able to hear it, but WizGod's quick on the trigger with a pump action. A nade put in through the window, though, is going to make it all harder. But Aru has to step in, and 3 players from Alpha 7 crumble in the face of the hold here from OG. Another player now sends out wide Obscure, the last for Alpha 7, and he's on the hunt. AKOP over the top has got the shotty as well as the blue zone to push Obscure out of the zone. It's only stage 3, not the hugest. AKOP, though, takes damage from the zone, and GS are on the north, maybe a third party.
Yeah, I mean, GS coming over towards this one, they can definitely see that there's a fight taking place right now. And with OG taking another knock on the cards, GS should be able to finish this up. Already, they're sending a player out to try and survive longer inside the zone, but quickly cut off in the meantime. So they are locked in now versus GS. But it's only 2 players right now from GS that are playing this position, hoping to just hold these players out. I don't know why Amir pulled off that spot. He just saw a player.
You're trying to send on through and actually might be able to make it now, but he will send over towards Kara and Virtus Pro as well. I don't think that he's going to be able to make that one work. He sends up 2 players from Virtus Pro hop out, and down Alpha 7 fall. 5th place, 103. I mean, they're not fully secure yet, but they've still got a couple more games to play here. But 16th place, 0 elims. A fight with OG that they lose there is not going to be a sweet taste on the tongue.
No, I mean, that's a team that hasn't quite made it yet. I mean, 103 is great, but is it super secure? No. Thunder Talk up against Geeky, a fairly consistent squad wipe, but not before E-Arena starts to swing down the hill, looking over towards Thunder Talk. The Gladiators do arrive. 10k back in the hovercraft, looking to move away as Thunder Talk gets swept up. Only 2 players left now for the team. E-Arena able to profit a little bit off the back of that one with 2 points.
I think the major profit that they'll find is actually the lack of teams in their area anymore. They can move along Potato Hill, move a little bit closer towards Regnum Kaya, and really take control of this western side of the circle. The rotation after may be a little bit trickier. With R8 to the north, with Wolves to the south, Regnum Kaya to the front, it's not too many options from that point onwards.
GS taking down OG as they attempt to make their way through. Alpha 7 really slowed them down there. And for OG, it looks like they are just ticking away. They still have 1 final player up, but it's between him, Kara, Virtus Pro, as well as GS. It's very unlikely that he makes his way out of the blue here.
So, not looking great. This could have been their game. So OG had the drop. They had the circle on their side, but that shift back to the west has been treacherous for them. They were able to handle Alpha 7, but GS really playing spoiler to the approach on the northern edge. And GS will make out over towards DX. And now in the crash goes. Jafar sending straight into the middle. Immediately Paragin puts him down. No threat now, so it's a single front fight. The nade finds Amir as well. And that is a brilliant start to the hold as Levi's turns the corner. And GS are sent spinning here as they try and approach the Xavier's hold. The Xavier, we criticize them for not being able to hold super strong, but maybe that's going to change. Hang on a minute. Ooh, I might have to eat my words because there's already a lot of danger being felt. 1 player gets knocked and flushed there. The Xavier losing 1, but they do stay alive.
I mean, you hold versus the push. That means a lot less players on this northeast side for you. Mad Bulls just finished an engagement and now looking to push down as well. I think they must have heard this, so they are instantly trying to get players back up and healthy so they could try and capitalize off the back of an engagement that just took place. There is a player that only just got picked back up again. That's a Tanky going down to the play zone off in the distance. Nade's been sent down from Ulf as well as APG towards VP's position. It was a spot that can be played. but it's also a spot that both teams from APG as well as Ulf understood that likely teams are going to go for.
Oh dear, that nade, the double knock there coming through from the Mad Bulls, leaving just the one player now for DXavier on the ground floor. Third party, maybe. Shots sent in across the way. Is that R8? Is that Ulf? I'm not entirely sure, but they've already done so much work. It's just Lamborn now for DXavier on the inside. R8 are close by. Amori has moved into position on that north flank. Look at how much he wants to get stuck into this fight. Maybe take a player down. Maybe give themselves an opening, because R8 do still have to move.
I mean, RA could have an equally similar rotate to Mad Bulls here. I think the difficulty for them is Mad Bulls really hasn't taken too much damage off the back of this. Get the res up over towards Paragin, and Mad Bulls just lets it happen. Still 3 nades to work with. 2 nade goes over towards the top window. Paragin's able to dodge that one, so he's able to get that first aid kit off, which is pretty massive for them, getting 2 players back into the fight. But Lemon, once again, so good with the nades.
Lamborn has got 2 more still to play with. Nade out through the door, looks for the challenge. He's got to hold his nerve though, not go for the peak. It's Scarface though, who spots him hopping out the window. Does not allow the exit, and that is DXavier with 3 right towards that bubble. That's great news for the teams looking to try and chase up towards it. Feel like Regnum Kaya may be on for a bit of a mad one here if they can capitalize on the west side position. Push up with Amori though, knocking on the door, and Mad Bulls now have another challenge.
Yeah, for R8, this is a much more difficult fight in terms of the health pools available to Mad Bulls, but already done a hell of a lot of damage. But they need to keep these nades coming so those first aid kits can't keep being applied to the players and getting them back up and healthy. This is good chip damage so far from R8. Just wondering when they're going to pull the trigger on this one. There's no more third parties in this area. It has been a constant fight for this location.
Yeah, Kara approaching to the rest of Ulf drew Scarface away, so they are now fighting on that south side, which means you're right, this is going to be a fairly clean fight. Unless that fight on the south side concludes, you can see off in the distance, then things could get a little bit more messy, but have to wait for the time being. Marth still on that off angle on the outside. Lemon knows exactly what he's playing up against. He's not really able to do too much about it right now.
Flip, taking shots from Scarface again. God, this guy is frustrating to play against. Insanely good when it comes to those long-range shots, and even more shots going down over towards RA. He's just making sure both these teams are battered and bruised by the time they leave this building. Right now, R8 definitely has the advantage because they're playing with a 3-story at their backside as well. So if it came down to it where Mad Bulls are able to get a single knock over towards them, they could always start dodging nades in the 3-story. Loxy, though, finding some shots over towards Sakura. And Murray on the sidelines finds a great shot towards Mad Bulls there, opening up the doorways for the rest of R8 to start flowing through. This isn't before Scarface once again tells Marth that you can't be stepping out on the outside.
There's a big fight happening on the west side as well, Blank, in the picture-in-picture. It's Regnum Kaya fending off the push from the arena. It looked like Regnum Kaya might have had a good time of it, but tried to lose a player or 2. Pusher on the inside here now, though, as we go into the kitchen. Looking to try and cook up a meal, but it's not going to happen. It's cold as a bone, and R8 will be taking them on down. Marth is the loss that they have to suffer, but that Scarface is doing. In the meantime, Regnum Kaya able to survive just a little bit longer, but they need a res. They need something else to happen as the Wolves are starting to push on up and fight against DRX on their south border.
Again, this is good for the Wolves. They needed another strong game here. They couldn't keep just getting those small ones and then hope for a big game to come in the future. Getting those placement points will be very nice. They start to push over towards DRX, but a lovely shot from QXZ will pin them down for the time being. An APG off in the distance as well is an ever-looming threat for the Wolves.
Regnum Kaya have managed to get themselves back up now. They could peek in here. The off angle, the outpost for DRX is their end goal for Kikes. They're out in the open, but they've got to deal with Coops first. They'll do it. They'll look for more as well. And they will find everything they're looking for. The Wolves start to fall, and they will continue to tumble. 7th place. No elims there. Not able to keep things going. For DRX, this is great news. On that 7th place bubble, they're looking to solidify themselves. But Regnum Kaya, they want to extract points from this region. 5 elims found, and they want more as they move on in from that western edge.
Oh my god, the tracking on that was crazy. Royal Mail first class. That is some amazing shots there. The quick resets time and time again. I think Regnum Kaya didn't realize what was hitting him. I'll be calling hacks at that point, to be honest with you. But Regnum Kaya will get to play on as 2.
Kara eliminated as well in the meantime on the southeast side. That was Ulf's doing. Ulf as well on that big chase for the bubble. The fact that the Wolves are down, Alpha 7 are down, gives them a little bit of hope, but there's a knock coming through both for DRX and for Ulf. Regnum Kaya have managed to move in, but they're playing 2 solos right now with Loxy and Zedwolf still alive on that northwest side. DRX really now penned in. Kaise can't do a thing about it.
I think for DRX, they are going to struggle to get out from this position. The saving grace is that Zol basically has no ammo because he's been shooting everyone in the lobby right now. We'll push a little further up here to get some information off the back of it. Doc will pick a player out the back of the buggy, immediately steps back down again. Again, this is where I want to see Doc respect this angle a little bit more. Needs to potentially leave. This could be a decent Molotov. There's no smoke blocking the window either, so he has a clear sight line towards it.
DRX on slivers of HP. And Hyunbin goes down to Reefus. APG. To engage the lobby now. 2 players for DRX, and it's only the one on this outpost. Remember, they've still got that central player. Zedwolf did get knocked and flushed there, leaving just Loxy for Regnum Kaya on that north side. There's that knock over towards DRX. They're not getting him back up. The question is points. 5 teams remain now, Blank. What can teams extract from here? Loxy in the picture-in-picture, fighting for his life against Amori. One of the 2 players remaining for R8.
Again, for APG there, Doc gets shot at by Eren on that angle. Where was the comms across the top in which how he should have rotated back towards the team? Doc knew that angle was available. I just don't think Top was told about it. Because otherwise there's no way he would have made that aggressive push back that way. I'm not sure. I couldn't give you the specifics, but it's just frustrating to watch that. I mean, we just talked about it. But now APG down to just 3 players. But first one in a while, we've seen them in a top 4 here. Could go a little bit further beyond, but it is Ulf who's controlling the hillside along with the shack. Ulf looking to jump up the tables.
They've got 12 elims already, Blank, this match. They're trying to convert off a really strong Rondo as well. Get themselves up into that top 7. I think they'll be able to do it off this match. The question is how far and how secure will they feel? Moving in to the later parts of the day, we're going to be getting across the halfway line of the day after this match. So going into the final 3, it's got to feel good being in the top 7. But that buffer, building more and more on top of it. That's what teams are looking to do now. DRX, their last player. Prestige bearing down upon him. Mori keeping his head down. I feel bad for DRX.
I mean, for R8 as well, even if they get 3rd place here, it's not a huge amount of eliminations, but that should see them safe. Eren finding Reefus, 13 elims on the game. Another massive match for them. Up to top 3 for R8. It certainly sees them making it through here in the top 7, I would say, at this point in time. And now Ulf looks to readdress the circle. If R8 still slinging on both sides here, and Murray and Prestige playing both corners.
They regroup though. An immediate send back in. No, hang on a minute. They're diverting once more. They can't make up their minds. I mean, they're just getting that scouting info. They know nobody's pushing north just yet. APG and Ulf holding each other in a stalemate on this big flat plateau that sits in the middle. The nade is good from Amori, and that catches Yol. Alpha Gaming getting rid of that roadblock for Ulf might actually allow them to push across more effectively. R8 may have just unwittingly spelled their own demise.
But you take a 2nd place though. Let's see how far they can go off the back of it. But again, they control the entirety of the northern edge. Eren picks up another for his troubles and now sees Doc as well. That's 15 elims. They can just clear out the last 2 players from R8. It will be a 27-point game, which will shoot them soaring towards the top of the tables here, John.
They'll be over that 100-point mark if they're able to do it, Blank, I think. Very, very close. It might just be short, but that is an incredible resurgence for Ulf in the 2 big games that they've had today. And it just goes to show you how close these tables have always been. In every
I think the best thing about it is just watching Ulf play their game, right? Eren with these great angles that he's got towards players and taking one-on-one fights with some of the best players in the squad, and Scarface on those incredibly long angles, causing casualties towards teams that might have assaulted them later in the game. It's just nice to see Ulf finding their rhythm.
Absolutely. And a second Turkish team being in the top 7 would be quite an impressive feat. Bit disappointing to not see Reworked and Kaya up there with them. With a lackluster performance so far. They weren't able to convert on this game, but there's an answer. Amori doesn't want them to go any further. Draws a line in the sand, but he has to pull it back as the warpath is being driven right now. Aaron in the passenger seat.
What is this?
Slinging them around the hilltops, but he's going to be pulled out the side. Ketch still sending off across the way, and now they've left themselves in a 1v2 blank. Ketch has it all to do. He's got 2 nades. He's going to have to try and make them work. Not quite reaching the tree there. Amori low on the HP and prestige, and Amori with a big chance for RA.
A massive ego challenge in the vehicle. Made little to no sense at the time after Scarface went down. They could have played this out a little bit slower. No utility on the side of R8 right now, other than 1 stun grenade. But for 1 player, that might just be enough. R8 continues to take momentum here, picking up strong positions. Molotov towards the tree, not allowing Amuri to get too close just yet. But just behind it, he's clear and free. Stun grenade goes out towards Kedge. Blast right in his face, and that's going to delay him. He just has to go blind on this one.
He's got 1 nade, but he's not going to have any time to play around with it. And that is R8 taking home the chicken dinner against all the odds there. What a find coming through from R8. Ulf looked like they had that in the bag. They were on a tear. They had the numbers, but they hop into that convertible and they got too big for their boots, Blank.
I don't know what that was. I mean, there's some giant's feet on those boots because they weren't fitting. That's all. I don't know what Ulf was thinking that scenario. I mean, that does get them a lot of points, but it's not the 27-point game they were going for. They lost out on 2 elims as well off the back of that, so it's even worse for wear. For R8, though, a game that would see them sort of safe now sees them very safe.
They are going to feel pretty good about that one. A 6-point swing on the reverse side. What we were expecting, that 27 down now towards that 21 point, which is not a small game by any stretch of the imagination. Still, it's got to feel a little bit galling coming through from Ulf. They were not able to find it. In the end, it was R8 to sneak it away right from under their noses.
Ulf have the craziest game right at the right time, but then they go for the most bold drive play towards the end. And if they would have had an S12K, it would have worked, okay? But they didn't have it, and they were taken out by R8. R8 get the chicken dinner at this one, Max. And with this chicken, I mean, that's got to lock in their position, right?
Yeah, I mean, you said there were 4 positions possibly remaining in top 7, Hodjukes. I think it's now just 3 remaining. It's dwindling every single match, but really good stuff coming out from R8. And that was all off the back, by the way, of that successful Northern fight against Madballs. They're able to clear off that position, and then all the other teams are fighting for the high ground positions. And R8 are just left alone to survive, make it easily into the later stages, even though they do lose some players a little bit early on in this match, such as Ida and Marth. Prestige, Amori, that was more than enough, Niptra, to wrap up this paramount game that they desperately needed to be in the finals. And with this game, I'm going to say it, they're 100% in for the biggest stage of this year's PMGC.
I 100% agree. They are in, they are ready to go, and you could see them celebrating that fact as well right after the game, because they know as well they have gotten in, they are safe, they are good to go, because this is exactly what they needed, right? Because so far today, they've been looking a little bit, uncertain. So this win just really cementing that, and, just being a breath of fresh air and just like, okay, we can relax now is really, really good for them. But I've got to say, Max, Ulf coming in hot, just missing out on the win. But man, the points they're racking up today is insane.
You know what? If we don't see Ulf get a win, but they get these high elimination counts compared to what we saw day 1, day 2, I'm fine with this. I'm
right?
Like, it's going to be enough Hodjukes to push them up in top 7. So you know what? Would it be nice to see them actually get the win? Yes, but this is currently more than enough to keep them in the conversation and make it work out. So you know what, Ulf? Keep it going. This is the right change of pace that we needed to see. And you know what? They're striking while the iron is hot on day 3.
needed. That is the right word. By the way, those headshots from Joel were just absolutely insane. We're definitely gonna touch on that that OG Alpha 7 push. I think that was really interesting, but I want to just really harp on Ulf, man. Ulf in this day, right? On the final day, they were at 13th place, right? At the start of the day here. With this performance, Max, I think that just might have put them especially in contention for one of those 7 spots.
I'm going to go even further. When you look at day 1 and day 2 combined, their highest elimination game was 6, right? That was their best performance. Today, they already got a 14 elimination game on Rondo and now a 15 elimination game on this last Erangel match. Combined, they're completely out, eclipsing even, I would say, their day 1, day 2 performances in day 3 alone. And Niptura right now, is this more in line with what you expected from Ulf? Because for me, that is definitely the case.
Oh, 110%, right? We've known these guys for years. We know what they can do. 110, yes, I'm certain I'm going over 100% on this. Because, yes, we knew that their gameplay was a little bit more passive this time around than a few years ago, but I didn't expect to see the first and second day performances come out of them. This is much more like it. I'm so happy that they've adjusted.
Oh my goodness, look at the pop off there from RA. Yeah, because they have locked it in. We're gonna see them in the finals, but let's take a look at these rotations, Max, man. And look at that, Alpha Gaming all the way down there in military base, making that travel on over to the east.
Yeah, this is the 8-man Turkish rotation from Ulf and Regnum. Like, you know what, we're homies from the same region. Let's move in similar rotation path and see how it's going to work out. Of course, they're going to be pretty accustomed to it as they played against each other going into PMSL Europe earlier this year. From the southern side, right, Niptura going in. And finally, we were talking about it this entire game. It's not just a good rotation. They avoid early skirmishes to keep 4 players alive until the very later stage, to actually have an opportunity to go for the win. Sure, they don't quite secure it, but this makes me at least more hopeful that APG can initiate that comeback because, again, no early casualties happened here on this Erangel game.
Yep. Yeah, it was so nice. I mean, we saw some nades being thrown over to VP earlier on in the game, but still no full send, just trying to, you know, pick up an elimination here or there maybe, but really it's all about control. And it was really, really nice to see this different side to APG, the one that we're used to seeing, and it gets them 11 points. Is it enough? No. But is it a start? Yes.
Oh, man. Honestly, that start needed to happen a few games ago. They are really far behind, you know? So, but it's good to see them make it towards the end game. And not to mention, you know, Zol had those crazy headshots. First onto Doran, right? By the way, you know, Wolves, back-to-back donuts. What? I mean, actually, they got 1 placement point. Okay, right? So it's not a back-to-back 0-point games. We'll take that. But I mean, come on, Max, right? They win Rondo and then 0-point game, 1-point game. And now we're seeing teams pop off. I mean, these leaderboards are getting real scary.
I couldn't even tell you what went wrong this game because I didn't even see them do anything this match. For me, they just disappeared in like a puff of smoke. Unfortunately, the very early end for the side of Wolves. By the way, congrats to Mori that, again, just keeps standing out as the MVP contender of the entirety of R8. That I said it also on day 1. Normally, we see him more as a setup off angle player, but no, he keeps on performing. Very happy with Amori in particular here, Niptura. He just keeps putting up the numbers and helping them secure again their position in the top 7 as they now climb in 3rd position just behind Thunder Talk. R8, again, locked in. We're going to have a MENA team here for the grand finals.
Yeah, there is no way they drop down now. With just 3 games left, they are set. Mapples as well, picking up the pace here in the last day to just keep ahead of the rest of the lobby. So some really, really nice stuff going in here, Jukes.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy. You can just see those leaderboards. Ulf making it into that top 7 position all the way from 13th place. But man, we got a whole bunch more action to go here in just a minute, guys. We'll be right back after this short break.
racing experience. Wow, racing maps await you. The new racing template is online. Create your racetrack gameplay. Navigate the forest racetrack. Unleash your racing passion. Surpass your opponents. Become the king of speed. Unlimited speed. Ignite your passion for speed. Play WoW now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Ketch, one of the veteran players currently at PMGC. This man's been playing for 6 years. He's part of Ulf Esports. After the first 2 days, you guys had 31 eliminations. Today's a completely different day. After just 3 games, you guys have 30 eliminations. Especially yesterday in Erangel, you guys were able to get good placement points. But now it's a completely different team. What tactical changes have you guys made to be able to put up such a great performance, especially with Ilms?
Dün Erengel'de sıralamalarda puan kazandınız, pek elim puanı kazanmadınız. Bugün Erengel'e ne taktik olarak ya da mental olarak bir değişim yaptınız ki puanları topladınız?
Aslında yaptığımız değişiklik yok. Sadece oyun sonuna 4 kalmayı hedefliyoruz girdiğimiz pozisyonlarda. Bunu eğer başarılı bir şekilde yaparsak geniş oyunda bir şekilde yani bir ekstra bir şeyler çıkartabiliyoruz. Taktik yok yani, sadece özellikle vurmayı deniyoruz.
So technically we don't have any tactics. We're just aiming to at least try to reach the top 4 of each match, and I think this overall it will balance our gameplay through the matches.
I'm happy to hear that. I mean, right now you're in 6th place, so I'm pretty sure you're going to be feeling confident. Now we got to talk about Aaron, because Aaron just joined the squad in October. He was able to put up a good amount of eliminations just this last match. What has he been able to provide to the team since he joined?
Valla Eren daha Ekim'de girdi takıma. Şimdi nasıl yeni şeyler getirdi takıma?
Eren geldiği dönemde çok fazla alışma sürecimiz olmamıştı ama bizim antrenmanlarımız daha çok resmi turnuvalarda oldu. İyi geldi, güzel geldi. İnşallah da böyle devam ederiz.
So when Eren came, actually we didn't take that much for us to get used to him, but mostly we trained through the tournaments with him because it's the last minute he's joined. But it was a good feeling that he has in the team, and I hope he can perform very well after this.
Okay, I'm hoping so too. And out of all the squads that are here, the 15 squads that you're looking at, is there anyone in particular that you maybe feel like a rivalry building up after almost 3 days of gameplay?
Abi 3 gündür turnuvada oynuyorsun. Sizin takımınıza kapışacak bir takım var mı?
Yani burada bence herkes çok güçlü. Özellikle söyleyebileceğim bir takım yok. Bilmiyorum yani. Herkes çok güçlü.
So technically I have no teams to pick because every teams are already redeemed their places to get this place. So I really have no team to pick.
Ah, look at this man giving that political answer. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Ketch. I can't wait to see what's going to be happening in the last 3 games as we're going to be, at the end of the day, sending the top 7 teams to the grand finals.
Hey, cool, calm, and collected there from Ketch right there. I mean, this guy is feeling good, especially after that match. But there's a lot of teams here, Max, man, that aren't feeling too good, right? I want to definitely point out some of the big names that are right there on that cusp for that 7th position, right? You had Alpha 7, right, who were already sitting, you know, pretty, but the only way that they don't make it into the finals is if they absolutely throw a terrible performance for the rest of the match. They get a 0-point game in that last one, Max. What do you feel about that?
I was going to say exactly that, actually. We should not see 0-point games, and guess what? That's what we just got. It does not bode well, Hot Jukes, for the rest of today, looking at Alpha 7. Of course, they just need an average rest of the day, and they should be able to qualify. But of course, like, starting off with a 0-point game, they're going to start feeling that pressure, Niptra, and you know what? Under pressure is when you can make some of your biggest blunders, and Alpha 7 have done in the past, especially during PMWC. It would be very unfortunate to witness that happen once again in the Global Championship.
It really would. A7, they've done it before. Hopefully they won't do it again. They have time. Miramar's coming up as well later, so, you know, they could do really well there. They've already got an almost win today. They just need to keep going.
Let's take a look here at this last match. I mean, you got D Xavier as well, only busting out 3 points. You know, OG get a 3-point game. And I'm going to say this, okay? I'm going to be real harsh here, okay? Ooh. Because I heard in the earlier match, right? We got a little bit of information from the 7WG, right? We heard from OG, and Aru saying that OG is just looking to get 6 to 7 points a match. When I heard that, I almost went nuts because I was like, that is the worst thing you could possibly hear for the grand finals, in my opinion, right? Now, that strategy might work in some earlier tournaments, right? This is the grand finals, though. And Ulf just showed just how that is not gonna work, Max, at least in my opinion, because there are so many teams that can pull out huge games. So I think OG, you got to go for a chicken dinner here if you want to make it a top 7. 6 or 7 is just not going to cut it.
I think when you go in with a mindset of we want to hit 6 or maybe 7 points average per game, it's not the right approach. I think you should try and go hard for those wins, as you just said, Hot Jukes, and that can offset your potential bad games. Because guess what? Even the best in the world is going to have bad games, okay? Everyone is going to have, unfortunately, a 0 or 1 or 2-point game. If you get a win, though, you can afford to have those bad games, which, as of right now, Orangutan can't really afford to get. So I definitely agree with your point there, Hot Jukes. I think they need to try and go hard. And we saw a glimpse of absolute beauty in this game with Orangutan, Niptra. They had a great engagement in Shelter. Versus Alpha 7, I think it was. And then they just start to get a little bit too confident and start splitting apart. AKOP in particular was the one to leave the team. No, what we saw at the start of that fight, do it more often. And I'm telling you, they could easily make in top 7 if they could do it more consistently.
Oh, 100%, because what we saw in that fight was the team synergy, the backup from the team. You know, they were having a fight. Somebody else comes round to back up the team, round on the outside, lots of different angles. And then AKOP just decides, hey, I'm just going to go solo it towards the last player over on Obscure. I'm just gonna solo it, guys. You don't need to watch me. And I was like, bro, come on, no, please don't do this, please. And then he goes out. I'm like, well, yeah, you kind of knew that was gonna happen, but yeah, it was unfortunate because then they just get overrun by GS as well as the blue zone comes in. It's just, why did you do that? So less of that, more of the initial start to the fight would be awesome for them.
Mm-hmm. You know what? I'm going to sound very biased here, but I want COG in the finals because, come on, India is finally back since, what was it, 2021? Because they did in January, the finals. I confuse in my mind, but it's been a while. And I would like to see them. And in my opinion, Orangutan, if there's any team that's going to make it, it would have to be the one, especially through Gauntlet. There's the easiest stage, you know, in quotation marks, to qualify into the finals because you just have to be in top 7. Yep. So we need to see a change of pace here, Hot Jukes, if we want to see that dream come to reality for the big old monkeys. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go, man. It's a dream I definitely want to see happen. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, you got the Xavier right above them. You got Regnum Karya, VP right below you, okay? And right now, OG sitting in 10th place with 80 points. That cutoff position, that 7th place, DRX is currently holding it with 93. So they're already 13 points behind here with not a lot of matches left today. So when it comes to OG, if you're going to make that dream happen, honestly, it's going to happen with eliminations. 6 or 7 points a game ain't going to cut it, Neptura. What do you think we need to see from OG in this next match here, right? In order for you to feel comfortable for them going into the grand finals?
I need to see them just be more proactive. They're being reactive, not proactive. And they have really good mid game. They've figured out how they want to play the mid game. Certainly in the last 2 Erangels, we've seen some really good mid game strategies from them. It's just getting them to the end game and then fighting that end game is where they're falling down. And so they just need to be more proactive. They need to think ahead a little bit more, because the way the rest of these teams are playing, they were like 2 points, 3 points away from top 7 now. But as you just said, they're now 13 points away. So the rest of the lobby is not going to wait for them.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be that team in 8th place, guys, right? But, you know, 7th place gets you to the grand finals. By the way, right, we also got a pretty huge prize pool here for the Gauntlet, right? 7th place is going to net you a good old-fashioned $53,000 and that ticket to the grand finals. And 8th place nets you 6, right? So good little pretty much almost $50,000 difference there, you know? So that is the worst position to be in. And I'm telling you, you do not want this to be close towards the end. And also, Wolves here, Maxman. Time to wake up, right? It's time to wake up here now.
Of course you would say that, Audrey. Of course you would be the one, please. Audrey, please. Wolves make it to the finals.
Don't tease me with that, Rondo, right? Don't tease me with it, right? I mean, I was so excited that 0-point game, 1-point game right after, right? I mean, honestly, I'm going to be happy with 7 points from them on this one, right? Put something up.
I mean, they're on the cusp right now. I mean, looking at the leaderboards currently on my screen, I'm seeing Wolves. They have 92 points. Above them, DRX 93. Right above that is 98 points from Ulf. They're currently on a bit of a momentum kind of build up towards the second half of today. If they can keep it going, it's going to be hard to deny that position away from them in top 7. So yeah, I think it's Wolves now. It's down to them. DRX, maybe also Alpha 7, maybe Ulf if they start slowing down for the second half of today. It's tough, man. The competition just above them, Neptra, is going to be crazy. We know with this roster, Wolves have that potential. But can they deal with this kind of pressure? They weather the storm going into these next 3 matches? I don't know, because Miramar, they can be a little bit topsy-turvy. But that's going to be the 2 battlegrounds that they need to perform on if they want to make it in the finals.
It's going to be so difficult to tell, really. I mean, they've been playing okay, but then they just get taken out on rotation. Doran needs to stop going out so early. I think maybe what they need to be doing, maybe the mistake they've been playing so far is like playing a little bit too split, because often we see the players go out 1 by 1 on those rotations and stuff. So I am kind of wondering if it's like a little bit of they're just playing a little bit too split. You know, typically they want to split in the end game. That's perfectly fine. Go for it. That's a great play. But maybe they're starting that just a little too early. Maybe less control in the mid game and then just go for it in the end game.
You know what? Another team I want to try and see a little bit more from Hot Jukes before we send it to this game is Virtus Pro. Genuinely,
oh my gosh.
Here, this game, that's such a good entry point, and they send it to Ulf, and they get completely humiliated, to be brutally honest on that one. It was not even a fight. It was so one-sided in favor of Ulf that Virtus Pro, for me, just does not look like the team we witnessed in day 1, game 1 on that Rondo match. Virtus Pro has been falling from grace. It is time to do a comeback, Virtus Pro, because otherwise the finals are just going to be slipping right through their fingers. They need to do something this next game. Erangel, it is your time to perform.
Hey, only 3 matches left to go. This is the last Aaron Gale of the day. Regnum Karya and Virtus Pro are 19 points behind. Chicken dinner right here, right now. Let's see it.
Hey, they're looking for a chicken dinner. Now's the time to do it. You're right. If you want to jump up to the top 7, make sure that you've got that direct ticket to the grand final stage. Then it is all about getting these points in here and now, because the number of slots available is ever dwindling.
Not many left remaining now for teams to pick up. and grab as we head further and further towards the end of the gauntlet. We're starting on a eastern playing path with this one, getting players that drop down towards Sosnovka out nice and early. So it's GK as well as APG being able to take advantage of this one. Whereas teams that might drop over towards Primos, very Pier could get a decent start off the back of it. We'll wait for the circle to pop, but it will be our final angle of the day. And it is going to be GS dropping on top of APG. APG with a good start though with the knife straight over towards GS.
Between the shoulder blades on that one. Looking to reload the VSS there. It's the only weapon you got. It's what you got to use. Jafar with the pan as well. But turn to the corner. The weaponry superior for APG. It's all up to Jafar to see what he could do. And he is quite far away from the rest of the team. He's got the M4, sure, but he's also got 4 players from APG to deal with. The question is, can he connect? Or does he just get out of there? See on the cams. They are leaving it up to him. A little bit of a worry that that's how the game starts. Of course, you can't get yourself back up now. And they want to hunt Jafar down. I think they know vaguely the direction he's playing, but I don't think they have the full bead on him. The question is how many, or if any, can he pick up if he can get those shots on the side angle? He's not there. Don't worry, guys.
Not the player you want to be leaving left alive here is Jafar. Clutch Maestro himself, but no shotgun in hand, so he's just going to dip off the back of this one. But for APG, what a start for them. This fight has been going back and forth for quite a while. For an opener like that, it is incredible to see. Oh, DBS. Yes, just DBS and an F4. It's an insane loadout. Never mind. I lied.
No vest, though.
Well, actually, he's got a helmet, which is perfect, right? Because APG only hits heads. So technically, this is the optimal loadout.
Oh, for sure. That's 100% correct. 3 points for APG, though. If they wanted to make a resurgence, that's a great way to start. They've managed to farm 3 points already. They would love that. They would love to have that 4th and remove that thorn from the side and not worry anymore, because you've got to think he's in the hills somewhere. He's always hiding around the next corner. It does slow you down quite a lot. And with the circle being on the mainland out to the west side, we did see that pop during that fight. You're going to have to get on the road fairly quickly. You've got to be worried that it's not going to go your way if you can't move fast enough.
Yeah, and even so, for APG, let's put it into context right now, they need a 15-point average at least if they want to get into top 7. And that's a conservative estimate. So that's 15 points this match, next match, and the match after that. So again, just to set some expectations here. For OG and DX, a lot more doable in terms of points required to be gained over the next few matches. The Western shift on the circle, though, OG has a similar rotational path to what they had before. His team performance coming through from Ulf, 13th place in day 2. Coming into 6th here in day 3 with an unbelievable performance over just game 1 and game 3. A lot of points accrued here. And again, like I said before, getting more into the rhythm of it, which is nice to see.
Certainly is. And if you had to pick 2 Turkish teams, as I was talking about in that last match, to go through in the top 7, it's very few people, I think, around the world that would have not put Regnum Kaya as one of those 2 teams, right? They're down in 11th place. You were talking about DX Xavier and OG having maybe an outside chance here. For Regnum Kaya, it's, again, just not quite close enough. And for a championship team, for a team that has been at the top of the world before, it is a bit of a misstep. And you were talking before about the potential lack of synergy with Zedwolf.
Yeah, well, I think that they don't play terribly. It's less of a lack of synergy and, like I said, more of a lack of delegation, because I do think that Zedwolf is sort of wasted right now on the team, where they're having him play as a backstop or anchor for the squad, and I just don't think that's his play style. And there was a moment, PMSL EU, where they were using him a lot more of this off-angle player, someone who kind of is the crowbar for the team, breaking open a lot of these plays, and that worked extremely well. And I think you just got to trust him, because he has solo carried teams in the past. It's just, I think it must be weird for him playing on a competent team, where you're still trying to figure out what's your place in the squad, and it also isn't really on the other players to decide that for him.
Kara making their way on that south side, trying to keep that top spot in control. They are the top dogs of the lobby right now, and it's not looking super likely to change, although there are teams knocking down the door. However, they have done enough. They've done plenty in order to get into the top spots there. You can see that 135, there's no way they drop down below 7th place towards the end of the day here. Kara will be seen in those finals, along with Thundertalk and RA. They are pretty locked in. Mad Bulls, the most unlikely of the very likely teams to be seen in the finals, but at 115, you've got to imagine that that's going to be enough.
Oh, Thundertalk and Kara going at it. But in the meantime, we're going to take a little recap with Seven over on the stage.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time it's about RA. This squad was just pretty much able to secure their ticket into the grand finals. Earlier in the day, I was talking with Ida and I asked him, if you're in a comfortable position where you can actually hunt down a squad, are you going to do it? And he looked around and he said yes. He didn't want to specify which team it was though. So John and Blank, can we take any guesses? Maybe the RX, maybe Alpha 7? I don't know, because there's a lot of teams trying to make it to top 7 and it's very tight in that department.
I mean, it is all really to play for there in terms of guesses. I mean, at the moment, I think Alpha 7 seem to be fairly safe. 103 with 3 matches to play. You expect them to be able to get 7 points over the rest of the day and could potentially stretch all the way out to getting up to that 120 mark, right? I think the volatility really sits in the 2 teams beneath them, from 6th place down to 10th, and then an outside chance of down to 12th. Below that, nah, I'm not backing it.
No, I think for RA, targeted plays, you probably would want to target Alpha 7, right? Because they share a lot of your rotational paths. But you're also definitely correct in terms of it's a team that's hard to push out at this point in time, right? Especially this being the last Erangel, we didn't see too much aggression from R8 their way. So I don't know. We'll wait and see. Maybe they'll bring out something special on our next match.
Could be a Miramar special over on the desert. Of course, we haven't seen our 2 Miramars at the end of the day, and things do change in terms of dynamics there. We'll have to wait a little bit. Kara losing 2 players in opening salvo on the match. Not ideal. OG moving past Ulf now, and Ulf, as we all know, have been on a tear today. With dangerous territory. The circles shift as well, Black. This is nasty. Over to the west side of Everest, over towards Hospital, and this is going to get messy over towards it. The nurses are going to have to work overtime.
Well, I mean, for RA, it's wonderful. From starting in South George to move down towards this area of the map, a really easy gameplay for them. But this is bad news for Wolves. I mean, a 3rd time in a row, sort of inexcusable at this point. Losing a player in the first 10 minutes of the game. Amori will find Igors. Yeah, it's not great. And for Wolves' prospects to get into the top 7, it's feeling like it's starting to get dashed a little bit here. These are the initial shots from Thundertalk at some incredible distance.
I mean, sure, why not? Show us what you're made of. Show us what you got. There's a reason they are towards the top of the tables. Oh dear, OG, they've taken a lick on that east side. That approach to the foothills of Everest, not going to go unchallenged. And there's a lot of teams already crunched in here. It was a very, very fast rotate move here into stage 2. As the second circle pops up. Wolves diverting out to the west. Irina trying to take shots, but the beachheads just getting in the way. The reload's not quite there in time, and the Wolves draw up on the west side. In a couple of buildings, difficult to leave, but they're very isolated from every other team right now.
Yeah, West Coast's not a terrible place to play for them. At the moment, gives them some options in the future, but the main thing is safety, because they want to disengage from a lot of the action on the squad. Because this was a circle where a lot of teams are going to be moving in from that eastern side, they know that playing on the very west is probably the safest place to be, because the traffic jams are going to be on that eastern edge. APG rotating from the south side. For OG, it's been difficult because they are a team that starts towards the east, and we've had a lot of western circles today.
There's been much more focus over on that part of the map, you're right. So new ground in the lobby. The areas to the south of Georgia Pole. Just peeking over towards that swamp area as well, right on the south edge. We'll see where we end up. Mad Bulls atop the mountain right now, with all 4 of their players alive, I believe, at the top there. And they are the only team to have sent up the slopes. Everyone else playing around in the foothills.
Last player from GS. Jufar doing his best. I mean, he's still in Sosnovka, so I don't think his best is going to be good enough to get up towards the top side. But APG cut clean with all 4 players up. Looking over towards OG, who are leaving from Gatka to head towards the compound that sits under Everest, which is actually not a terrible spot at all for them.
This east side circle shift, though, over towards Everest. I feel like this is going to give Mad Bulls some neighbors. Virtus Pro on the move now behind Ulf as... Oh dear, that's not where you want to be drawing short. Can't park there, mate. Aragon have to take flight once more. Milky Way, though, spotted first. It is Solus to get the shutdown. Lost on as well. Taken out, and Ulf really not giving any ground. Malloy, the only one to strike back so far, but 2 players left trying to face off against them. Ulf, a big nade over towards the top there, does actually manage to get the flush, so they've lost the player guaranteed, a point at least. But Malloy can't do anything about the rest of them, and Ulf stay alive. They lose Solus, but they'll keep on as 3 on the south edge.
I mean, 4 elims is great for Ulf, honestly. It does the trick, and it'll be... They just need a little bit more right on the game now. Even over the next 2 matches, they need probably like a 4 or 5 point average to see themselves safe. This is a wild rotate from the Wolves, by the way, getting over towards this eastern shack. It's not very safe whatsoever, but it is playable. It's very much a survival type maneuver, though.
Yeah, it's a get as far as you can type situation. GK on the west coast, they need to move up north or east or anywhere really, but the open field to the northwest of Gatka, where we saw Ulf start to post up and win that fight just now. I mean, that's so open, it's so difficult to move there. And the arena sit up to your north and the buildings up that direction. Where do you go at this point if you're GK? You have to take a fight. The question is which one?
For GK, it's a really horrible option of, do you swing through the fields, which, as you know, there's going to be a ton of sightlines looking over towards the west side, or do you try and take one of these fights over towards the north? And that's sort of your option. I mean, Wolves massively cut down on their losses there by getting that early rotate in. Making this rotate now would be really quite dangerous. Defense does find Coops, though, on the outside. So that's 1 down for Wolves already. Good shots from Aaron over towards Geeke.
I mean, they're having flashbacks to last time on the Erangel open ground where Geeke rolled up on him and Ulf went crumbling. Fortunately, this time they find them at the start and they've established already that line. There are a lot more spread, a lot of different situations to unfold here. Scarface may be in danger here, but the arena actually could tag on for a third party, make the life a little bit trickier on that southwest side. 3 teams trying to move in from that direction. There's a fight for the center as well. It's Regnum Kaya, DRX gonna clash. It looks like Regnum Kaya lose their east side outpost on that one, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, for Regnum Kaya, this is a pretty good spot, to be honest. Trying to play out from this area, though, down towards the south side is a little bit more difficult. Mapful's pretty frustrated with the way this one worked out. There's saving graces that APG. There's going to be other teams looking their way. Final players from GK are starting to fall here. Ran out of ammo, but SafG likely to go down to the blue here if he can't get a med off quick enough, and he absolutely does. And that is GK out. And 7 helims right now for Ulf. They are going further beyond, which is great to see.
Now they have E-Arena here. Maybe a couple more points for them, but remember, they're still playing as 3. E-Arena as 4. TurdyK can't quite connect on the bumper, but will with the shotgun shutdown, and Ketch is next to go. E-Arena able to find 2. Now the last player to stand, it's Eren, the newest addition to the roster here. And Ulf need to rely on him now. But do they just want to get out of there? Try and send the way into the buggy, play the terrain. Smoke has bloomed on the off angle, but it's not going to be necessary. Plays the dips and moves on in. A solo pursuit now for the last player in Ulf.
Yeah, it's one of those tough positions. I can't believe Jufar's still in the game, but fair enough, goes down. Yeah, it's a tough spot to play in, especially if you get rocked up on like that. It's one of the few areas in the fields where you can effectively rock up and have some form of cover to work with. Aaron slowly rocks up over towards APG, but Doc spots that out almost immediately and will find the flush on that one. So Ulf goes down, but 7 elims in pocket. What we're talking about before, 6-7. You got the 7 elims on this game. That's all you really need to continue posting up those points. Now it's a way easier scenario. It's like a 3-point average that they realistically need in the next 2 matches.
Alpha 7. They're looking to try and keep themselves in because Ulf did just leapfrog them up to 105. They haven't got any elims yet, and they're playing from South George. On the border, sure. Oh. Get out from underneath there. Doesn't need an inspection just yet. It's got his MOT already. He's out running over his teammate. Not friendly, not friendly. But on the north side, they do have a difficult approach here up to the ridge lines around Hospital. They could maybe find that mound that sits there, but with Regnum Kyra on the other side, it's a bit of a silhouette that you're going to make as you try and make your way up there. For Alpha 7, that's tricky.
It's an interesting circle because there are several positions which are very dominant here, where it could hard shift over towards Hospital, Kara's compound on the west, central compound from DX Xavier. It could head over towards Everest, in which case Mad Bulls as well as APG have a good time. It could go down towards the south side, in which case Undertalk's compound suddenly becomes very, very strong. There's a lot of different scenarios here that can take place, which drastically change the pace of the game for any one particular team. So we'll wait and see, because I really do think it's sort of stage 5, stage 6, which is going to define how this game goes down. It's very different, that scenario we saw from OG, GK, and Alpha 7, where there really wasn't anywhere to play and it was super scrappy. But here there is some definitive spots on the map which are very playable.
So, question of who's going to be able to control them and how many teams are going to try and control them at once. In these scenarios, getting a little bit of healing on for Alpha 7 before they make their move. Regnum Kai are a little bit happier. Next zone will come through, will really start to cut out some of those points that you talked about before, Blank, as it goes to DX Xavier in that central position. Gonna be a great day for them, but can they hold off teams crashing?
Yeah, for DX Xavier, this is massively good for them. Wolves, though, teams are blasting in. It's Alpha 7 will take down 1 in Baton. There's still 2 players alive, I believe, for Wolves, and the shots are coming in thick and fast from across the way as APG tries to put up that 15-point average. But good shots coming back from Coops there. Will shut down at least 1 player from Alpha Gaming.
Ooh, Mad Bulls have angles from the top of Everest as well, over towards Alpha 7. And this is a firing squad over towards that Alpha 7 position. I'm surprised they haven't all gone down already, to be honest, Blank. And at 104, they can't really afford to be losing out here. The number of points that they've been able to earn, I don't even know if they got any elims so far. OG, in the meantime, trying to mount the Everest approach. It's not going to go well. They're immediately turned away at the door. And APG, I don't think that they're going to miss that shot into Aru. No, indeed they don't. And up they push. That's going to be done and dusted.
Yeah, Tanky just has to send further in towards the circle, try and find somewhere to stay. And I mean, heading over towards the fielded area is probably a smart decision, considering a lot of teams aren't going to pass through that position anyway. And it's close enough to DX Xavier that he has a little bit of support from them. So it's okay. But Thundertalk continuing to take shots over towards him, trying to see if they can find those angles. Kara right now in between them and E-Arena. Just Marceau here remaining for the squad. Has nades to work with.
See what you can do. Arena reluctant to go for the pushes, but they've got 2 nades cooking. Okay, Sakura's Molly able to tag him on. Gets the burn down. That is going to be Kara down. But again, they've done enough. They don't need to do any more unless they want to chunk out some more of that prize money, which of course is a tasty treat. But it's most sights set on the finals. DRX trying to move up, control the Mad Bulls on their descent. The Mad Bulls really haven't profited from the top of Everest in the way that maybe they'd have liked to here, Blank. But they are up now 2 points on the game. Getting shut down on the descent, though.
Yeah, it's given them some place to stay, though, which is the main thing. I think Mad Bulls would have struggled if not for that. This descent, like you say, came a little bit too late. I think that it was very unlikely for it to head all the way to the top of Everest, but a good push from Mad Bulls down the hill. This is an instantaneous retreat here. And there's some support coming through.
Oh, I think there's another flush coming on in. Alpha 7, I think, busted down to just the one player. Thunder Talk, by the way, flexed out. They've gone up the side of Everest. They want a piece of this fight. They want to try and jump up back into first place to end things out. We'll see if they're able to do it. Alpha 7 do fall. They get up to 107 total on their game. Should still be enough to keep them ticking over. We'll see what more they can do. The Wolves, who are behind, still on 2 players. Not quite close enough to be worrisome right now. Another shutdown over towards APG in the meantime, though, as DRX are starting to mount their bid for that 7th place spot. With the Wolves falling by the wayside, this is their opportunity.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is DRX's game to get it done right and lock in another one of those positions. They're able to get a chicken dinner on this match. It's done. So they will lock in that position. Unfortunately for them, the circle moves out towards that western side, giving a lot of opportunity for more points for DXavier, another team on the chase. So we could be locking things in really early here, John. It depends how well this escape, this exit is for DRX.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Finally, one goes down. It's Lambor to be able to pick that one up. OG eliminated in the meantime. They couldn't survive as a solo there on the roadside. The DRX now under heavy fire from the top of the mountain. This flex out from Thunder Talk has caused them so much trouble.
Yeah, I think for Thunder Talk, it was a very smart decision to push up the hillside here because they had a massive amount of cover to work with. Wolves right now looking to get ahead of the guys from DRX, but it's not meant to be. It's another well-placed grenade from R8. Will push R8 even further up the tables. DRX send in, but it's just one player, and he will be taken out fairly short in order. That's so easy down. Ida takes a knock, but should be able to be rezzed back up again.
It's just now one player left on the back lines for DRX, really. There's nothing more doing. They know he's in the hills somewhere, just the question of where. Prestige is on the hunt. He's scanning that horizon. Oh, goodness me. That is going to be a nasty situation for QXZ to find himself in. And right next to Thunder Talk 2, King is there rolling down, spots him, darts out the way. QXZ looks for the challenge, but it is going to be one out in the end by Thunder Talk. But up steps R8 as he gets the knock back in response. And I don't think Thunder Talk is going to be able to reclaim that player. That might be them done and dusted, actually, as they lost their downstairs partners.
Yeah, I think so. And Thunder Talk, if you told me that Thunder Talk would be in 3rd place at the end of yesterday, I don't think I would have, well, at the start of yesterday, I don't think I would have believed you at all. But I think that it is crazy how much of a good performance R8 has been able to put up, as well as Kara. I mean, I had a lot of hopes for R8 coming into this tournament at the beginning, and it's really nice to see that they've been one of the few exceptional teams throughout every single day. Yes, Kara had like the most incredible performance on day 2, but R8 has just been steady, consistent through day 1, day 2, and day 3, and it is paying off now as they catch up to Kara and maybe even pass them in this game.
Ooh, shut down there coming through. DXavier looking to keep things under control now. R8 with a massive elim total here. The full 14 that could potentially try and crash into the north side of this DXavier position. They've only got 3 elims on that middle spot, so we'll see what they can do. Rack up some more. A good first pickup. Looking for more damage. They're able to do quite a lot on the approach, and the hop out from Paragin deals so much more. They've been able to shred through the health bars here, and Nate all too happy to receive them. Open arms to the elimination tally of DXavier, and this is how you make your bid for it. Arena trying to third party, but there's nothing to third party on anymore. There's nothing being done to DXavier on this hold. Lambor's isolated, sure, but with only 2 players on in the intro, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, an incredibly speedy cleanup coming from DXavier there. And this is massive news for DXavier, just on the cusp of getting in towards that top 7. This could be the game to overtake both Wolves and DRX and gaining a spot in towards those finals. Arena make their way up. For APG, for Refus, this is a case of a 2nd place for him, ideally. But even so, this is more reputation on the line as opposed to getting into the finals, I would say, for APG.
I think the Arena may have jumped the gun on going in for this one. I mean, the circle out to the west side. It's not unlikely that it leaves the compound on the next one. With 3 players, they could have established a baseline across the road, played some of the divots, some of the ridge lines. They tried to commit for a third party, and now they're just going to be taken down one by one to these nades. DXavier have 12 nades on side blank.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I think that for that comment about saying that E-Arena jumped the gun, I don't think they did. I think they went as fast as they could on this third party. The problem is the speed at which DXavier dealt with 4 players. That's where things go down. And Reefus will just take a tumble. I mean, he had to move out from the blue. And now it's DXavier 4-man versus 1. Technically, yes.
It might be the right play, but it's not going to happen either way. An immediate shutdown as DXavier close us out. I think they got up to 9 eliminations there, Blank. A 19-point game in such an important position. DXavier are going to be happy, but with 2 more matches left to play, it's still not over.
Not just yet, but we are getting in towards the totals where teams are getting close to locking things down. For APG, like I said, reputation's sake is on the line, and they're not doing bad, all things considered. Today, it looks a lot better than it did over the last 2 days, that's for sure. For DXavier, though, fantastic stuff. DRX still battling for that top side, but that is a difficult circle to play, and DRX definitely gets given the middle right there, and it's just an easy compound to play from. So much open space around it. It's fairly easy to nade out the garage. It's not the one you hold.
And another big game from RA as well. That's now 2 in a row. They've had a big impact on Blank. They are really charging it up towards the top of those tables. Looks like they are going to have a good day and solidify themselves in. The DXavier win, though, couldn't come at a more crucial time.
Couldn't have been at a more crucial time indeed, John, man. DXavier, they needed a big performance so bad here, Max, man. They end up rotating here to this building and clutching it up. I mean, wow, what a performance from DXavier.
Yeah, they stayed here since Circle 2 in this compound, and you know what? It's been pretty good for them because we had a few player stragglers at the end sending it onto their compound, meaning they can get extra loot to keep and remain proactive in these games and make sure they were part of the conversation from start to finish. So very happy with DXavier as they take that position away. And ballsy push at the end. I was hoping we could see an MG3 clutch. Hot Jukes, unfortunately, didn't quite work out for Jokov. E-Arena, there was a bit of hope for me, but it was not time as Lambo is up here, top performer with his team, which is great to see, especially Niptro, because he was using an AKM, which normally isn't the AR meta, so it's good to see an AKM popping off in a PMGC lobby.
Yeah, it's really nice. We want to see a little bit of that variety, right? And if you can do it, why the heck not? It's still there. It's still in the game, even though everybody uses M4s. AKs are going to be around there too. So love to see that. A really even Steven elimination count from all of these players, though. Okay, except for Pathogen. But, you know, it is really, really good. 4-4-2. I mean, taking it, doing what they need to do is a really nice thing to see. So it's like, you know, it's across the board consistent gameplay, and this is exactly what they needed. I think it's exactly what we talked about, right? Going into this game of, you know, DXavier being one of those teams that's like, hey, if you want a shot at getting into that top 7, you need to win this next game, and they did.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the big thing is that, you know, this lobby is so stacked. If you get a good position, any one of these teams, they're going to win it, and they're going to win it with a bunch of eliminations, right? But prior to this game, DXavier were behind DRX by 13 points, right? So they needed, actually, no, I'm sorry, 8 points, right? So they need to get 8 points in order to push themselves to the top 7, and they definitely did on this one, Neptura. So, you know, yeah, and then, of course, the hot drop. I think at this point, both those squads know they're going to the group stage, right, Nep?
Yeah, yes. I think short answer, yes. Long answer, APG for sure are playing a lot better today. We're seeing them actually get to the end stages of the game. We're seeing them as a full squad for a lot longer. But we're seeing the stubborn side of them. They don't know when to rotate away. We've seen it in 2 Orangles now. First against Ulf, and then against up on Everest against Madbuls, and who else was it? DRX, a whole bunch of them were up there. Is they don't know when to leave. They keep trying to push it and push it. It's like, hey, if we could just clear it, we'll be fine. It's like, guys, you don't need to. You need to survive to the next stage. Go to a better spot, because this isn't not going to serve you.
That APG dip was just not the way next to Everest. Unfortunately, they got fully surrounded. There was Mad Bulls. There was even at one point, I think it was DRX. Some players of Orangutan just sending it around them at one point. Yeah, APG unfortunately kind of losing that steam that we were expecting to have for them in the Gauntlet. And yeah, I'm. You know what? I'm gonna say GG, game over. Start scrimming for the group stage, because they are out of the conversation for me personally completely when it comes to the top 7 race.
Man, and this is the point that I really want to stress here, right? After saying that, Max, in my opinion, this next match is the most important of the tournament, right? There's half the lobby is going to know that if they're going to make it or not. But before we get into that, Max, why don't you break down these rotations here on this last game? That hospital finish definitely mixed things up for a lot of the squads.
Well, you're going to see the Xavier barely move after Circle 2, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Look, they instantly send it over. They got this southern side of Everest. They play there for a little bit. Phase 2 pops, which we're going to see now. There you go. And they instantly scout. They had information a little bit earlier, so boom, instantly send it over there. Kind of work and coexist with R8, kind of working and defending that area together pretty nicely. But APG, this is the moment, Iptro. They go to the western side of Everest, and then they're locked in there until the very later stage where they just get completely obliterated. That position, once you're there, it's so hard to leave.
Yeah, it is hard to leave. EA as well, I'm gonna say. I mean, we haven't really seen much for them. They're not going to make it to top 7, but it's nice to see them, fight a little bit more now that pressure's off. We had some decent rotations from them. A little bit of an odd 1-3 split there. I think we were discussing it. We would have liked to see them, full send if they wanted to really send on to Xavier there, but they still grab a decent 13 points, which is really nice for them. But that attention's got to go back onto Xavier. 20 points total. Nice even 10 and 10 for placement points and eliminations. And then R8 at this point don't need to do a thing, and they were still raring to go for that win. 15 points on the board for them.
Yeah.
They're not backing down anytime soon.
They don't need the points. They're just flexing.
They don't.
You know what? Kara, Thunder Talk, we're catching up. Maybe they can be first place. And I'm telling you, man, the Arabic casters right now on that stream, they are popping off. They must be out of their minds, Hot Jukes, for once seeing a team from MENA dominating globally like this on this scale, on this level. It has almost never been seen before, so R8 deserve kudos for that, because that is unprecedented for the MENA region.
Heck, they better be going off right now, because, I mean, this is the first time we are in the Gauntlet, right? And they just might win it. With that game right there, that is going to put them very high on the leaderboards. And if they do end up, surpassing, Thunder Talk, that's going to put them down to 3rd place, Max, man. What do you think's going on with Thunder Talk today?
I mean, they had some good red dot sprays at, 200 meters from Sitting and Jing. So that was pretty cool in the replays, like cool moments like that. But I would say is not Thunder Talk is playing bad by any stretch of the imagination. For me, it's just the lobby is now so desperate for points that it's hard to stand out realistically, Niptera, right? So they're not playing worse. It's just the lobby has leveled up significantly to the point where now teams were doing so well at the start, now are looking a little bit more average than they used to be.
Yeah, but okay, hang
They're
on.
first.
Whoa, they are first by 3 points.
Yep.
And
They
Thunder
did
Talk
it.
slip into 2nd place, so they're not in that 3rd position, right? So they're good. They're tied with Kara, but there's no problem there. That's fine. They can fight amongst themselves. I'm looking at 5th, 6th, and 7th. 2 points away. Xavier do move into 6th place, but they're tied with Ulf here. And the way Ulf have been playing, the way Xavier have been playing, it's not the same.
Alpha 7, 107, they're just 2 points ahead of this. Any of these 3 teams have a bad game, DRX, Wolves, Orangutan, all these teams, they're going to play catch up. They're going to try and chase you the hell down. Hodgix, I don't know what's going to happen. Like, these teams
I'll
in
tell
5th,
you.
6th, and 7th place have a massive target on their back now.
I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen, right? I've seen this position so many times. This next game is the most important, because the last game of the day, half of the lobby up top and half of the lobby down below, right? Almost the entire lobby know where they're going to be, right? We got squads like, you know, Virtus Pro, honestly, even Regnum Caria, who are like, the chances of us making it at this point is pretty much over, right? Top teams that know they're going to make it, that's going to create chaos in the last game because squads are going to be pushing each other, you know, practicing for the group stage, doing whatever the heck they want. So I can't tell you how many times, Max, we've seen in the last game a squad that only needs 2 points and they can't even get that because of how crazy it is, right? So
yes.
Honestly, I'll say it right now for OG. If they don't get 10 eliminations and a chicken dinner this game, they're going to go to the group stage, 100%.
Yeah. I really like that you bring this up because I've seen so many tournaments just like you where you have these teams that are so close, they're on the cusp of achieving greatness, reaching the next stage of whatever tournament they're playing in, if it's a regional tournament or a global tournament, and they just play too passive, hoping, oh, if we get to late game, it's going to be enough. No, you need to go hard or go home. And right now, for DRX, for Wolves, for Orangutan, for Regnum Caria, for Virtus Pro, it is time to strike. If you don't do anything on these two Miramar games, I'm going to say, I almost don't want to see you in the finals because you don't have the chops yet to be a champion.
Yeah, Neptura, I'm not even going to say these two. I'm saying it's this game right here, right now. If you don't do it, it is all over, right? So, Neptura, you know, do you think, right, which teams do you think have what it takes, right, that are below that stage to get that chicken dinner? Which one do you think has a chance of getting it?
DRX, Regnum. Honestly, only those two.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, DRX 7 points away, right? That's definitely possible. Wolves, you know, a little bit further down. Regnum are really far away, right? But we know that they have that potential, right? We know that they definitely can put up a big game here and now. But I'm looking at Silas's face, you know? That just sucked all the confidence out of me. I'm not gonna lie here, man.
You know what you need to do now? You give him an Eastern Island finish on Miramar. He's be like, no, not again. No, don't give it to DRX. It would be terrible. That would be absolute cinema if that happened. We'll see, of course, how the circle is going to be going. Though, I know we said this quite a bit. We've been hammering down this point of hot drops. I want to bring it up for maybe the last time today, depending on how it goes.
Okay.
We need to mention it. Orangutan, Alpha Gaming, Shuma Sera. Orangutan, do you want to take that risk right now? APG, again, for me, the out-nipture of the conversation, but Orangutan, they have a lot to lose if the hot drop doesn't go as they expect.
Yeah, I think it's a bit risky. We've seen them make it to the end stage of the game so often so far today. I think if they just want to tweak a few things, they could really get a big performance, and this is where they need it, especially, as you said, Jukes, right? This next game is so much more important than talking about the other two or, like, both games, because, you know, the last game's going to be so chaotic. So I think to hot drop APG now, maybe save that for less game.
Yeah, honestly, I think that OG, you have to move. You have no choice. Like, if you go and land near APG, it's over for you. I mean, APG just won their last hot drop, right? These guys have nothing to lose. You saw those sprays from Ziol in the other match here, right? I mean, this is a team you don't even want to get close to right now. They got nothing to lose. And the chance of you taking out the entire squad, Neptura, right, and walking away unscathed, that's like 0.1%. So for OG, honestly, in my opinion, if they don't switch up their drop spots, they're going to the group stage. What do you think?
Yep, I think it is. That's the case 100%, because they do need to make those tweaks. And if you hot drop and lose, you can't make the tweaks because you're not in the game to do that. And APG, the way they've been playing so far today, they've been grabbing any eliminations that they can grab from anybody around them. And I think you just give them those free elims if you're not careful.
Well, you know what? We got an interview on the stage with 7WG. I can't wait to hear what he has to say here because, man, we are in that final moments. Let's go ahead and take it out over to the stage to hear from 7.
Sometimes you get blessed by the circle, and sometimes teams are able to take full advantage of it. I'm here with Levi's from DX. Great performance in the last match. Now going into Miramar, that is one of your best performing maps as you're currently averaging a 4th place finish. What are you looking to do to make sure you maintain yourself within the top 7?
Chào Levis, thì vừa rồi các bạn đã có màn trình diễn rất là tuyệt vời. Và bây giờ thì mình sẽ chuẩn bị bước vào bản đồ Miramar, là bản đồ mà các bạn cũng làm chơi rất là mạnh. Vậy thì không biết là mình sẽ chuẩn bị làm gì để mình chắc chắn mình sẽ có suất vào vòng chung kết?
Bọn em chuẩn bị trận đấu mới thật là tốt, di chuyển hợp lý và căn thông minh chuẩn thôi ạ.
Well, we'll try to prepare ourselves to do well in the next map by doing a proper circle rotation and also with great timing.
With teams now being qualified because of the way the numbers are currently working to the grand finals, are you scared that maybe some of these teams might try to target you?
Vậy thì trong bản đồ tiếp theo thì bạn có sợ rằng là một số đội khác sẽ nhắm vào mình hay không?
Trận đấu mà đâu biết được, gặp là bem thôi ạ.
Well, you know, it's a competition. We don't know what will happen, and if we encounter them, we'll just attack them.
Oh, I love the aggressiveness that we're seeing here at PMGC. Levi's, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Hey, love to see it indeed, man. We got two more Miramars, right? It's gonna be crazy to watch here. But in my opinion, it's this next match that's huge. And I kind of want to talk about what you said, Neptura, right? You know, with OG losing that fight, in my opinion, losing one player means losing this stage, right? Because if you look at the numbers, Max and Neptura, tell me if you agree or disagree. In my opinion, 20 points is the minimum OG needs, at the absolute minimum, right? If they get 19, they're not making it to the grand finals. What do you think about that?
You mean for this one game or
this
the
game,
two games combined?
This next game right here and now.
Ooh.
It's a high for orangutan. You mean? Yeah, we're on OG.
That's right.
We're on OG.
That's right.
Yeah.
We're on OG. I'm saying OG needs 20 points in this game to make it to the finals.
Make it 15.
Yeah.
You think
I
15?
agree.
That's crazy.
15
No way.
and you can still make it in the last game. Like 20. I mean, if you want to make it now, 20 points, then yes.
Yeah,
But 15 would be enough to be like in a position where you could still reach in game 6 of today. I
just feel
disagree.
the way they've been playing,
Okay.
it's not going to mean 20 points in one game. They can't bring it out like that because the way they've been playing is not really led up to that, personally.
The reason why I disagree so hard is because I thought I was being conservative at 20, right? In my opinion, I think it's 25, right? Because they're 24 behind. They're 24 behind Ulf, okay? So you have to hope that Ulf gets no points, right? DRX gets no points. Wolves gets no points and still put up 24 points in this next game. So in my opinion, it's 20 or it's over. But who knows, right? I mean, the last game, I've been surprised before, but I'm pretty sure on this one, Max.
The reason why I would agree with you to some extent is because I've seen so many times where a team has to qualify in the last game and they unfortunately don't do anything. They bring a single-digit game. So if you take that tendency into consideration, I would agree you need like an around 20-point game for them to qualify now. If they don't, they're going to need 2 good back-to-back games, which, as we know, in these kind of situations where there's so much pressure, so much at stake, you do tend to falter when the time is just not right for you.
Yeah, well, one of the biggest games of this tournament is about to happen, guys. Let's take it on over to John Allen and Blake for some Miramar action.
Hey, we all know bigger is better. So, of course, we're going from Arigel to Miramar, the bigger of the two. Not quite, it's got the same landmass as Rondo, but it's still plenty hefty to close down this tournament blank. The Gauntlet is just around the corner from its finish line. And we are going to be stretching our legs here into the desert from the south side, all the way up to Torre Homada on the plain path. Our teams need points, and they need them now.
Yeah, as the penultimate game of the day as well, this is sort of the one that is make or break, right? This is the one where you either leave an opening for a team underneath you to strike out in the 6th game of the day, or you could close it all down right here and now. There's always that chance to happen. So this is a very, very important match, as the guys on the desk were saying, to make sure that you get those points. There are several teams battling it out for that 7th place position now, and everyone wants a piece of it. North America, South Korea, DXavier looking to hold on strong. Let's see exactly who comes out on top in this game.
It is very, very fraught among several of our teams there. Keeping an eye out for any hot drops, see if anything boils over. If anything's bubbling under the surface. It looks like we're going to be okay for now, but the plane path was on the east. The circle's even further. Southeast side over towards Puerto Paraiso. On that southeast edge, east of Los Leones. Impala as well, a feature on that north side.
Yeah, really hard shift on the circle here. Right on the boundaries as well of the map itself. You got this high ground that sits down towards that southeast side. Impala, like you say, a bit of a big feature there, but we'll wait and see if the circle heads over that way. Zone 2 is going to be the big one. Question is setting yourself up for success in this game. We get to take a look at the leaderboards right now with Ulf currently in 7th place, tied with DX. They are right on that boundary that we talked about earlier, John. So we have had a sudden uptick in certain teams looking towards the top side of the lobby. So that cutoff could be much higher than we initially expected.
I mean, yeah, we were talking about it being on average 113 across the regions. I thought it would be a bit lower. I felt like that might be the case, but I was wrong. I had 105 locked in as my guess, and it can only go up from there. In the next 2 matches, you expect it to be going up from there as well. It's difficult to say where it's going to fall, right? But if you're over 120, you're feeling safe now.
Exactly. I think Kara, Thundertalk, R8 in a really good position. Even Mad Bulls, I would say, at this point are really quite hopeful for their chances. It's sort of impossible to cut them out. Sort of being the operator there. But Wolves going to move on. And they certainly need to in 9th place. 96 points, just 2 points behind DRX, but a hefty amount of points behind Ulf and DX right now. Again, it is that inconsistency that's come back to bite Wolves as well as DRX, with both teams not really having massive games, but being able to put up points here and there. And I think Ulf as well as DX have proved to us that they can get these big chicken dinners, have these strong matches underneath their belt. And that is the clear differentiator between all the teams in the top 7 and some of our teams underneath, is just all of those squads have had a massive game during the Gauntlet.
Yeah, it's necessary to at least flex your muscles here. Even if you're keeping 1 or 2 things back, I mean, do you need to keep it going? It's unfortunate that Thundertalk weren't able to really put down a legacy going into the finals, with their performance in the first day repeated, or rather not repeated in the next days. They were head and shoulders above everybody else, but they now have 2 peers right around them on those points tallies, and R8 at the top. It is a real good time to be a MENA fan. And R8 very happy to be there. Only 3 points ahead though, so it's not comfortable.
It's really not. I mean, you'd like to be a little bit further ahead than that come game 6. All right, haven't played too badly here on Miramar before. DRX themselves set up quite nicely early on towards the south side, to the west of Puerto Paraiso right now. There's a lot of options from this area in terms of rotates towards the high ground, even swinging back around to Los Leones if we end up heading there. It's a bit more tough getting towards that north side, towards Impala. Certainly doable with vehicles, but I think for DRX, this is a decent beginning of the match for them.
Looking at what they need as well. They do need all the help they can get in that 8th place spot. Wolves as well, making moves, but they're in Monte Nuevo, a long way away, a long road ahead as teams start to collapse. We're just under 3 minutes away from getting that next zone pop. We'll be seeing where on that southeast side we're going. Are we going to get a Los Leones finish to make things all the worse for the teams trying to crash into the top 7?
OG getting over towards the central position nice and early with this one. Circle does favor their drop spot here, which is lucky as well. They drop away from APG, not wanting to take a fight towards them this game, and it actually benefits them in a big way. Just towards the west of Impala, trying to get over towards that hillside. No one's really spotted them out yet either, so they are slowly but surely getting into a strong spot to set the rest of the game up for themselves. Thundertalk even heading far down on the eastern coast, picking up Longhouse.
Yeah, playing with that overlook onto the islands out to the east side, Blank. We know what sort of chaos they can confer to the lobby. I mean, if it heads out there, Silas is going to be having flashbacks to the end of last year, to PMGC last time around. Denied by 1 point. He's going to be having a horrible time of it. But we'll see just how this one unfolds. It's so unlikely still that those East Islands are featured. They are right on the edge of this first circle. To get in the next circle requires 2 or 3 very dramatic shifts, which you just don't expect to be happening at this stage. They were a lot more central when it happened in PMGC last time.
Kara right now looking to reclaim that top spot, right? On that table with Thunder Talk as well as R8 pushing them back out again. I think that honestly, out of R8 and Thunder Talk, it is very impressive to see Kara in this position anyway, battling out the first place, considering the majority of their points came through from day 2. I think a result like that is going to be very hard to replicate throughout the entirety of PMGC. Poser. Okay.
How did he dance?
Every bullet dodged.
How did he dance out of the way of that one? Goodness me. It's not even... He does go down, but it's not even Jafar who clocks it. I don't think, unless I missaw that one on the Elim feed. Oh, it might have been, actually. He's the only person around, it seems. Yeah, so Poser, to be fair, yeah, he was going down there. He should have gone down a lot earlier, and maybe should have been flushed, but a little bit of a misspray there. Does mean that Kara have to go for a rescue mission, though. Laying him, set him as a trap.
I mean, Amir's moving up with the nade, and it's a really easy post in as well, considering no smokes on that one. It is funny that he dodged all the bullets, and then as soon as he gets into cover, he forgets there's a whole damn window there, which is unideal. But this is our next zone shift over towards Los Leones. Goodness me. It's a good thing that OG didn't go too far down towards that eastern side so that they can now try and get out. But it's Regnan Kai who does get the massive boon of where they were playing. 2 spots taken, a lot of information gathered, and now can quickly switch over to a much more comfortable position in the circle to play off. But with Los Leones being such a massive feature, you don't really want to get in there too early. But to be honest, a lot of teams don't have that much choice. It covers almost 50% of the circle here.
And Ulf as well on that northern side. Regnankaya and Ulf both trying to earn as many points as they can. Meanwhile, on the inside of town, it's getting a little bit rough in the streets here as Doc steps out down the alleyway. And Ragnarok meets him, but will not stand the test. As Doc able to claim that point for APG. They still keep earning points, Blank. They're definitely not making it, right?
No, they're not making it.
Right?
And again, it's like 2 20-point games, at least. If not more.
Surely not.
So, no. And on top of Profit, GS moving over towards OG's position. Aru in the background right now, watching through, but doesn't have too many great sight lines through the warehouse versus GS. Might need to relocate downwards. There are nades being flung backwards over towards GS. There is some doors that Aru can send shots through, but they are somewhat avoidable. All in a singular building. The GS, I would probably put these guys on equal power level right now. We'll see exactly how OG wants to play this.
I mean, we saw Jafar whiff a spray earlier, so maybe they're not feeling so hot. And look at QXZ as well up on the high ground for DRX. Could potentially be a third party there. Spider-Man's playing in Los Leones. Oh, no. Hang on a minute. Take that back. I hope that's not Spider-Man, because that's looking real Spider-Man. Was it Spider-Man 2, where he loses his powers? It's like that.
Yeah. My boss makes a great point. But
what? Hello?
He says that, yeah, we did take into account we have Rondo, which does inflate point scoring, which is why it hasn't really dropped down to where we expected the points cutoff to be in 7th.
Wait, who said that?
That's our boss.
Oh, yeah, no. The analysis I did was only with tournaments that used Rondo specifically with this map rotation. So it is still 113 average expected, and I was expecting lower than average.
Exactly, but again, it's like I think the variance from Rondo is the weird thing, isn't it? Is the
yeah, that's true, but
yeah.
I mean, you can only do so much.
I agree with your statistics, 100%. But it is on all of the maps, the statistics can paint a very clear picture. I think with Rondo, it's a little bit harder.
That is true. Although there is only 3 out of the 18 matches, so the impact it can have is at best, you know, a 5%
It's quite
swing
a lot.
either way.
It is quite a lot.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure, that's about 5
Kara
points.
and
Right?
Ulf. I mean, Kara and Ulf both getting 14 points off one match, and Wolves also getting similar points is quite unheard of on any other map.
Yeah, okay, fine. All right. Well, let's get stuck into Los Leones because it seems like DRX and GK both are as well. APG, they still keep getting a point or two here and there, Reefers.
They're not making it, John.
They found... Well, they're definitely not making it, Blank. As GK aren't going to be able to find the first peak. They do a lot of damage in the drop down. He looks for it. He's going to be put to sleep there. Nerzed looks to try and challenge up the stairs, but he can't connect.
They're not
and
making
APG,
it.
They're not going to make it, Blank. It's not happening.
They're not going to make it, okay? We're going to calm down right now because APG is definitely not getting in. All right?
It's not happening. Look,
they're not getting in. Like, even if they get these nades, they're not getting in.
That's just like, okay, there we go. Right, Virtus Pro. Giving us a little bit of a break there, a little bit of a breather. But Reefus and Doc still want more. They're still chewing. Let's see what they can find. In the meantime, OG and GS, the fight is popping off. We saw this established before. It looks like Aru wasn't able to regroup and was taken down in the meantime. So it's only WizGod and AKOP on the inside as GS Sharks swarm around the outside. They need the harpoons out. They aren't going to be able to find it for one. And the second as well looks good. They're turning the tides here now into a 1 versus 1. It's AKOP versus Jafar. The clutch maestro himself needs to come up big for the squad. 3 players to pick back up for GS, and AKOP's on the corner. He got some healing done with the auto shotty. Jafar's got one of his own, and he turns the corner onto the inside of the building. The vault, a classic for Jafar, and WizGod begging to be picked back up, but he doesn't have the time. AKOP with the pin on the nade over in to Jafar's feet. He sends it through, and OG stands strong. 2 players survive. How much further can they go?
Lovely bouncer on that one. And OG will get up at least one of their players here. Back up to 2, 85 points. Not bad at all. Much better than what we've seen from the rest of the day. They are on the outside. We'll have to push in. But they could wrap down towards the south side of Los Leones here. Unfortunately, it's not likely to end up in Los Leones. But as a survival maneuver, it would be a way to get more points on the game. But again, as 2 players, they need to still put a fairly strong fight here to get in towards top 7.
Absolutely necessary for them to be a little bit longer on the stride. Took to the pack ahead of them, and with 2 players, that ability is severely diminished. Can't really go for too much now. I'm still waiting for Regnum Kaya to start to pop off this match. In any match, really. It's just not come through yet. Walk on cam. Shot over towards Kara. Kara have already done the job. Share with the rest of the class. Then again, serve Thunder Talk. Only looking. Just earn 1 or 2 extra points. Sure, challenge for that top spot against R8. But they sure as hell don't need them. Not like the other teams. Lower down on those tables. So everyone's starting to move. Kara crunching in on the east side. Regnum Kaya looking to try and take control of the hills to the north of Los Leones. It looks like we're not heading into the city fully for a finish.
No, again, we moved a little bit towards that north side, which is why it's never really advisable to sit in Los Leones center. We were heading over towards the silos on that northern edge. We have the valleys that cut through here. Fair bit of high ground still to work around. Open area towards the north. No one's really taken up that compound just yet either. And 11D is still being in play as well. We haven't really talked too much about that, but E-Arena is currently playing in that position. With Thunder Talk having oversight, Mad Bulls do guard the exit too. So the gatekeepers are in full effect.
They managed to sneak their way past the Regnum Kaya blockade on the east side. They're now in town, ready to hit the dance floor. See if they can dance their way up the tables too. with 4 elims so far on the match. They need a little bit more. E-Arena on the north side. They're moving around the Labadita crater that is just in, but it's getting slowly pushed out. And the Mad Bulls sit just over that ridgeline. They're ready. They're waiting.
Yeah, Mad Bulls have a strong spot here, ready to hold out both Thunder Talk as well as E-Arena. E-Arena knows that as well. They have to expend utility to make this happen, but from what I can see from Joker, there's not a whole lot on them, in terms of smokes at least. The nades will be useful, but you got to get up to the building first. And that's the difficulty.
Certainly will be tricky. Ooh, a knock over to DX Xavier out on the west side. Of course, Alpha 7 and DX Xavier pretty neck and neck here. Both looking to solidify their position. 5th and 6th on the tables. Paragen tries to step forwards, but Revo has the corner, has the shutdown as well. Carrillo needs to heal, so does Revo. And now the rest of DX Xavier need to strike, but where are they? Nate T on the upstairs, Lambor's repositioning, and they are going to get overwhelmed if they don't do something soon. Grisau's cut off a little bit from Obscure, but they need to find more now, Blank.
That they do. And I mean, for the time being, this is looking very rough for DX Xavier. Lambor seems to just be sending away, which is the smart decision here, I think. I'm pretty sure for DX Xavier, they realize all is lost in the building. Get Lambor away, potentially get a couple more points, because that's all DX Xavier really needs.
Couple more might do it. Nate goes down. Alpha 7 want to secure themselves that 110, and they push themselves over that boundary that we were talking about towards the start of the tournament. A 7th place still sits at 105. Thunder Talk now challenging Mad Bulls on the north side, as they have taken that fight to them, but they don't need to. With the circle popping down to the south, they could disengage with that knock. Now might be the best time, but they've lost one of their own to a response nade from Tulika.
Stuff from Thunder Talk. 3v4 here going fairly well, but there is a shot from off in the distance from CEO, who continues to burn through teams. AJ barely getting away from that one. Joker able to pick up one elimination. CEO still going, sending shots over.
Wowee. In the meantime, Thunder Talk going to crash on in. They're going to get away from the ridgeline, but it's not going to be pretty inside the longhouse there. Steps out into the crossfire. Pusher looks for more, and Thunder Talk fall. They will be eliminated here, and the Mad Bulls, again, looking to continue that solidification process. E-Arena now crashing in to try and third party, but once more, they're just too late.
Yeah, friend nades in. I think for Thunder, it's an unfortunate situation where they're forced to go in the building far before they're ready for it. Carolo continues to be a nuisance on the back end of this fight with some great shots and some, I think for the rotations from Kara's side, they are incredibly good at cutting off teams of where they want to go and just causing these big problems. I think the speed at which they rotate off into new angles and the communication between those angles is very, very good. M249 barking over towards the Mad Bulls right now. Flip last remaining inside the building is getting low very quickly as stage 5 will hurt.
He has to step out from behind this truck at some point or other, and immediately he's torn to pieces. Question is, who got the point there? Looks like CEO was the one to snaffle that away. Nice stuff. And Kara, take that first place spot back.
But R8 still in the game and chilling over on the northeast side. OG finally do need to move, and DRX has eyes onto this. The 2 players, I think it's very unlikely, especially with Regnum Kaya pulling up the rear here on the high ground. Should have sightlines in. Attempts to get the nade into the container. Wizgard's just going to hold out as long as he can.
I mean, hiding in these crates is probably one of the better options that they've got available to them at the moment. Keep the heads down, away from Regnum Kaya, who have been quiet so far. I've wanted more from them, and they need to do more in this match, Blank. They have had such a great position for so long. They have the high ground still under control, but they haven't been able to get any elims for it so far. Now's where they need to try and turn that one around. It is still the case that in a strong spot, sometimes you don't get these mid to early game elims. You're more focused on maintaining for the late game. But the question is that gamble worth it? Are you going to be able to convert, especially when Kara are marauding on the north?
I mean, from the spot they've had, they just really haven't had a chance to take shots to too many teams, and there's no reason for them to get too aggressive at this point in time. You are right, though, because they absolutely need to get a big game towards the end of the day here. 2 big games, in fact. They want to break into the top 7, which is highly unlikely. But for Regnum Kaya, they're kind of banking on this late game where it's going to be quite open, and they're going to try and control a lot of this space off this high ground.
What they're looking for. Now's when they do need to start to kind of like try and turn that one around. There's a lot of strongholds already, though, established inside the circle. It's going to mean that it's a bit slim pickings, especially with this next circle where they have to move. Shots over to DRX. The Wild, as he's watching that run out. OG as well, cooking some nades to send over to DRX. You can't quite find the angle. APG on the north side as well. Sorry, all the way off in the west side. They are going to have a tough time. And again, into the vehicle. The smokes are there. Have they got the cover to make the dash? WizGod is down. AKOP, there's no chance he's slowing. And he will survive, but for how much longer? Again, just having to tuck away in these corners as the nades pour in from the Wolves. That bounce could have been the end of him, but will be able to get this first aid off, you'd imagine.
Yeah, has some more meds to work with. Sticky Bomb won't quite take him down. We'll stim up, try to get back up to 100 HP. Because he can survive a nade that comes his way. Yeah, just start stepping their way in, trying to get in those placement points. Even so, at this point, it would take a miraculous game. Last match. I mean, for DXAV being on 105, there's a possibility it's 20 points, right? And a chicken dinner, and OG could pull that off.
Certainly is possible, but a fleeting possibility at best. Grenades start to bombard out and take points away from the lobby, or get away from teams that need them. Put them in R8's pocket, why not? Battle for the top of the tables rages on, and R8 do not want to let it slide. Kara denied access. They had it for a moment. R8 being nice on that front, but no, they'll take it back into control. 139 now, neck and neck. All right, win that tiebreaker. DRX crashing in, and it's all up to AKOP to stay alive. Nice. Shuts him down. No dice on that push there. DRX only dribs and drabs and will be shut down.
Yeah, another point for AKOP here. Definitely been real clutch for OG. And no one's really looking to take any fights at him.
I'm looking at the points here, and all of those teams who are chasing the bubble are still alive. From 9th down to 14th. I mean, I say that with a lot of leeway given to the teams lower down there, but they're all looking to chase, and they're all still alive, which is really bad news for DXAVIA.
Yeah, for DXAVIA, it does look worrisome. I think for the Wolves here, though, there is a good chance for them to set themselves up for this last game. At least put themselves on par with DXAVIA going into this final match. It's a bit of a difficult run out. Regnum Kaya will pick up the silos. Back at this one. Oh my god. If the circle hated these teams, this is one way to show it. Playing off this is really rough, and I think for Ulf actually do have a very strong spot to continue playing from, but they need to cause damage and cause chaos and carnage around the map here. R8 pushes through, but Regnum Kaya quick with the shots downwards from the silos.
Oh, Joker lays down the law to Loxy, and will send him down for a knock, as Regnum Kaya do have to slow down a little bit. Regnum Kaya up to 3 elims now off in the distance. Dead Wolf getting knocked and flashed to Ulf on their high ground hilltop position that they've held for a while now. Ulf really looking to solidify up in those top 7, up to 109 at this point.
Yeah, they're getting further into this one. Regnum Kaya know they just need points here. R8 repositions inside the building off the left-hand side, and still, Wolves have done nothing about AKOP, unable to find these nades across, and AKOP is going to send one of his own. Whew, felt like it was close.
I felt like that was bouncing correctly. The zone, though, is pushing in blank, and it will move everybody out of this area. AKOP wants to spot the runouts, maybe get a flush or two if he can. That would be a successful salvage. Rectum Kaya slam down the hill and immediately into the meat grinder. That should be it. That should be them done and dusted. No chance, really, of them getting into 7th place on the next match. It's just too tall of an order.
AKOP gets 2 on the nade.
Okay.
Over towards Wolves.
Wait, what?
Coops goes down. Did he take them out solo? I think he did.
It came up on the picture-in-picture. I wasn't ready for it, but oh my goodness me. AKOP now has Ketch to deal with. He's heard the chicanery around the zone, and all for actually putting a lot of people over in this area. AKOP darting, dashing. More points than we thought he'd get, and laddering up another place 7 elims. Blank, that's going to draw them up on 90 points. That's 15 points behind the bubble right now. That is so doable.
Incredible stuff. I mean, and it just shows that OG can take fights. I just hope that in future doesn't take them going down to one singular player and just having that nothing to lose mentality to go for it. What a nade from AKOP though over the top. And I think he hit an initial Molotov as well, which was crucial at delaying the guys on Wolves. And that does put Wolves in an awkward scenario now.
Yeah, it's going to be quite nasty down in 9th place there. God, that race is not getting any easier. Although it's good news for DXAV, who hold on to 7th place for one more map at least. I'll have to give it a good go next time around. Everybody else really chasing for solidification spots. And I think Alpha 7 and Ulf will have done enough to beach secure now. No one really going to be able to chase, and it's one spot up for grabs at this point going into our final match.
The arena, some more shots, and Murray will go down as Ulf once again is just pumping points. And for Ulf, this is the type of game that definitely just puts them a spot where it's going to be very difficult to push them out from top 7. Alpha Gaming similarly wants some more points off the back of this one, leaving it just to DXAVIA being that wall guarding between them and other teams underneath. I think if you get to about that 120 point mark, that's where it's very tough to catch up to and would require an insane game from very particular teams.
Certainly would. It starts to become more and more impossible as time goes on. Virtus Pro looking to try and take down Ulf, though, and that might make it a little bit easier for the teams chasing if Ulf go down, but they're not going to go down without a fight. Surely not, but Ketch now the last to stand as they do get torn apart. Of course, it's R8 chiming in, now up on 145 points. Blank, they are starting to accelerate away from that top pack that's been neck and neck for quite a while, and Ulf go down. 115 locked in on the points tallies there. Alpha 7 looking to continue their ascent as well, closer to that 120 safety zone.
I mean, all right, they have gone from strength to strength in the past. I mean, I remember when this team felt like a bit of a footnote in some of the tournaments way back when, but they have just stayed persistent within the scene, and coming out now just swinging like this is truly incredible work. Ida will go down to Malloy off a nice nade, but a nade doesn't quite bubble just over the top towards Malloy to get the re-knock. More damage over the top now. These air bursts are pretty good though coming through from VP. That should be the finish on at least one, leaving just Marth now alive behind the rock.
Pushes up, needs to get the heal first. Alpha 7 capitalizing. This should be an Alpha 7 chicken dinner. Virtus Pro crammed into a corner here. The numbers advantage is there. Aragon able to do the rest of the damage necessary to take down R8. Maybe Virtus Pro could turn around now. Alpha 7 not fully in position yet, but they will establish as time goes on. Revo steps up, and he will be able to find the first. The second with a DBS. No, not quite. But the turnaround for Carrillo is there, and they trade it off. Alpha 7 really want to stay in the top 7, and they will be able to do so. A chicken dinner in the penultimate match. That's how you lock your spot down.
There's the DBS master at work, gets a knock and then a massive amount of damage onto the next player as well. And for Alpha 7, that's going to secure them in. And you can see that it's the hunger from this team. It seems to be back. There's been some switch outs. Revo, Carrillo back at it again, but Guizao as well Obscure have been such great additions to this team. They're just fingers crossed they don't get kicked off this tournament, because come on, please, let's just keep a stable roster. One time Alpha 7, I beg.
Oh, maybe this will be the time that they're able to do it. But we are also looking at teams that have really fallen short of the mark. Alpha 7 found that resurgence, but a lot of teams that game needed a lot, and not many of them found it. It's good to see the spots getting locked in, and it is still a chase for that 7th place spot, but 6th looks like it's just out of reach at this point.
Absolutely does. I mean, for Alpha 7, what a fantastic game from them. For Ulf, just barely missing it. Now they've got a little bit further to go on that last game. But VP, maybe they're chasing too.
Bring it back. Bring it. Keep it back. Look at all this. Bring it.
Oh, the hype is real. Alpha 7 get the chicken dinner on that one. And with that game, guys, that is it. Alpha 7 have secured their spot into the grand finals. What a nice finish for this squad here, Max.
I'm going to do it for 7. Do Brazil! Let's go! We wanted to see that happen. Alpha 7 definitely reaching the expectations we had a lot more compared to PMWC, right? But here the circle, it kept shifting up northwest, and it was forcing a lot of the teams to just fight each other. And Alpha 7 playing with his circle, I would say here, Niptra, down to a T, just letting everyone fight each other and just like, okay, we still have 4 players alive. We're going to pick the final fight at the perfect time and wrap up that chicken dinner in style. Alpha 7, a lot closer to that initial expectations, and I'm hoping to see more of that moving forward.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
I agree, Neptura. That's what it's all about. You know what I'm saying? They did make us a little bit worried there for a second, but they shut that down real quick.
Yeah, they sure did. It was really nice to see as well because, you know, going into Miramar, going into the chaos rounds, right? Everything is possible. So really nice for them to just get that win out of the way, get those points on the board and go, hey, whatever happens next game's not our problem.
Well, you know what? The last game is going to be a serious problem here, guys, because one more is left to go right here. But before we get into those storylines, let's just go ahead and hype up this squad one more time, right? Rebel getting 3 eliminations. I'll tell you what, you know, I think a lot of people had a big question mark on their head right before this tournament, Max, man, because, you know, Mafioso, a legend, has been with the squad for so long. You got Guizao and Obscure on the squad, but I'll tell you what, this change has really been working out for them.
I really enjoy this change, but I think Guizao and Obscure have been doing a little bit too good. So wherever this game's like, I'm going to show them who's boss, okay? Who's the true Alpha 7 OG, and he performs a little bit better here, getting himself almost 650 damage, 3 eliminations to boot. So definitely is a really, really solid game coming out from the entirety of Alpha 7 and the IG Lingo of Carrillo. Again, understanding fully how to abuse this circle in their favor, because the death of a lot of teams in Iptra this match clearly was Los Leones. A lot of teams were forced into making that call to go through the city. And as we saw, a lot of teams did not make it out alive, or at least not as a full team.
No, they didn't. I mean, so many teams fell victim to that, right? APG had a really rough game. They were trying, but they got surrounded so easily. OG as well had to kind of limp into a building and do their best as a solo. And it was not the game that teams wanted for sure. I mean, we did have a few outliers, of course. You did have Dick Xavier out onto the western edge there, who were able to survive quite a long time into game, still racking up those points. You also had Ulf over onto the center side, up on a high ground. So a few teams were okay, but again, the zone does the thing that nobody likes, and nobody likes that name. Right? And that's out crazy.
Man, it's so crazy. At first, I thought we were going to get that Los Leones City finish. I was so excited. But then it heads up to the north. Alpha 7 had that western side position, and then they just closed it after that. But man, you know, a lot of things to talk about in this game. You know, one of them in particular, we saw OG, right? A little bit earlier, they end up getting 7 eliminations. I do want to give props to ACOP, though, on that beautiful nade, though, to finish out that squad. But man, yeah, that was beautifully done. They're definitely fighting their hearts out here. I will give it up to Team India for their first PMGC. For them to even be right in the position they're in on the leaderboards, you got to give it up for them, right, Max?
Definitely. You're looking at the players on an individual basis. I would say every single one of them deserve to be here at PMGC. AKOP had some great plays, that nade, that clutch especially. I hope we're going to see in this replay. Actually, no, I think we did miss that replay. But he did clutch up versus Wolves, right? So very, very nice stuff coming out from AKOP. But I'm really curious, Hodrix, to see the leaderboards, how close it's going to be, because these teams, I'm telling you, they're going to be chasing it down here for the top 7 in the very last game of the Gauntlet. Looking back at these replays throughout the rotations, Alpha 7 dropping so far away, Niptura, but we're going to see the circle keep shifting their way, and they just obliterate the lobby in the mid to late game stage.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how actually VP rotate as well here, because they're on the south side, and we did see them on the north in the end in those final zones, right? And I kind of, so much stuff was happening in the center, I didn't really see VP do much here, so kind of surprised to see him in the top 3, but yeah, A7 just being able to control the whole north side here. Ulf, of course, still in the center doing their thing, and there goes VP just wrapping around, just sharing a little bit of space with A7, just chilling, taking out Ulf maybe potentially here, so just trying to clear off those sides that do what they need to do, make sure they have that space to move around, and it got them that second place.
Yeah. I really like the... So I'm going to go on Alpha 7 again because I feel like they had the most interesting rotations this game.
Yeah.
They understood a majority of the lobby were going to respond to that circle by going in the city early on as like... But as you said, Hodrix, we thought it was going to be a city Los Leones finish, but no, it tended to move away. So by delaying your rotate, if it does shift away, guess what? You're the first team to pick off those strong positions that are going to be in the later game scenario of this match. So very happy with Alpha 7. 16-point game. Let's keep in mind, they did have a 0-point game earlier. I was a bit scared maybe they could slip out of top 7, but no, this 16-point chicken dinner is exactly what they needed to make sure Brazil is present at the biggest stage here for the Global Championship.
That's right. Hit that stamp, book that ticket to the grand finals. That's how you do it right there. I mean, Alpha 7's rotations, they're absolutely one of my favorites to watch because they can pull out a chicken dinner from the most crazy spots. You saw them land so far in the north, and I love that graphic because it shows such a difference from the last game, right? Xavier, they got into that spot so early and they just sat there all the way to the win. But A7, they're so good at that edge style play, Neptura, right? I think when it comes to playing from the edge out, there's nobody that does it better than Alpha 7. What do you think?
Yeah, they certainly have the most experience into this, and that experience is paying off. There we go. 123 points. They are unstoppable now. No way they can drop down past that 7th place, but you see R8 continuing. I mean, they had a really good game again in this last game, right? In this last Miramar. So another good game, just making sure that they're solidly on that top spot.
So actually, the point threshold here did not move. It was 105 points between Ulf and D Xavier before this game. It remains at 105 points. The entry point top 7 has not budged at all this previous Miramar game. D Xavier currently on the cusp. DRX 6 points away. 7 points needed for Wolves, and then you're looking at Orangutan, they need 15 points. So pretty much, if you're below Wolves and DRX, if D Xavier don't do anything, you need a win. If you're up there, otherwise, DRX Wolves, you need to get a strong top 3 finish. Is there going to be any movement in the leaderboards, Hodrix? I don't know. It might just stay this way until the end.
You want my honest opinion?
Tell me.
How real should I keep it? 1 to 100.
As Nitro would say, 100% real.
100% real? It's over. That's in my opinion. I'm telling you, I've seen this happen so many times. The last game is so toxic, right? Because almost the entire lobby knows where they're going to end up, if they're going to go to the finals or not. That only leaves a few teams so desperate for points. Those shenanigans coming into play, I can't tell you how many times where I've seen a team only need 1 point and they couldn't even get it in the last game. So in my opinion, right, from the history of this game, I would not be shocked at all if we don't see this leaderboard change. I think that the top 7's locked in, and it's up for all these squads to change the script. What do you think, Max, man?
Take fate in your own hands. I fully agree with your point. No, history has been saying that in the past, this is not going to budge by too much. But you know what? I don't want history to repeat itself, Niptura. Looking at teams that can move it, that can maybe climb and change the script here in this last game. Do you have any teams in mind looking at maybe DRX, Wolves, OG?
I think DRX have the best chance just because of how they've been playing. Wolves, even though they won on Rondo, they haven't really done much since. And OG and Down, honestly, 10th place and Down, I don't think have a real shot here. OG might be able to pull up some points, but not 15. I don't think so.
it's a tough one. I'm going Wolves. I think Wolves are going to make it. That's my prediction.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, no, Max Man. I mean, you know what? Don't you do that curse stuff on us, Max Man. I will be real. I want to see the Wolves so bad do this. The reason why I'm keeping it real is because, I mean, I have to, right? I've seen this happen so many times. I warned about how this last game was so imperative because of all the craziness that happens in the final match, right? So Wolves, I mean, they have to do something special here in my eyes. It is so rare to see a squad be able to clutch it up on a final match like this, Neptura. But out of all the squads listed, for me, it's the Wolves for sure. Come on, baby, let's do it.
Come on, we gotta have the Wolves, right? And you know what? Maybe they'll take advantage of the chaos, you know? Maybe they'll have no pressure on them. It's like, listen, it's the last game. Either we do it or we don't. The other teams are also worried about fighting each other. Maybe they'll be able to slip in, do their thing, and then in the end game, just spread out and do exactly what they've been wanting to do this whole time.
We're talking about the teams currently not in top 7, right? We're looking at DRX, Wolves, again, Orangutan. Xavier, how are they going to approach this game? They know they're currently the cutoff team as the entry point for the grand finals. I would say Xavier, this is a game where you have to play passive. I want to see them get into top 5 minimum if they want to be comfortable to move into the next stage of the global championship. Xavier's got to be very careful, man. I don't think it's going to get to the point where they're going to get hot dropped by any particular team. That's good.
For sure.
That's way too risky. But at this point, Xavier, play it slow. If you're not in top 5, for me, they might just slip out of top 7.
Man, you know, looking at this, and I'm of teams that could change the script, Netura, right? DRX 6 points away from Xavier. Wolves 7 points away from Xavier. Okay, and that is if Xavier puts up nothing in this match, right? How about a little prediction? Right, last match of the day. Let's deal with some predictions. For Xavier, in my opinion, Ulf made it, right? I think those are the only 3 teams at play here, right?
Yep.
How many points do we need to see Xavier make in order for them to secure their spot in the grand finals? What do you think?
How many points?
Yes, how many points?
For
Xavier.
DRX. Xavier, at least 10.
At least 10. Well, you know what? Let's see what happens here. But before that, we got a nice interview on the stage with the 7WG.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by none other than Rebel. They just got to win and secure your ticket to the grand finals. Besides securing the ticket to the grand finals, what does that win mean to you, Rebel?
Well, that win means a lot for us. I wanted to go to the finals because I lost the most important person in my life, and I want to go to finals for her.
Well, you're definitely going to be able to do that, but now there's still one more match left. There are some teams that are currently struggling, like DRX, Wolves, that beat you in Americas. Are you looking to maybe make it a little bit more difficult for them to make it into the finals?
To be honest, no. We are trying to get the top 2. I know the top 1, it's almost impossible, but we're going to try to get the top 2 to get another win and stay in the top 2.
Anything you want to tell to the Brazilian fans?
Thank you for all support. I love you guys, and let's go for 7. Let's go Brazil. Let's go Americas.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As we're about to jump into the final match of the Gauntlet, we will be securing more spots and deciding who's going to be going directly to the finals.
Well, I've held off talking about it because, you know, I was waiting to see what Revel would say about the situation. But for those of you guys that happen to follow him, he did end up losing his mother very recently here. The fact that he's playing and performing at the level that he is, I am so incredibly proud of him and what his team has done so far. So, I mean, Alpha 7 had deserved this spot to the grand finals, and I'm glad that we're going to see them there, Max.
I'm happy he's using it as a positive force to try and move forward and make an achievement also and in this PMGC. So I'm very happy that's the mindset that Revo has. And he's one of the absolute OGs in PUBG Mobile eSport. And we know what this guy can bring to the table when he fully commits to his craft in being the best of the best in this eSport scene. And you know what? Currently, with their ranks, top 3 strong podium finisher. It's in the cards, Hot Jukes. They can make it happen on this final game on Miramar.
Well, you know what? There's 3 teams that definitely need to make it happen. That's Xavier, DRX, and the Wolves. Who's going to get that last spot to the PUBG Mobile Grand Finals live in Bangkok, Thailand? Let's take it on over to the casters for the last time.
One more chance here to put the points on the tables when it matters most. That direct qualification spot is the goal of every single team in this lobby now. It looks all but set that 6 of those tickets have been booked. It is that 7th wildcard entrant that is still up for grabs.
We'll have to wait and see until the end of this game. One slot being available does make this a rather exciting prospect for a few teams underneath, still chasing. Still a chance for OG as well. It will have to be a big game from them, though. Something very different to what we've seen from them in the past couple of games. But AKA OP, I mentioned he's feeling the high after that squad wipe over to Wolves solo. We have a fairly southern playing path. It's not terrible, though. Heads up towards truck stop. So still quite a few areas to pass on by to. Head towards that north side, grab some vehicles. Because it's not so leaning towards Puerto Paraíso, it means that there's way more vehicles available on the roads and less clashes likely to happen early on.
It has got to be nerve-wracking to drop in at risk, but Mad Bulls, I mean, they're on the camera right now. They're one of the teams that's going to be feeling a lot more chill with it. The circle sends out to the east side again. Not quite as south-leaning and a lot less water in this one. It's still going to feature El Azahar, Impala, open area to the west towards La Bandita as well.
GS starting in Impala, which is not terrible for them. DX down towards Los Leones start just on the western side of it. This is the team that is in trouble in 7th place, with DRX and Wolves both knocking on the door here. 6 points behind, 7 points behind the Wolves and DRX. OG a little further with 15 points, and that's with profit onto whatever DXAV is able to make happen during this game. Ulf is currently safe, I would say, barring an incredible performance from both DRX and Wolves and DXAV. So it'd take a lot. It would take a lot.
It definitely would. But that's what these teams here, every single one of them can deliver, right? Even towards the bottom, we saw Geeky deliver a chicken dinner during today's games. It is a set of championship teams, right? It is every single one of these teams has made it to the top of their respective regions, are the best in the business when it comes to PUBG Mobile. And that's what we're witnessing here. Those Titans taking one another on. And it has been exciting. A treacherous road for many. As those 7 places loom over them. A big threat. Nobody clashing just yet. Mad Bulls on that north side near water treatment. Actually sending further away from the circle. They're going out to La Cobraria by the looks of things.
Yeah, picking up their original drop spot. May as well. I mean, later on, they can just re-rotate across Torre Armada, Campo Militar, pass back down once other teams have crossed. I think they realize at this state of the game, they're already quite far away from the center of the circle. May as well just take their time looting in an area that they're comfortable in. And then even a western rotate down El Pozo, Monte Nuevo could work. Pass through Los Leones. We've seen a lot of teams last game being able to pass through there undetected. But always a slow start here on Miramar. Ulf, I think, have done enough. I think they'd maybe 3 points here. I mean, getting in towards the top 3 would be cool, but catching up to Thunder Talk, Kara, and R8 is very tough for every team here.
Yeah, it's really not the easiest of tasks. I mean, you heard Alpha 7, they want that 2nd place, maybe not 1st. It's good that they're tempering their expectations there on that one. To be able to chase that one down would be pretty monumental, especially for Alpha 7, given that they started their day not in the best of spots. I mean, they were still towards the top 7, but maybe not a top spot contender. And it is only one match to do it, and you've got to think it's just not going to be possible, really, to jump on up there. Kara, though, they might have a chance. They might have a shot at taking that top spot back from R8. Does need R8 to go down pretty quickly, though, and not get more than, say, 3 points on this game.
Yeah, pretty much if RA starts profiting, that's where it's difficult for Kara. But I think that it's one of those things that's a little bit more likely, considering we know how strong Kara can be in firefights. They're more than capable of putting up those elimination points, which is the thing that will tip them over the edge into first place. They're already quite central, but just sitting around Thunder Talk at the moment. Constantly clashing, these two teams are. Marceau able to do a huge amount of damage over towards Thunder Talk last game on a side swipe, which was pretty nasty.
I mean, we've seen some pretty brilliant things coming through from both of these rosters. Feels like CEO has been a name in our vocabulary for today, certainly more often than most of the others on Kara. He's been looking for it. Oh, Geeke, a little morsel, maybe. No, diversion. They're going to separate, extricate themselves. And actually, Thundertalk folding back. I mean, that just shows what we were talking about before, those fundamentals. We're not going to get cut off. This could be a whole team rocking up, trying to go for a crash. They're not sure it's Geeke. They might have an inkling. You can never be sure. Oof. That is in the middle of nowhere, so it should be resible, but still. Kara now turn their attention over towards Geeke themselves, and Marceau sees the UAZ just too late and immediately is flushed away. Kara lose a player.
For Geeke, getting up to a 60-point margin would be nice. Set themselves on par with 15th. You know, leave with their head held high. Not the worst of the bunch, or just the worst at the bottom of the table. There's Ed going down. Should be able to get him picked back up again, though. Shot along the way. Like you said, good fundamentals from Thunder Talk, though. They see a team coming. They fall back. They know they have hard cover to work with, but they also know that Kara is on the other side here. So Geeke was essentially walking straight into a pincer. Jeez. Very well done from Thunder Talk. Again, if they don't have to do the fighting, they won't.
Will look to try and divert away, try and get extricated if they can. Geeke, they're up to 2 elims. Are we going to see another Geeke chicken dinner to close down the day when everybody else definitely needs it more? I mean, I don't know. It's too early to call, and they only have 2 elims so far. But they are at a pretty decent spot near Minas Generalis.
Would be nice. A cool way to finish out the day, at least. Kara, the dreams at first place are dashed. It's only down to 2 players now, and dreams at second place might be looking rough as well, with only 3 points needed to tie even. Thunder Talk.
Evan moves forwards. Sighting with a nade in response. Doesn't tag on, but does keep him inside the concrete. A little bit of a bold switch around there to go to the other side. Very exposed, that open wall, but looks for the challenge. Doesn't connect, really. And his teammates now moving up, using that covering fire to establish a little bit more of a forward position. But the nades from Thundertalk get to really have an impact. We'll see if that can change. The healing needing to come through as well. The sighting goes very, very low. So does King as well. And Ragnarok does go down. He has been spotted. Sighting got that healing on board, and now he steps in with a shotgun. We'll see if he can find any more, as Nerzed wants to hold behind the corner here. I think he knows about it. Shots raining on through. Ragnarok desperately getting pulled back to his feet. They want to play on his 4.
Sighting as that forward bulwark is basically a shield in their path, but it's Wolves and DX. DX targeting the team, directly chasing. Doran's already down. Paragin's on the sidelines, using the vehicle to get more of an approach on this one. Paragin looks to enter. Coops gets knocked out. North America's dreams are being dashed in front of our eyes.
Dastardly DX Xavier on the hunt here. The Wolves are the target. And now just Igor remains. A nade. Anything would do it. Virtus Pro might be bearing witness to them. But they will put those nades in the building. You've got to imagine that this is going to be done and dusted for the Wolves. With 4 players from DX Xavier, they'll know who they have on their doorstep. They'll know what is at stake here. They will confirm this. In they go. Lambor in first. Nate as well. Hopping around the corner. The Molotov to burn them away. And the Wolves fall. They will not find their spot. NA's dreams burnt to a crisp.
DX now only have one other team to worry about, and is DRX. Alpha 7, though, a great initial nade. Swipes away the shield that has kept the Vanguard strong for Thunder Talk for so long, inciting. Revo around the side of a nade, sends it over the top. Doesn't get too much damage done. The DBS in hand. We know what a monster this guy can be with it.
You've got Kara, you've got Alpha 7, you've got Thunder Talk, you've got R8 all in this area, Blank. It's a battle for the top spots. The podium beckons these teams and they want to fight for it. They're out for blood and Alpha 7 will be denied. 4th place, not locked in, but they will not be able to ascend towards the top, the more top spots. Let's go with that. Kara going to be trying to change the tune of Thunder Talk and take that 2nd place back away from them.
King remains on top of the throne there versus Alpha 7. Not to be outdone whatsoever. The nades are starting to flow through, but who's this? It's R8 looking to finish off both the teams in 2nd and 3rd place. The one true king does appear here on our screens. It's R8 looking to finish things out in style.
No usurpers here. R8 looking to reign supreme over this fight between the top dogs of the lobby. The Mad Bulls may have an outside chance here to leapfrog quite far, but they are just to the north of this one, Blank. They're in the similar sort of area. They have to push south as well. Maybe this is their time. Maybe they get a chance to jump up to that podium as well. It would be a real outside chance. I'm also looking at that west edge, Blank. One of the few teams that can jump up. OG has got a 2-2 split going on. It's risky, but against APG, they've been making mistakes. So APG's mistakes can be capitalized on. We'll have to see how it goes as R8 continue to put pressure on the Thunder Talk.
Yeah, R8 making it look easy right now. The nades flowing through and Thunder Talk at their wits' end at the moment. But still going strong as Sighting continues to lay out the thunder. And they lay out the red carpet for the one true king. They welcome him into the concrete. And things are certainly going to get hard for R8 now.
A hand extended in greeting to the king. A dagger behind the back, and Thunder Talk able to slip it between the rib. Perfectly found there on the fight, and R8 are down and out. 154 points, Thunder Talk could chase, but the Mad Bulls might look to stop it here and now, dead in its tracks.
It's a tough chase indeed. 7 additional points needed from a duo there. Not easy to achieve with Mad Bulls and E-Arena waiting in the wings, but what a hold from Thunder Talk. You got to give it to him there. GS taking shots over towards Ulf, but it's Regnum Kaya with Zed Wolf finding a lovely mini 14 shot over towards Kaikse. This is DRX who desperately wants those points to catch up, but it's 10 points now and starting to get away from them with DX in the lead on 7th.
And 109 points. I don't know who had that on the over-under. It can only go up from here, and DXavier on that southwest side. They do need to move, actually, Blank, and they have to go through open ground. Could be interesting. Mad Bulls in and amongst the Thunder Talk players now. 3 teams have tried to take Thunder Talk out from this compound, Blank. Might be up 4 now. There's AJ once more. No, he's going to get taken down in response, and now it is all up to Sighting. Maybe he moves forwards, maybe he looks for the flush, steps in through the door frame. On the outside, the garage door open for him. Pusher, nade around the corner, and that will be the end of Thunder Talk's run. 147, lock it in. As Kara now maybe soon for it too. But the nades from E-Arena trying to take down these top 5 spots. Mad Bull's not out of danger.
It's been an incredible amount of firepower been sent over towards these concretes. Everyone wants a hand at it. And Mad Bulls now have to be the one to hold on. But the resilience from Thunder Talk was something legendary there. Extremely cool to see. How can Mad Bulls be the one to hold on strong to his position? Sakura gets up on high. Joker takes an outside position. Good high air burst on that nade, though.
Does about half HP damage. They're going to have to leave the concretes now. No more fighting in them in about a minute or so because they have to kind of push south. Look at the hold currently for OG. DXavier sent so many teams committed to this north side, Blank. It has allowed DXavier to move through a more open ground than maybe they would have expected.
Couldn't quite believe they made that push in the first place. Nice nade from Flip.
Ooh.
Pushes out wide. Will take down Sakura and a good amount of damage over towards Turney K. Now looks to send one in a similar direction. Won't quite make it past the wall though. Obscured by the smoke.
On the corner, turns it and will be able to find the shot. The shot down to the rooftop as well. Lemon is on the hunt. He's squeezing him. And it is going to be Arena getting shut out of this one. No way did Lemon make that dash. He is unscathed as well on the outskirts there. But the blue zone, it pushes. They need to move fast and they need to make a decision quickly.
A truly bitter, sweet lemon end there for E-Arena. A 1v4. Didn't want to wait for the rest of the team to tie their shoelaces. He just got on with it. Xavier holding this position. It's not a bad spot at all. Playing the ditch is slightly nadeable, but there's only really one player off in the distance there, and it is Kara Lewis, who is a solo. The Mad Bulls will be happy with that. What a way to finish things out there for Lemon.
APG moving in towards Virtus Pro. Eragon overwhelmed. A nade from Malloy to get some retribution. Top goes down. Has to crawl around the corner. Milky Way approaching with the pump action. Around the corner. Spots the run out, but he's confused. Doesn't know who to aim for there. And now it's up to Malloy. He's good for it, though. He's found two already. The knock on the nade to has started off, and he looks for more, but no. Just at the final turn, Reefus stays alive, but in comes a player from OG, but in comes the rest of the entire squad for Regnum Kaya. They're looking to tear this one apart, and they do it successfully. I mean, they didn't even really need to. I think that one was taken away by OG. APG are eliminated. They will be locked in down at 12th. What more can Regnum Kaya do? They made a huge commit going out there.
I think for OG, it's a nice time to make a flex out. They have been holding on this northwest side, taking a 2-2 split, trying to confirm as much area as possible. We're down to 8 teams now. OG looking to finish out the tournament strong. 92 points in 10th place. Regnum Kaya chasing that position.
9th place, I think, is now out of reach for Regnum Kaya. Mathematically, with 22 points that they could earn on elims, they would get a 32-point game. Oh, no, it isn't. It's just within reach. They would squeak through by the skin of their teeth. They could get up to 113, I believe, maximum, which is really quite saying something. That relies on them getting every single remaining elim in the lobby, though. So as soon as I think it's 4 more elims get out of the way, now are going to be locked out entirely. However, in the meantime, we'll refocus to the teams chasing. DRX wanting to try and put themselves over the top, but DXavier holding in their divot for so long. The Mad Bulls probably going to look to try and take them out of it.
OG been able to hold like 2 of the most profitable compounds this entire match is quite amusing. No one's really taken too many shots yet. They had a look in over towards Regnum Kaya's position, but were quickly backed off as the rest of the team started to regroup there. And as a duo, a smart choice to make. Mad Bulls now up against DXavier, looking to profit more and hold on to this 7th place. They're already in placement point territory as well. So for DXavier, they realistically need 5 more points in the game. And Nate starts out strong with a good spray down over towards Pusher in the background.
Desperately want that confirmed as well. Remember, the placement points have started to kick in as well, which means the DXavier, I think they're guaranteed 2 placement points right now at least. So their score is in effect 112. It's going to make things all the harder for teams to catch up if they can confirm that point, but no, I don't think they're going to be able to. That res looks like it's coming through for the Mad Bulls. Flip up on high, eats the airburst, but the off angle is good. Oh wait, that came from Flip. The knock over onto Lambo. He's going for the sprays. He's still peeking them.
Very nice. These airbursts just aren't quite reaching. You can see the intention coming through from DXavier. They'd rather reset this one though, disengage, get Lambo back up on his feet before they go again. They understand that Mad Bulls need to push in, but Tulica takes this moment whilst that res is going through to push up towards the wall side.
Nate hops around. They can't quite find it. Can't really move away from the wall on either front. And they have to just go for these bunny hop shots. All the while, it's actually Regnum Kaya who are rolling on in for the third party onto this backstop fight for DXavier. They're trying to draw their opponent short. And now DXavier down to 2. Just Nate on the inside and Levi's on the out. Needs to stay alive for the team. If they go down here, I think they're going to lock it in at 112 on 7th place. That's achievable for 2 teams at least behind them.
That's Nate down. Levi's still up, but like you say, this is not looking good now for DXavier with the chase being on, with DRX down towards the southwest side on 4 players. With a good chance into this game. Haven't really stepped up too much to the plate so far for DRX with 0 eliminations. Waiting on this next shift, and OG has quite a lot of ground to play around with, so they win basically every single northwest shift in terms of having a strong position.
All these teams chasing want DXavier to go down next. Placement points do add up, Blank, and it will be that little shift, those 1-point differences that really make the difference here. As on 112, it's catchable. On 113, that's a different story. I'm thinking specifically about OG here, though. They haven't chimed in so far. I think the Mad Bulls are looking to shut Levi's down. No. Over the ridgeline. A nade, a shot, anything. It's all they need to find. But Regnum Kaya suppressing this ridgeline. Pretty brutal stuff. Next circle, just around the corner too.
We'll see where it pops. Yeah, and OG holds a lot of space on the map. Basically a southeast shift that's going to cause problems for them. That does cut out 2 compounds for them, but they have anchors. It's playable. Mad Bulls will find Levi's.
And that
now
draws
we're cutting it out at 112.
That boundary is so within reach for DRX, even for OG as well. But DRX are on the outside. They have a much tougher time moving through the open ground before them. There's really not a good option. I just wonder how long this split can hold for OG, though. Will they be able to make a miracle happen?
The problem is that there's not a lot of angles that are looking over towards OG. And I think for quite a few teams, they're still going to just get a pretty free approach from this north side. So decent endgame here possible for OG. They're still deciding on where they want to play next. Varu scouting out off in the distance. No sightlines over towards him. DRX are going to make the push over this way, though. Immediately spotting over towards Aru.
He hits the deck, going down, and he will get knocked. Is there an answer? Is there anything in response? No, the Groza doesn't connect fully. It's done a lot of damage, but that's not enough. A nade over the top from a tanky. As where is the third parties? I'm watching, I'm waiting for it. But Regnum Kaya holds strong. They back it off, and now OG spotted. Oh no, Zedwolf finds the shutdown, and OG's dreams are dying on this hilltop. They will not be able to make it off successfully. Not unscathed anyway, as Woodgod tries to send down in the party bus. One player now standing for OG, and DRX looking to try and take that 7th place with the points added to their tally, but they only got 2 for this push, as AKOP, the last to fade, and they will be out, done and dusted. DRX now with it all to do.
OG disappearing in front of our eyes there versus DRX. Even the P90 not able to save them. DRX, 3 teams remaining. This is a big moment for South Korea. They instantaneously split across the field, looking to take up all the positions that OG left behind.
This is a real bittersweet potential victory here for Regnum Kaya if they can find it. It won't be enough. They don't have the points margins. The differences just don't sit there. No more elimination points that they can get to put them over that 7th place as it sits. 102 right now. DRX need 10 more points. Just getting the chicken dinner would be enough. Any elimination gets them 1 step closer. A knock, a nade, and Mad Bulls may be taken out of the fight as well.
Wild will finish off 1 there. DRX have a fair bit of utility to work with. 15 nades in the hands of Regnum Kaya is a pretty mighty backpack on their side. Now Mad Bulls down to just 2 players. DRX, it is the battle between the south and the north here. Regnum Kaya begging for a southern shift or even a central one would support them.
Ooh. Well, there it is. They have managed to get it, and DRX have to move. They have to find something here. Hops out of the vehicle, uses it as cover. They're getting backed off, and the backlines are supporting this push forwards. But how far can they even go here? The off angles, the Regnum Kaya, they're playing this like they play their river split, playing off one another. And the angles finally starting to come together for them. It's too late for them, but they might be able to ruin DRX's approach.
DRX were on 103. They needed 112 plus to take this game. Not only that, they wouldn't win the tiebreaker, I don't believe. They need 113 on this game, which is the chicken dinner, essentially.
I think at the moment, I think DRX do win the tiebreaker actually against DX Xavier. They have more placement points. Oh no, it's the other way around. I was looking at the wrong column. You're right. They need to go clear, and they're on 102 right now, blank. So they need 11 more points. One elim in the chicken dinner. That's what they need to find. They can stay out of it until 10.
So they could do it. Technically, no, they can't. They actually can't even do it if they get second place.
They'd win it on a chicken dinner because the tiebreaker would be one because they get 2 chicken dinners rather than 1.
Yeah, but if they got the chicken dinner, they'd be over the cap anyway.
No, if they went down and everybody else denied the points, for instance, they would get 10 points flat, and they would be on a tiebreaker. But that's we're getting into some real hypothetical ground here for DRX as they need to make it a reality. And I think that's going to involve taking a shot or two at their opponents. As Regnum Kaya have to fend off 2 fronts.
Silas, vigilant over towards the northeast side, knows there's players there. Loxy moves out on a very, very long angle. Nade not quite far enough. Tunica will move with the blue. Good movements there coming through from them. Silas got a little bit of a shot in, but it's not quite good enough. They want to clear out this angle on the eastern side so they can start to focus over towards DRX. But that's a big nade. Zedwolf has to immediately send across, but it looks like he's just going to regroup with the rest of the team.
With the time that you have, or rather don't. That's going to be huge. And that movement was spotted. DRX moving in. They're making their move now for their 7th place spot. And they're not finding it blank. It's all falling down. It's all coming. No way! Ash in their mouth, but Kaise stays alive. Regnum Kaya, they're getting shut down. Wild now, the player underneath the bridge, needs to stay alive. And Mad Bulls have a shot to take it all away from them. They still have a player out in the open. And with 2, they can make it work. But Wild's still going. He's still trucking. The healing went through. And Kaise falls. 1 player now for DRX to stay alive.
1 player versus the world. Tunica is down. For DRX, QXC has to put on a performance like no other. He's 1 HP in the meantime. 1 more shot, but a great headshot comes back his way. Hiding behind the bush, and it won't happen as Zedwolf manages to thread the needle. And Regnum Kaya will take the chicken dinner, and DRX do not make it. DX Xavier, hold on.
Just about there. DX Xavier able to fend it off, not by their own merit, but by the grace of Regnum Kaya, who themselves will feel very disappointed. You can see that they aren't happy, even with a chicken dinner, because they know they haven't done enough to get to the finals. Don't worry, all the teams that we've seen so far will be seen again in the group stages. But you can see it's even harder on DRX. They knew they had it within their grasp. They saw DX Xavier go down early, but they just couldn't get all that way. Those extra placement points that DX Xavier got for getting across that open ground, that cacophony on the northern side from our top placed podium teams allowed them to stay alive for just long enough to solidify themselves on 112 points.
Down to that 1v1 as well. I have no idea how Zedwolf got that mini 14 shot off. It looked like UXZ was fully covered as well. But into that 1v1. What an insane finish from DRX and Regnum Kaya, who will be battling again in those group stages.
Oh, and you can bet there's going to be grudge matches coming on through. I can't wait to see it. But for now, let's head to the analyst desk to break down the 7.
What a way to finish the gauntlet. The utter devastation on the looks of DRX. You can't ask for a closer finish than that, Max.
How does Z-Wolf even hit that at the end behind that tree? But it was absolute madness. This final game, Hot Jukes has already said, the drums of despair echoing through the arena. And unfortunately for DRX, you could see just how they were standing at their desk, Niptura, just completely destroyed after this game. They were so close, yet so far. And unfortunately for them, it seems like it is going to be game over for the Gauntlet stage.
Yeah, what a shame for them. They tried so hard. They were being so meticulous, so careful. And it just could not work for them. They couldn't get it to do it. Regnum just had too much of a hold on the key parts of the zone as well, so they were able to take the chicken dinner. And actually, Z-Wolf playing such an integral part on the team. 6 eliminations just for him.
And look at that. Look at his eyes. Dream crusher right there. You know what I'm saying? That is how you do it, man. Regnum Karya get the win towards the end. Unfortunately, just too little, too late. We talked about how there was going to be some final game shenanigans, Neptura, and with 25 players left in stage 5, I don't think these teams disappointed that prediction. What do you think?
No, it was great fun to watch. Everybody just going, hey, you know what? Final game, let's just do it, whatever. And they just went for it. They had a blast with it. They got some points that they needed, you know, but at the same time, yeah, we did not have that many teams left in those final circles at all.
Actually, I want to give some respect to Wolves. I feel like they're one of the only teams that were chasing down the Xavier that actually tried to do something really impactful here, and they took a fight directly with the Xavier. Was that intentional? Not sure, but once they knew it was that team, they were fully committed. As we did see, it just didn't quite work out in their favor. And really good for the Xavier, able to early on eliminate one of their main competitors here for the top 7 was very impressive. They make it very late into the game, meaning they also get the placement points. The Xavier did definitely more than enough to be deserving of a grand final slot.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? I got to give mad props to the Wolves, though, too, because, you know what? We talked about how there's a lot of scripts here, right? Unfortunately, the script of the last game standing, you know, the roster's not changing. That happened, right? But the Wolves, they tried to change that script, right? They went for D Xavier. If they took them out there, they could have possibly made it. So you got to give the A for effort. The worst thing that a team could do in this situation, Max, man, at least in my eyes, is just play this game like it's normal and then just hope that fate is on your side, right?
Fate was not on their side for some of these guys, unfortunately. We're going through the replays, but yeah, unfortunately for Wolves, it just didn't quite go their way, as we did say. The Xavier, you could still see it at the end. They were making it 5 eliminations, making it very close to the top 5 in the later stages of this game. Again, being very comfortable for the top 7. The Regnum, they really had nothing to gain from this. They still went really hard, maybe hoping to try and replicate something like this in their respective group stage. Wild, Loxy, everyone, Z-Wolf, Silas putting on a clinic at the end here. And this push of DRX Niptura was the right play, but unfortunately for them, the clutch was just not meant to be.
Yeah, just the
look at him,
domination.
Look at him.
Yeah. Oh. The domination, the dominating angles that Regnum had were just too much, and I gotta give props to both these teams, right, holding their own. And you can see the rotations here of all 4 teams in that top 4 here. We're going to be seeing it Mad Bulls, Thunder Talks as well, both in the top 4. So maintaining that top 7, top 5 position for them in the final, up until the final game, rather. And actually, Mad Bulls had a massive rotation to do, just come up to the north side there, really nicely played. But we do see that Regnum and Xavier, honestly, not Xavier, DRX rather, both of those teams like basically just stayed where they were for the majority of the game. I mean, Regnum doing a little bit of movement, running around places, but honestly, just those two, just able to really think through the rest of the game and how they wanted to play it.
Okay, you see actually how they took that position away from Regnum Kara. That was a really, really good attempt there. But then DRX, they send it onto Orangutan. That was all of us, right? Niptura Hodrix, we got so hyped when we saw that push off DRX because that was literally a game-changing breach they were trying to pull off on that dip on Orangutan. But unfortunately, they couldn't go the entire way and get themselves the chicken dinner. Though looking at the match ranking, still 21 points going over to Mad Bulls, 17 for Regnum Kara, and 11 for DRX. I'm heartbroken. Hotchicks looking at the leaderboards. If it's a 1-point difference, I'm gonna cry. Rex.
Oh, me too, man. Oh, I want to see a replay of their reactions again. because it just shows, right? I mean, all these teams, you got to give props to every single one of them. These guys have worked all year long to get right here, the biggest event of the year, and to come up just that short, it hurts big time, Max.
Yeah, it really does. The thing is, you know how disappointed DRX were, and Regnum weren't even satisfied. They were just like, yeah. It was like it was just a heartbreaking 1v1 fight to wrap up that game. Z-Wolf, congratulations being your game MVP here to wrap up the Gauntlet. Though I do wonder who's going to be Gauntlet MVP overall. Got a few contenders here. Maybe Lemon. That'd be a fun one. Sitting.
If Underdog had been more present today, I would have said Sitting for sure, but we didn't see much out of them. CEO might be a better shout.
Oh!
Let's look at it.
Points.
2! Oh my goodness. That's all it took. Literally, if they would have got the chicken dinner, they would have made it straight to the grand finals. I'm telling you guys, that's all it takes, right? One little tiny mistake and it'll get you. I will say though, that last final push, they did everything they possibly could. I mean, they did the right play. They drove at the perfect time whenever we saw Mad Bulls trying to do that push on the other side of the map, right? It just, unfortunately, they just didn't win that fight, Neptura.
Yeah, and you know what's even more heartbreaking? They didn't even need the win to get those 2 extra points. They just had to clear Regnum or clear Mad Bulls because they were 2 duos up left. They either had to just clear all of Regnum and get the 2nd place and be done, or clear all of Mad Bulls after the initial push onto Regnum. So, heartbreak central here for day number 3.
Down to the wire, and the script, it was written in stone, Hot Juice, and they could not change it. Their fate was sealed from the beginning of this game. It does seem to be the case. But here, congratulations, of course, to R8, our Gauntlet champions here for this stage of the Global Championship. Completely unexpected for me. Really happy, and looking at the day 3 MVP, it is going to be Scarface of Ulfter. I hope they keep this kind of momentum going in the next stage, because man, an aggressive Ulf is a scary Ulf, Hot Jukes, and I hope they can do it once more in the future.
Oh my gosh, you got to give mad props to this squad. I mean, yeah, look at that. 18 eliminations by himself. Remember, this team was in 13th place before this day. We weren't even counting them possibly in on making it to the top 7. And not only did they do it, they were able to sneak in that 6th place position. I mean, to do that on the final day, Max, I mean, that is so hard.
It really, bro, there was so many storylines. I just got the bro because I don't have any more statements. I'm just like, bro, what is going on? But there's so many storylines intertwining into each other, clashing in these final matches, and that was just a fun one. And the Gauntlet MVP is none other than CEO from Team Kara. Congratulations, 38 eliminations on his lonesome with a 19-minute survival time is ludicrous. And CEO, we knew he was a top-tier player from his region, but to this extent, outside of Turkey in PMGC, now that's unheard of.
That's crazy.
Unreal. As a matter of fact, just looking at the numbers, let me see if this is correct. I think with that amount of eliminations, yeah, as a matter of fact, with 38 eliminations, he outperformed his entire team's day 1 performance. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Day 1, they had 28 points. So for them to have that crazy comeback, I'm sorry, they had 27 points. 27 points. They were in 10th place.
Yeah.
And then just went crazy. So I mean, they showed that, you know what, the clutch factor, they got it, Max.
Can I be a bit toxic?
Sure.
Right, can I be a little? So he has 38 points. He's almost, not quite, but almost got half of the points of Alpha Gaming on his own. I don't want to put them on the spot, but I'm also going to put them on the spot like that. Bro, he is performing. Good job. Nice play.
Oh my goodness. Hey, Alpha Gaming,
clipped, I'm sorry.
You got some explaining to do, right? I mean, we got the group stages coming up right after this. So the day after tomorrow, we're going to be seeing Group Green enter the stage here. So these are your official qualified teams: R8, Thundertalk, Kara, Mad Bulls, Alpha 7, Ulf, and D Xavier. Beautifully done. You can see right now, these are the different groups that they're going to. What do you think about that, Max?
Well, I'm looking because I have the groups in front of me right now. So we're going to have Wolves, Orangutan, APG, GS going into Group Green. That could be a little bit of an issue with military, right? Could be happening there. Of course, they do have also Inner Circle, Team Falcons, Gen G, and Group Red for DRX, etc. You got some big names over there. You got Team Flash, Twisted Minds, Influence, Rage, Weibo. Bro, group stage is going to be mental, Nipturo, that's for sure.
Oh, it's gonna be insane. I can't wait. These teams have a lot on their hands. They got to do a lot of analysis tomorrow because it's not gonna be easy from here on out, Jukes.
That's right. D+ are going to be in Group Green. That's your previous champions. We'll see them the day after tomorrow. By the way, happy Thanksgiving for everybody that celebrates it tomorrow. You know, so that's going to be a great. Hey, get some turkey, get some stuffing because man, Group Green is going to be one heck of a show, Max.
I mean, the top 7, they're definitely going to be eating up that turkey. Not a chicken dinner, it's a turkey dinner for them today. Very happy about it. I'm looking at the groups right now really quickly. Which one do you think is going to be the group of death? Because we've got Group Green, Stacks, of course. You've got Alter Ego, you've got your D+, as you said, Hot Chooks, previous champions, Reject, top-tier team from Japan, Inner Circle. Group Green, for me, is the group of death, currently quickly overlooking it.
Yep, I got to agree with you 100%. Group Green is going to be absolutely crazy. So, guys, remember, mark your calendars. The day after tomorrow, we're going to see some more crazy squads here. But you know what? What a show. The Gauntlet did not disappoint in the slightest. Let's go ahead and take it down on over to the stage in the 7WG to wrap things up for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The Gauntlet has finished, and we have our top 7 teams that are going to be going towards the grand finals of PMGC 2025. To my right, I have none other than one of the biggest surprises I think we've ever gotten at PMGC. Ida from RA Esports. Ida, you made a strong statement here in the Gauntlet, finishing in first place. Do you feel confident about carrying this momentum to the grand finals?
انتوا ثبتوا نفسكم من اقوى فرق في الجروب ستيج. هل انت واثق انه حتلعبوا هذه المرحله في الفاينلز؟
الحمد لله احنا دخلنا براحه وطريقه لعب معينه مو بشكل عشوائي ولا شيء من هذه الاشياء والحمد لله قدرنا ناخذ الاول ومستحيل تاخذ الاول بالبي ام جي سي وانت ما عندك شخصيه.
He says that they came in this tournament very relaxed. They didn't play any random, any erratic movements. And you can't come first in this stage at PMGC if you're not very skilled and not very confident.
I see that little shot right there. Now, out of all the squads that didn't make it directly to the grand finals, I mean, you have big top dogs like APG, VP, Regnum, OG. Which one do you think is more likely to actually make it to the grand finals via group stages or last chance?
من الفرق اللي فشلوا ما سووها للفاينلز مين تتوقع حيوصل الى هذيك المرحله اي جي او جي مين منهم
اقدر اقول جي اس و يو بي جي تقريبا
I believe that
هم الاقرب ذلك واتمنى انهم يتاهلون معنا.
I think that GS and UB might make it, especially GS, because they are geographically close to us. They are our neighbors, and we'd like to see them go to the finals with us.
Okay, a little bit of biasness there. I don't mind it. I mean, I'm happy that you're going to be going to the grand finals as well. Now, I'm going to be going over here towards my left because I got Lamborghini from DX being able to clutch up that 7th place by just 2 points. Having clutched your way into the top 7 and qualified directly to the grand finals, how does it feel now?
Xin chào Lambo, thì mình vừa hay là vào được top 7 và đi thẳng vào vòng chung kết. Vậy không biết hiện tại cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào?
Bọn em rất thất vọng ạ, tại vì bọn em muốn bắn vòng group stage ạ.
We are very disappointed because we want to compete in the group stage.
What makes you want to do that though? What makes you want to go into group stages considering that it's harder? You have to do the top 3.
Vậy thì lý do tại sao mà mình muốn vào vòng bảng thi đấu? Tại vì trong đó thì có thể là mình sẽ phải gặp nhiều khó khăn hơn, tại vì mình cần phải vào được top 3 thì mới vào được vòng chung kết.
Muốn làm nhà vua thì phải đi từ những con số 0 ạ. Vì em không muốn vào vòng này trước ạ.
Well, if you want to become a king or a top performer, then you have to go up from zero. So we don't want to go directly there right away.
All right, well, hey, guess what? Newsflash, you are going to be going directly to the grand finals. Now, you are going to be having plenty of time that you don't have to play the group stages or last chance. What do you feel like you need to improve to make sure when we go to grand finals, you have the best chance to become a champion?
Vậy thì bây giờ các bạn không cần phải thi đấu trong vòng bảng cũng như là vòng last chance và mình sẽ có rất nhiều thời gian. Vậy thì Whip không biết là các bạn sẽ cần phải cải thiện như thế nào để mà khi vào vòng chung kết mình sẽ có cơ hội nhất được chiếc cúp vô địch.
Bọn em phải sắm một cái vali thật to để đo chiếc cúp làm sao mang về nước vậy ạ.
Well, we'll have to buy a really big luggage suitcase so that we can carry the trophy back to Vietnam.
I absolutely love that confidence. Anything you want to respond to that? They're already thinking, you know, we're going to get ready for that luggage.
هم يقولوا هم حيفوزوا. أنت عندك أي رد لهم؟
نقابلكم بالفاينل نشوف.
He says we look forward to meeting you in the finals.
There you have it right there. Rivalries are being built on the go, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, though, in 2 days, we will be starting Group Green, and we will be securing 3 more teams after that one going to the grand finals. PMGC is full of surprises, full of amazing gameplay. Make sure you stay tuned in.
Hey, the PUBG Mobile Global Championships had a whole bunch of firsts, right? Like we see the Gauntlet for the first time. And for me also, seeing a team qualify to the grand finals and mad, right? They're like, oh, we didn't go to group stage. Ugh. You hate to see it here, Max, man.
I don't understand the reasoning personally. It's like, oh no, we wanted to get into part of the tournament where we have to be top 3, which is even harder to make it, or even second if you go to last chart. I like the concept of we want to keep working and training, but like, bro, you're in the finals, okay? Shush, you made it.
Hey, that was 100% rage bait, okay? Could you imagine, right? The look on DRX and the Wolves' face while they hear that? They're like, then why did you fight us so hard?
Give it to us. Give us your slot.
Well, you know what? Group Green is coming up here next, Neptura. We know that D+, right? Our previous champions are going to be coming into the fray. What do you think about that?
Oh, I can't wait. I love this team so much. I can't wait for Group Green in general. We got IC coming in here. We got OG continuing to do stuff. I want to see a different OG day after tomorrow. Come on. There's so much I want to say about Group Green, but oh my goodness, I'll have to wait.
Okay, well, you know what? I think I got something that I know you want to say, right? And that is, you know, Regnum Karya, right? Regnum Karya, D+. What do you think about that?
Okay, so D+ took away PMGC 2024, the trophy from Regnum, by 2 points. Regnum said, okay, DRX, you're not qualifying to finals by 2 points. Revenge achieved.
Revenge is done. Oh my goodness. Let's go ahead and take it on over to the end of the day. We'll see you guys the day after tomorrow.
clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing